Chapter 61, A Bitter End. Caroline couldn't even scream anymore as the metal spread from her heart until all that remained was a mannequin of iron. The low vitality and toughness of a healer became apparent as she didn't even have time to struggle before her death. On the other hand, Richard was dumbfounded along with the still more than 30 elites around him. What the fuck was going on? Always the healer first, William said, his voice cold, and then you do the ads followed by the big boss. With those words, metal slid up and covered his face, not even leaving any holes for air to seep through. His spear was still stuck in Caroline's corpse of metal as the two warriors closest to him made their move. The first one swung down a massive heavy sword, aiming for the hand that held the spear. William didn't even bother to dodge as the man hit his lower arm. To the surprise of everyone but William, the arms didn't even move. Instead, the warrior felt the impact reverberate up his arms, causing him to grunt in pain. The ground below William did sink in slightly, but otherwise he didn't really feel the blow very much. Counteracting the force using metal manipulation on his armor was simplicity itself, while the enchantments Herman had placed on the armor nullified much of the impact. Along with that, William didn't exactly rate the man very highly. The other warrior simply stabbed towards William's back, his blade not finding any purchase either as it encountered the impenetrable armor. Boring, a distorted voice sounded out from within the golem-like body. Taking his spear out in a far faster motion than any of the warriors were capable of, he swung it to one side, slicing up the chest of the one with the heavy sword, while 4 blades seemed to emerge from the armor as they stabbed through another. Instantly 2 warriors fell as Richard started to realize the gravity of the situation. Formation, he yelled as they all shrugged off their groggy states and all retreated away from the metal caster. The casters on Richard's side began to condense spells, as the 2 archers that remained began to each channel a power shot. Not that William planned on letting them fire it, as more weapons emerged from his armor. William didn't have any spatial storage, but instead used the legacy of Hermann Schmidt to summon his armory. It was akin to spatial storage in some ways, but in other ways it wasn't. The weapons didn't physically exist, but were constructed in real time by the skill as he used them. It allowed William to summon creations of the late Smith. Swords, axes, spears, daggers, all sorts of weapons, and some pieces of armor. Though the young caster didn't need that part of the ability, as he was more than fine when it came to his defenses. It did cost him mana to create these weapons, but it was nothing compared to using his other metal creation skill. These weapons were now flying out one by one from his body as he focused his mind on controlling them. When he had first gotten the skill metal manipulation, he could manage only a few daggers. It rapidly progressed from 3 to 4 to 5, and so on and so forth. Now more than 20 weapons that were far bigger than a dagger flew around him with erratic movements. Like a school of fish, they bombarded the poor warriors, who could only scream and run as the nearly 24 weapons chased them down pointy end first. Seeing that this couldn't go on, Richard charged towards William as he released a shockwave of force. While the young caster's armor gave him incredible defenses, it did have its limits as he was blasted backward, momentarily losing control of some of the flying weapons. However, he quickly stabilized himself as he raised his spear and met Richard's glowing sword with it. A mighty clash of caster and warrior ended as one would expect, with William pushed back, forced to retreat as a red gleam started enveloping Richard. His blows got faster, as William was forced to retreat as he started feeling a bit dizzy from the impacts. It was like he was stuck inside a giant bell as the man hammered it with his sword. Without the enchantments, William would, without a doubt, be spitting out blood from internal injuries by now. As he retreated by sliding backward, he didn't get far as a power shot hit him in the chest, making him nearly fall over from the impact. The arrow naturally disintegrated as it hit the armor, but it did leave a slight dent and scratch where it had hit. The archer himself wasn't in a much better state as his arm looked decrepit and weak. He looked in an even worse shape after more than 20 swords pinned his body to the ground after he was too weak to dodge. William, wasting no time, slid forward as he simply manipulated his body to smash into Richard, who didn't manage to raise his shield in time. The spear struck down again and again, but was reflected every time. The spear he used was, of course, the epic-rarity skill Spear of Pharoah's. It raised his physical stats significantly while wielding it, and the powerful curse placed upon it only made the weapon all the deadlier. But while it could turn anyone it hit into metal, it only worked on living things, which meant that William had to penetrate flesh to activate it. Something Richard currently hadn't allowed him to do, as he either dodged or blocked every blow. Neither of them was agility-focused in any way, but their speed was nevertheless impressive even to most light warriors only due to the stats both men possessed. But while they seemed equally matched at first, one had to consider the entire situation. Richard did manage to face him in melee combat, but this was all while William simultaneously focused on the many flying weapons as he suppressed all the other elites around him. He also had to keep track of all the ranged attacks and the warriors who managed to approach him. While he could shrug off most attacks, some of them were genuinely troublesome, the most troublesome one which was to come. A torrent of flame exploded from the side as William dodged backward frantically. Another flood soon followed as a caster who seemed himself to be on fire approached him. William recognized the kind of skill the man used, a sacrificial spell not unlike what Herman had done to finish his armor. In return for consuming your life source, the skill allowed you to display power far above the usual. The man was a candle flickering in the wind, as he with a yell, fired a torrent of flame behind him, propelling towards William. With a fright, the metal manipulator tried to get away but was blocked by Richard, who once again had raised his shield and erected the giant blue barrier to block him off. With an explosion, the burning caster detonated himself like a living bomb, with William only barely managing to summon his trusty wall of iron in front of him to take the worst off the blow. Heat washed over him as he was cooked within his armor. While the armor provided exceptional defense towards physical attacks, it was far from good against elemental ones. The pain was unbearable as he felt his arms and chest heat up and blister as he blocked the torrent of fire as the man slowly burned out. Finally, every last piece of energy dispersed from the man as the flames died out. Not a single trace of the caster remained, save for the vast area of burned forest in the shape of a crescent moon, as one side had been blocked off entirely by Richard. The smoking armor was unmoving as Richard retracted his shield with a deep breath. His stamina was getting dangerously low after the fight with Desmond, as well as the blow he had just blocked. The flying blades had dropped to the ground as they slowly started turning to mana once more as they dispersed. The Spear of Feroras was also nowhere to be found, as it too had been dispelled. A total of 8 people and 1 unmoving suit of armor remained in the clearing of ash. An archer, 2 casters, and 5 warriors were all that remained, not a single one of them unscathed. The wounds they had suffered after the fight with Desmond had only worsened. One of the warriors even missed an arm as William had managed to cut it off with one of his flying swords. Despite the slight reprieve, none of them relaxed. No notification had been received, which meant that the monster that dwelled within the smoking armor still lived. Suddenly everything felt like something was wrong, very wrong. The caster was the first one to notice as he exclaimed, "Watch out, he is doing something with the mana." At the exact same time, a figure came out of nothing. A man with only a single arm and a rapier flew past everyone as its tip found purchase in the man standing in the middle. Richard groaned as he felt the thin blade penetrate him from behind, but he managed to twist his body and avoid getting hit in the heart. In the same motions, he turned and with a swift cleave beheaded the rapier-wielding warrior, which was the moment William's final attack arrived. Vortex of steel. The distorted voice sounded out from within the armor as the ground started shaking. Small shards of unprocessed metal started slowly rising up from the earth and gathered towards William, followed by all other metal in the surroundings. One had to remember exactly where they were. On a battlefield with dozens of bodies all within a few hundred meters, all of them with the equipment they had worn still on, equipment that now lay unclaimed as their owners had died. Armor still with corpses in them started flying towards the eye of the vortex, weapons, arrows, everything. This was soon followed by other tools and articles of metal. Every piece that remained within Hayden and Desmond's former base was now being sucked towards the youth as the concentration of metal around him only increased. Even the hinges from the blown-off gate found their way towards him. An unlucky warrior also started getting sucked in as he was impacted by an object, followed by another, some of them sticking to him. Richard could only gape with his mouth wide open as the twister appeared before him. "Disperse," the voice sounded out once more. The metal exploded out from the twister as it started expanding in scale. It carved a path through the forest, cutting up and even felling a few of the smaller trees. The storm of metal and corpses all hit the survivors as they were blasted apart. One of them got hit by a nail in his eye, but before he could react, half a quiver worth of arrows smashed into his unprotected side. He only managed to get a single scream out before the torso of what had once been a heavy warrior collided with his head with the velocity of a speeding car, knocking him out instantly. More and more random things slowly tore him apart until he too joined the vortex as yet another object to hit his former comrades. The storm was brief but effective as it slowly died down. Only 2 living beings remained within hundreds of meters of the vortex's epicenter, the one who had summoned it and Richard. The warrior who had with all his might managed to hang onto his life, if only barely. He was lying in a pile of battered armor and weapons as he breathed heavily. Both his arms and one of his legs were completely twisted, with his shield and sword nowhere to be found, a horrendous wound seeping out blood from where the warrior stabbed him just moments earlier. The kneeling figure, encompassed in the steel-looking armor, slowly got up as the armor started retracting back into a breastplate. What was revealed was a monstrous appearance, as every area of his body had suffered severe burns. Not a single speck of hair remained, and vast parts of his skin and flesh seemed to have melted away. But he lived. Levitating, the corpse-like caster floated closer to Richard as the warrior listlessly looked up at the young man. He had been stupid, too stupid. The dog was too mad and had somehow managed to get far more powerful than he could ever believe. Today was meant to be the day he solidified his position as the #1 survivor in the tutorial. The day he became the rightful leader. He had so many plans, so many ambitions. He could have become so much. Why? He managed to get out with a hoarse voice that seemed to wheeze out at the end. It seems like one of his lungs had given out. He didn't have long left as he looked down and saw several sharp objects sticking out of his chest. Yet he wanted to know. He had offered benefits, the illusion of a partnership. What was the mistake that led to this misunderstanding? In his own arrogance, even in his final moments, he didn't understand. William answered with a voice even more horrific sounding than Richard's own. It was inevitable. This outcome was always what was meant to happen. What I had planned, William began as he struggled to get through the words. It was painful, but his pride and desire to gloat and get his message across overpowered that pain. You were a pawn all along. I used you as you wanted to use me and everyone else, William gasped out. He laughed as he looked at the unmoving man, not even noticing that his eyes had already closed. But worst of all, you killed Herman. Herman was my friend and you killed him. He is the one who made this armor, you know, who made this all possible. We beat you together. His laughter only got louder as his voice started cracking. We got our revenge on all you fuckers, and after this I will return and kill the rest of your herd of sheep. I will pile up their corpses as a tribute to Herman, show him that we did it, that we won, and then I will chase down that bastard archer and get my own revenge on him too. I will be the only one left in this shithole and show the system that I am indeed the best, that I am superior to every single fucking one of you. At this point, his voice barely came out as a whisper. 2 small streams of water had managed to pour down from his eyes despite the burns. Richard had already died. William knew it, but he didn't care. William kept rambling on until his voice no longer came out. As his voice ran out of energy, so did the rest of his body as he collapsed on the ash-covered ground. Tears kept streaming down his cheeks as he looked towards the artificial sun that shone in the fake sky. His final thought as he passed out was of Herman and how he had finally fulfilled his promise, and of how much emotions sucked. William didn't know that this sudden influx of emotions he had never experienced before was of his own doing. Jake was perhaps the one with the most knowledge of the system due to the vast library in the challenge dungeon, and if William had read it, he too would be aware. Evolution was guided by your records, by your desires, goals, and dreams. William had wished to understand emotions. Wanted to comprehend why people like Casper would prefer death over life due to such strong feelings, and how it could even allow him to grasp for such power. He felt like he needed to understand why the war had turned as brutal as it did. He had wished to comprehend emotions more than anything, and his evolution had delivered. What was broken had been healed by his own desire. The floodgates had been opened to a new world of emotions. Perhaps it was all a bit too much for the young mind that believed he had everything figured out. He thought himself to be a superior being due to his lack of emotions, but now perhaps these emotions would lead him to more extraordinary things than ever before. He hadn't known any of this would happen, but someone did. A man stepped through nothingness as he, with an eternal smile, fished out a small crystal. Crushing it, tiny motes of energy entered the young caster's body. They did little more than making sure his health points didn't reach 0. He had overreached, and by all accounts he should die, but the smiling man wouldn't allow that. You do not have my permission to die yet, now do you? He spoke softly. He could do no more for now. The system wouldn't allow it. Besides, if he went too far, he would also get needlessly involved, more so than he already had. With those thoughts, the figure disappeared once more, leaving the burnt caster on the ground, with only the small motes of light keeping him alive. Chapter 62, Loot 20. Jake stared at the number of survivors as it kept going down until it finally stabilized. After 20 minutes, it still hadn't moved, but the number left was still chilling. Tutorial panel duration, 22 days and 21:49, 53 total survivors remaining, 49,1200, more than 200 people dead. Something extremely major must have happened in the outer area. He wanted to go back and check, but on the other hand, he didn't. What did he have to go back for? His only friends had betrayed him and even tried to kill him. Maybe they had done it under false pretenses, but they had nevertheless done so. Jacob seemed like the only one not in on the plan, but Jake still blamed him. It was illogical, he knew that, but it didn't change the fact that he had trusted his former supervisor. His trust had turned into a weakness as Jake had nearly lost his life due to the error, an error he didn't want to repeat. So Jake ignored it as he closed down the panel. It wasn't any of his business, not anymore. Instead, he would do what he knew was his business, getting stronger. Standing up, he stretched his arms a bit as he confirmed them being fully healed. He decided to head back towards the cliff where he had hunted before being hunted by the small dinosaurs. It was a great vantage point, and he had a sneaking suspicion that something good had to be hidden down in the valley somewhere. Thinking of this new world with a smudge of video game logic hadn't turned out to be that wrong yet. and if an area is closely guarded by many enemies in a video game, chances are something worthwhile is to be found in that area. Plus, he had already killed many beasts down there, so it would be a waste to not at least explore the area for herbs and such. He had already found quite a few on the mountainous paths between the valleys, but something more had to be hidden down there. It took him less time to get back than he expected, as he reached the cliff he had been on before after only a quarter of an hour. Turns out that running while not simultaneously fighting beasts was faster. Standing at the crevice once more, he scanned the area below with Hunter's sight. He saw several beasts still roaming about, but far less than when he started hunting them. It was already well known in the tutorial that the number of beasts was finite, which is why there barely remained any worth hunting in the world outside the barrier to the inner area. The same rule seemed to hold true here. The beasts also didn't seem to migrate between the different valleys, perhaps due to the excessive number of dinosaur-like creatures roaming in between said valleys. Either way, it meant that Jake could, in theory, completely clear out one of these valleys if he had enough time. He didn't plan to do so, but killing the vast majority of them would surely make exploration far safer and faster. Taking out his bow, he returned to his bread and butter technique of firing blood-soaked arrows with power shot, but he would spice it up a bit this time. He still placed his hand around the arrowhead as he let it cut into his palm, while he channeled blood of the Malefic Viper to turn it toxic. Next, he knocked the arrow as he started charging power shot, but the difference from last time was that he didn't just let the skill do its own thing. Instead, he closely monitored the flow of inner energy as it traveled throughout his body. The path it traveled was as he expected, but as it reached his arms and shoulders, he noticed how it spread out in a weird pattern. The energy entered his muscles, but it was as if it did so in a set formation of sorts, a formation he quite honestly couldn't even begin to comprehend. He felt that he could slightly influence how fast the energy moved, but not with this shot, as he was forced to release the built-up energy. The arrow exploded out as it hit a few meters away from a badger that rightfully jumped up in fright before running off terrified. Smirking slightly to himself for missing, he shook his head as he poisoned and knocked another arrow, aiming for another badger in another clearing. This time, he didn't focus intensively on the skill's inner workings, but saved enough focus to actually hit his prey. As predicted, the poor thing didn't even react as it met its end. This hunting method was a bit unsatisfying for Jake's desire to find challenges, but very satisfying for the part of him that wanted to get levels fast. He continued shooting arrows for the next few hours, until he stood there for a good 5 minutes without being able to spot any beasts. He was sure many remained, hidden by trees or bushes, but he must have thinned them out plenty. The buffalo he had killed the day prior had been the strongest beast in the area, as he didn't spot anything even close to it in level and power. He had gotten 2 more levels from the grind, and decided to put the stat points into agility and strength. He knew the stats value was lowered, as he only had a 10% amplifier on those stats, but he still needed them pretty badly. His class upgrade did start providing him quite a bit more in those 2, so he would likely be able to invest in perception with more of his free points soon. Bringing up his status menu, he smiled at his progress. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. E. LVL 39. Class: Ambitious Hunter. LVL 32. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 46. Health points: HP 3301 3390 Mana points: MP 3985 4070 Stamina 458 1540 Stats: Strength 190 Agility 225 Endurance 154 Vitality 339 Toughness 179 Wisdom 407 Intelligence 139 Perception 342 Willpower 211 Free points 0 Titles: Foreigner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer I, Dungeon Pioneer I. Class Skills: Basic One-Handed Weapon Inferior, Basic Stealth Inferior, Advanced Archery Common, Hunter's Sight Uncommon, Power Shot Uncommon, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon. Big Game Hunter Rare. Profession Skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Palate of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Blood of the Malefic Viper Epic, Blessing. True Blessing of the Malefic Viper. Blessing True. Race Skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races. Unique: Identify Common, Meditate Common, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Ability Unique. His physical stats had soared since he last checked. Something he could also clearly feel as he fought his enemies. His arrows got faster and more powerful, while his movements experienced the same growth. He had no idea how much he could lift by now, but by the power of just a regular punch, he could likely bench the combined weight of several Olympic wrestlers without breaking a sweat. Of course, the growth felt a bit weird as he also met stronger and stronger enemies. But if he compared what he could fight now to what he had faced back when first entering the tutorial, it was night and day. A single one of the small raptors could have ripped the level 10 Stone Tusk boar to pieces in seconds. Meanwhile, Jake had required the help of his colleagues and his entire quiver worth of arrows to take down the beast. Of course, if Jake himself faced that boar now, he could likely kill it with his bare hands and only a few punches. It was a bit surreal to imagine, but one could only say that the system in his mind did an excellent job adapting him to his rising strength. Closing down his status menu once again, he took out a stamina potion and chugged it down. His stamina was only at around a fourth of his total after all. The potions were still relatively weak, but it did give him a few hundred more points, enough to fight almost anything he could meet below. If not, it would at least allow him to escape. The drop to the valley below was tens of meters, but Jake didn't bother with a long climb as he simply took a step over the edge and let gravity do the work. He quickly fell as he landed on the ground, not even having to properly soak the impact as he barely felt the reverberations in his legs, his toughness far too high for a drop like this to do him any harm. From below, he could see into the forest. From this new vantage point, he did spot a few beasts that had been hidden below the trees' crowns before. These beasts were all on the weaker side, making Jake not even bother with them. Unless they provoked him, he would just leave them be. Walking into the forest, he didn't focus as much on his sight as he did his sphere of perception. He scanned everything within 20 meters or so as he walked, peeking into every small crevice, every fallen log, and every hollow tree. After a few minutes, he finally found it. Jackpot, Jake thought to himself as he saw the box within his sphere. Making his way to it, he flipped over the log that kept it hidden in the small hole in the ground. Identifying it, it was precisely what he had expected to find. Magical Jeweled Lockbox, uncommon. A system-created magical lockbox enchanted with the ability to block off all types of attempts to peek inside before opened, identical to the one with my bracers, he thought, as he prepared to open it. A few seconds later, the box opened with a satisfying click as he saw the item inside. It was another ring, one with a green gem embedded in it. It wasn't the shiny kind of rock, but the rough kind that didn't reflect any light. Honestly, it was more of a band than a ring, as it didn't have any protrusions but had a perfectly even surface. Not waiting, he identified it. Ring of the Jade-Eye Tiger, uncommon. A ring created by embedding the crystallized eye of a Jade-Eye Tiger into a band. The records of the tiger powers the enchantment, granting some of the beast's might to its user. Enchantments, plus 20 perception, plus 15 agility, plus 15 strength. Requirements, LVL 30 in any humanoid race with a whistle. Jake picked it up with delight. By now, he was pretty sure that the system made items specifically for, or at least partly based on, whoever opened the box. They were like loot boxes in the gaming industry before the system, but actually good. Instead of getting shit items that nobody had any use for, it deliberately dropped something it judged the user could use. At least he firmly believed that. Or maybe he had just gotten lucky so far. He based that theory on how all the items he had gained outside the challenge dungeon had been tailor-made for an archer. He discounted the boxes given in the challenge dungeon as those clearly were made for an alchemist, which once more made perfect sense as he had just done a dungeon themed around alchemy. Of course, that didn't mean one could only find useful items. In a lockbox, perhaps, but there were other ways to obtain them, such as killing other survivors. Jake still had a rare sword in his spatial storage that he was a bit salty about being unable to use. It didn't mean one got the best item for that moment either. Right now, Jake wanted a quiver or a dagger more than anything else, but he had gotten a ring. A ring that suited him very nicely, but not as good as any of those. Oh well, looters can't be choosers, he joked to himself as he put the ring on his finger, as he felt the warm rush of stats increasing. The next few hours were spent exploring and looking for that sweet loot. He did get into a couple of fights here and there, but most of them were settled smoothly and quickly. His new skill, Splitting Arrow, turned out to be extremely useful during actual combat. It allowed Jake to practically do the damage of several arrows with only a single shot. The skill had no wind-up time, and he just had to shoot an arrow precisely the same way he usually did. The only difference was that the arrow would split into several as it was in flight, often taking his opponents by surprise as one attack suddenly turned into several. Right now, he could easily split it into 5 arrows. He could do more, but the stamina cost rose significantly with every new arrow added to the split. If splitting the arrow into 2 required 5 stamina, 3 required 10, while 4 required 20, then 35, and so on and so forth. One thing he did find disappointing, but not surprising, was that his poison wasn't split when he used the skill. It wasn't all bad, though, as even when the arrow split apart into several, one arrow remained the true one. Whenever he fired a poisoned arrow, it would split, and the other arrows did retain the original's appearance. This meant that they would still have the poison on them if one looked at them, but it didn't actually contain any of the poisonous qualities. The one true arrow did retain the poison in all its glory and effect. This meant that it worked as a very useful feint where Jake fired several arrows, with only one of them being the truly deadly one. Another way to identify the original arrow was because it was the one that didn't disappear a few minutes after firing. The clones from the split would remain for a few minutes, until turning into energy and dispersing into the atmosphere once more. It had to be said that the conjured arrows from his quiver did the same if left outside the quiver for too long. It did take them a few hours, however, making it barely comparable. And speaking of the quiver, he was quite excited about the most recent piece of loot he had found. Tutorial Equipment Upgrade Token Uncommon. Upgrade any common rarity starting item from the tutorial to uncommon rarity. And the token didn't come along. Jake couldn't hold himself back from making a goofy smile as he looked at the haul in his spatial storage. It turns out that the unexplored inner area combined with his quite overpowered sphere of perception made for quite the combo. Chapter 63, Arrows. By now, the entire valley was thoroughly cleaned up. Herbs, lockboxes, even beasts were all gone. It had taken hours, and the sun had gone down quite a while ago, but Jake was more than satisfied. While he had managed to get another level, it was the loot that made him most pleased. For herbs, he had found a bunch he couldn't recognize at all. However, his sense of the Malefic Viper told him that they were useful, and using Identify on them confirmed that they were indeed magical herbs. All of them had been inferior or common rarity, except for a bush with berries in the middle of the valley. Soothing Bellberry Bush Uncommon, a bush of soothing bellberries. The berries growing on this bush are known to have a soothing effect on the mind. He quite frankly wasn't sure if this was something he needed, but he took it anyway. His spatial necklace could allow herbs to survive within it, making it a suitable place to store the bush. So he did as any reasonable person would do. Akka dug it up and threw it in said storage. He could always find out what to do with it at a later point. Looking at one of the few berries that had already grown on the bush, he decided to at least give it a bite. Soothing Bellberry Uncommon, a berry that provides a soothing effect to whoever consumes it. Even if it somehow turned out to be poisonous, he was confident that his palate of the Malefic Viper would nullify it. Even if it didn't, he doubted the berry was able to do him much harm. Popping the thing into this mouth, Jake did feel a cold feeling spread out from his stomach as he became a bit clearer in his head, but otherwise he didn't really notice anything. Then again, he was already pretty calm currently. Of course, the bush and other herbs weren't the loot he cared most about. No, it came from the haul he had gotten from a total of 5 lockboxes, 6 in total when you counted the one he found the ring in. 3 of common rarity and 2 of uncommon rarity had been found. The common rarity ones didn't matter much, but he did find a dagger among them. The others were a pair of boots granting a bit of endurance, which weren't exactly useful considering his rare boots of the wandering alchemist, with the last one being a necklace made similar to the ring of the Jedi Tiger. He put it all in his storage, but overall it was a bit disappointing. The uncommon rarity ones were, of course, the token as well as something he could actually use. Short Sword of Icy Winds Uncommon, a sword made out of frost steel and amplified with ice affinity mana over a long time. Due to the material used, the blade afflicts anyone it hits with the elemental energy of frost. Enchantments, Invading Chill. Requirements, LVL 35 plus in any class. Well, he thought he could use it, but it required his class to be level 35. So in 2 levels. He also didn't know if it worked properly with his twin fang style. It wasn't a weapon made of bone, so that bonus obviously didn't apply, but he also didn't know if it counted as a shorter weapon or not. He felt like it should, considering it was a short sword and all, but who knows. And lastly was the aforementioned upgrade token. Tutorial Equipment Upgrade Token Uncommon. Upgrade any common rarity starting item from the tutorial to uncommon rarity. This was where the real good stuff was at. Jake had been annoyed at his weak arrows for far too long. They simply broke far too easily, lessening the power of his power shots by quite a lot, and he often found them unable to penetrate as deeply as he wanted to inflict his poisons better. Early on, he had learned to increase his bow's durability with mana, making even the inferior rarity one manageable. After getting the upgraded common rarity bow from the archer who had been in the party with the Blade of Nature Warrior, he hadn't had a single issue with it, at least not for now. But the arrows couldn't be injected with mana the same way. The mana dispersed more or less instantly upon injecting it. It did the same with the bow, but as he had his hands on it at all times, it didn't really matter. He naturally couldn't do the same with arrows as they would kind of lose their purpose if he started stabbing people with them like daggers. Something, granted, he had done at times. Looking at his quiver, he reminded himself of the description for one last time. Enchanted Quiver Common, a quiver enchanted with the ability to conjure common rarity arrows when injected with mana. The quiver had served him well, but it was time to upgrade it. Taking the token, he used it on the quiver as light enveloped it for a few moments. Within his sphere, he only saw the quiver be disintegrated to complete nothingness until a new quiver was reassembled, also from nothing. The new quiver looked pretty much identical to the old one. The only difference was the slightly more delicate feathers on the arrows, along with the leather looking less worn and more high quality. Enchanted quiver uncommon. A quiver enchanted with the ability to conjure uncommon rarity arrows when injected with mana. The description hadn't really changed at all. But then again, all Jake had hoped for was just to get arrows that were of higher quality and hence more durable. After the upgrade, the expected 5 dozen or 60 arrows were already conjured in the quiver. Jake took them out and examined them closely. The shaft was still made of wood, but Jake couldn't even bend it anymore. Before, he could easily snap them in half. The arrowheads had experienced a big transformation too. They were still a type of broadhead, but had changed to a curved broadhead type. The difference was also that the cross-shaped tip had been altered to be flat. Jake remembered that these arrows were classically used in hunting big game, such as deer or boars. Throughout his life doing archery, Jake had mostly used bullet-type arrows, where the shape of the arrowhead was similar to that of a bullet. That type of arrows, however, also had the issue of leaving a wound like a bullet. Great penetrative force, but the injury would be small, and blood loss lessened as the arrow itself would plug up the hole. The bullet type was the best designed to penetrate an animal's skin, but each shot's damage would be reduced. The build did make them far more durable and less likely to bend and break when striking something. Against armor, it was also often the best type, unless one used special armor-penetrating arrows. However, those would usually be too unwieldy to handle during everyday use. The cross-shaped arrowheads that he had before possessed the opposite problem. The arrowhead on those would often break as the arrow attempted to create a too big wound, which was especially challenging when it had to go through hide and fur or other tough materials. Against armor, they were often worse as the small tip was thin and sharp, making it easily deflected whenever hitting with a less than perfect angle. The new design of the arrowheads was a middle point between these. It was single-sided, making it much like stabbing someone with it. The tips were also razor-sharp, easily cutting into Jake's finger when he tried to test it. Before, he had to put a bit of pressure on his hand while grasping the arrows to draw blood. Now he only had to press a tiny bit before it penetrated the skin. This would make applying poison with blood of the Malefic viper far easier. Jake knew that this kind of arrow was far more suitable for what he wanted. It was a tool for cutting, not a tool for substantial impacts. The likely cause of death from these arrows would be hemorrhage compared to bullet types where the kill often came due to a vital organ being penetrated, which was perfect for Jake. His main goal was to draw blood to inflict opponents with his poison. This also meant that it was finally time to bring out the hemotoxins against more powerful opponents. His necrotic-type poisons were clearly the deadliest. However, he had encountered beasts who could mostly negate it. The giant buffalo was one such example. While a small part did rot away due to the poison, it quickly regenerated as the beast charged him. He had to channel Touch of the Malefic Viper for well over a minute before he finally overpowered the beast's strong vitality. A hemotoxin would be far more effective at draining his opponent of vital energy. Most beasts didn't have high vitality, but this type of arrow would be far better for those who did. Like a giddy child on Christmas, he got up and threw the new quiver over his shoulder. It was like getting a new toy, a toy made to inflict horrendous wounds and death upon others. The valley was empty by now, forcing Jake to scale one of the 2 mountains surrounding it. Of the 3 volcanic-like mountains he could see, he chose the closest one. It was hard to climb these hollow mountains from the valley's mountainous paths surrounding it, but they were quite accessible from the valleys themselves. He started running towards the closest uphill path leading towards the peak of one of the volcanoes. The closest one also happened to be the smallest one, making Jake believe whatever was found there had a lower difficulty than the other 2. The mountain in the middle was far more giant compared to the other 2 he could see. As he ran up from the valley, he didn't encounter any beasts for a bit, until he finally met a small group of the multicolored elemental raptors. Only 3 of them, and a quick identify showed that they were only in their mid-40s, lower level than many of the badgers and far lower than the buffalo, which had been well into its 50s. One of them was red, one of them brown, and the last one blue. They possessed the fire element, the earth element, and the ice-water element respectively, based on his previous encounters with their type. Not that it ultimately mattered. The raptors were far too weak in Jake's opinion to pose any threat, but they were perfect as targets to test out his new arrows. Taking one out, he decided not to use any poison. Better to just test the use of the arrows without any other factors. He decided to go with his usual strategy as he charged up a power shot. He decided to go for a powerful one to test the durability of the arrows. After nearly 10 seconds of charging, he released the arrow to the usual explosion of force as a wave of dust was kicked up all around him. "Please don't break, Jake prayed as the arrow was released. A prayer that was answered as the arrow smashed into the midsection of the red-hide raptor. The arrow cut into its flesh like it was nothing, as it left a triangular wound. The wound itself was larger than the arrowhead due to the pure force behind the shot. The arrow penetrated straight through the beast as it smashed into the ground, boring into the soil for nearly 3 meters before it stopped. The creature naturally screamed in pain as it fell down due to the force. It fell, but it wasn't dead. After seeing their comrade fall down, the 2 other raptors turned their heads towards Jake as they screeched. Elemental energy gathered in their mouths as one of them spit out a shard of ice while the other fired out a stream of small, sharp rocks, each with the power of a bullet fired from a modern automatic rifle. It was fast, but at the same time, far too slow for Jake as he quickly dodged the assault from the 2 beasts with a quick sidestep as he counterattacked. His arm did itch a bit from the power shot, but he nevertheless returned fire with a splitting arrow. The arrow was fired from his bow as it mid-flight split into 4, with 3 of them hitting the brown dinosaur. He managed to get off another such splitting arrow before he had to dodge another shard of ice, followed by a stream of fire from the severely wounded red-hide raptor that had managed to get back up once more. The beast was severely weakened as the arrow without a doubt had torn through some essential organs. It would heal in time, if it had time. Jake released a flurry of arrows towards the poor raptor as it was unable to dodge. The one which marked its end was one that penetrated through its hard skull and into its brain. Smiling in satisfaction at the sharpness of the arrows, he turned his attention back to the 2 remaining beasts. Both were wounded by now and bleeding heavily from their wounds. It took only a few minutes to finish off the rest of them, as they exchanged a very uneven trade of projectiles. The raptors preferred to fight at a range, a trait Jake would gladly match. You have slain Red-Hide Raptor LVL 44, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 48,000 TP earned. You have slain Brownhide Raptor LVL 46, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 52,000 TP earned. You have slain Bluehide Raptor LVL 46, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 52,000 TP earned. Jake dismissed the notifications as he went through the results of his totally scientific test. First of all, the arrows were sharp, very sharp. They were like magical razor blades as they cut through his opponent. Secondly, they were durable, far more so than the old ones. A great example was how one had managed to penetrate into the skull of one of the beasts. While it hadn't gone all the way through, it still managed to make its way through a lot of steel-hard bone. The durability was also proven by how none of the arrows had broken. Even when they hit at an awkward angle or hit the ground, they still remained intact. The blades were dulled, but they were intact. This increased sharpness was just what he had hoped for, but it did have some drawbacks. With the old arrows, the beast would have been dead in the first power shot, making Jake remember a valuable lesson in fundamental physics. If an object is thin and sharp, it can easily penetrate an object, of course, needles being a great example of this. However, the overall impact would be severely lessened. It didn't matter as much in the old world, where destroying a vital organ would mean the opponent's death. After the system, losing a heart or even the brain didn't necessarily mean it was the end. Jake had fought plenty of beasts that had managed to keep going even with severe damage to their brains. While they would lose control of their bodies, and often just spasm with the brain unable to control the body, the passive vital energy remaining in the body would eventually heal the brain. This meant that his new arrows actually dealt less damage than the old ones. It was often more effective to do just a large amount of overall damage than harm in a focused area. His old common rarity arrows worked very much like hollow point bullets. They dealt far more damage to a surface area, while not really having as powerful penetrative force when they exploded upon impact. Of course, all this discounted one important detail. Jake didn't need to do a large amount of damage with his arrows. He had poisons for that. The most important thing for him was introducing whatever poison on the arrow into the bloodstream or flesh of his enemy. Overall, he was delighted with his test. Perhaps he would still use the common rarity arrows sometimes if he needed to kill weaker prey who would die to a single one of those arrows, such as the raptor he had just faced. He still had a quiver of common rarity in his spatial storage, after all. Oh well, time to continue, Jake thought to himself as he continued his trek up the mountain. Hopefully, he would find prey that would truly allow his newfound equipment to shine. Chapter 64, Badger's Den. There was little in his way as he made his way up the path. He was traveling on a slightly elevated hill, with a valley on each side as he ran at a brisk pace, a pace that could easily have allowed him to overtake some cars. The road was steep, but it seemed almost unnaturally made. Jake didn't call it a road for no reason. It was clearly formed in a very deliberate way, being nearly flat ground, with not a single beast in the way. And if one needed more proof, it only became more apparent as he got closer to the peak, with the entire route being perfectly flat. On the way, he also conjured new arrows to fill his newly upgraded quiver. To no surprise, the mana requirement per arrow was way higher than before, easily a tenfold increase. An increase of no consequence considering that wisdom still was his highest stat. As he ran, he also carefully observed his surroundings. From his vantage point, he could now see the area far better. It was much like he expected, with a general setup of mountains and valleys. There were 5 mountains, 4 off to the sides, and one that was more massive than all the others in the middle. If Jake's game theory held, the strongest beasts would, without a doubt, be found around or within the big mountain in the center. After taking a good look around, he noticed that the valleys surrounding the mountain he was approaching all had one thing in common: an overflow of badgers. He had already killed an incredible number inside the valley he cleared out, but it seems it was only a small portion of their total number. Not that Jake was afraid of hunting the creatures to extinction. Besides, this entire tutorial wasn't really a sustainable ecosystem to begin with. Sure, beasts were fighting and killing each other, but the scale at which they did it was far too low. Every single animal also seemed to be a carnivore, which was also weird considering the abundance of vegetation. Though considering how levels in the system worked, it made sense for pretty much any living being to focus on killing. Deciding to pick up the pace, he started sprinting as he got closer and closer to the top. The path didn't reach all the way to the peak of the volcano-like mountain, but ended a few hundred meters below. But as he got closer, he noticed a hole in the side of it. More accurately, a cave. The entrance wasn't big, perhaps only allowing a small car through, but more than large enough for Jake to enter. As he got within 25 meters or so of the cave, he came to a halt. Charging in didn't seem like the best idea, even with his sphere of perception and danger perception. He didn't feel any particular sense of danger at the cave entrance, and his intuition told him nothing was off. To be safe, he prepared a few poisoned arrows. With an arrow at the ready, Jake slowly walked towards the cave entrance. He was perhaps overly cautious, but better safe than sorry. As he got closer, his sphere naturally encompassed the cave and allowed him to see nothing, just an ordinary damn cave leading into the mountain. Not a single beast or any living thing for that matter, and it was honestly kind of anticlimactic. Yet Jake decided not to lower his guard anyway as he slowly walked through the entrance. The cave led into a tunnel that gave Jake flashbacks to a certain mushroom-filled one. Of course, this one had no mushrooms. In fact, it didn't have any light sources at all. But it didn't matter. It wasn't long enough to prevent Jake from seeing light at both ends. Getting closer to the end, he noticed that it opened up to a vast circular space, the hollow inside of the mountain. Walking through the entrance, he found himself on a crevice overlooking yet another hidden paradise. Despite what he had predicted, below him was a small forest. Calling it a forest was maybe overdoing it, as there were not even 100 trees due to the limited size, but it did look very serene and beautiful. It was more of a small thicket or grove, really. A brief scan didn't reveal any beasts, which did make Jake rather suspicious. Jumping down, he started walking through the small patch of greenery. He did find a couple of herbs, but nothing else worth noting. As he made his way towards the center, an object suddenly entered his sphere, an object that was all too familiar to him. A door. The last time Jake had encountered such a door, it had changed his life quite drastically after all. He didn't hesitate as he approached the wooden door. After placing his hand on it, a message appeared just like the time with the challenge dungeon. Tutorial dungeon discovered. Dungeons throughout the universe offer groups and individuals a chance to pursue strength and treasures through exploring the pocket dimensions known as dungeons. This variant is only found within the tutorials provided by the system to newly integrated races. Requirements to enter. NA requirements to enter met. Warning: only 5 challengers allowed per party attempting the dungeon. Only 1 party allowed at a time. Note that dungeons can be entered and exited at your own discretion. Enter dungeon. YN reading the message, it quickly became clear to him that this wasn't the same type of dungeon as the challenge dungeon. This one seemed far kinder. It didn't warn Jake of imminent death, and it even allowed whoever entered to just waltz right out if the place didn't strike your fancy. Which removed every last shred of doubt if he should enter or not. Accepting the prompt, he felt his vision shift for a few moments before Jake found himself within yet another cave. A few moments later, a new system message appeared. You have entered the dungeon, Badger's Den. Objective: defeat the Denmother. Reading it, he nodded at the simplicity. This dungeon seems more like the video game kind, he thought, as he looked around the cave. The cave walls weren't made of stone, but earth and soil, making Jake believe that he was literally in a hole in the ground. He saw several small weeds and such growing everywhere, and when he knelt, he could feel the soil's moisture. This place was completely different than the inner area, where most everything had a rocky texture. Even the soil was filled with small rocks and pebbles everywhere. But the ground here was clean, pure earth, the kind any gardener would go crazy over to have in his garden. He didn't see any movement so far in his sphere, but then again, it only showed a long, narrow tunnel in front of him. The tutorial sure likes tunnels and caves, he thought to himself as he started walking forward. He was also pleased to discover that he still had all his equipment and that his spatial storage worked as expected. After all, the challenge dungeon had taken all his weapons, making Jake slightly afraid this place would do the same. A pleasant surprise for sure. After walking for less than a minute, the tunnels started expanding. First, only a little and then a lot, until it completely opened up into a vast underground space. This is also where he finally had discovered what he had hoped to find: beasts, more accurately, badgers. They were all nicely allocated around the place in small groups of 4 to 6, as they mulled about in what seemed like a small predetermined area. At the back of the cavern, he saw a badger that was all on its lonesome. The badger was far bigger and more menacing than all the others. Its colors were no longer the same mix of brown and black, but completely black with spiky fur on its back that had a purple sheen at the end. He started by identifying the badgers in the small groups and was a bit surprised at their levels. Venomfang Badger LVL 56, it was nearly 10 levels above the ones he usually encountered outside. The most powerful he had met had been level 52, but this one seemed to only be on the lower end as he identified a slightly larger one from the same group, Venomfang Badger LVL. It was at a level he couldn't identify, but his intuition told him it wasn't that much higher than the other one. On a side note, he still wasn't sure exactly what the level range for his identify was. After he had gotten both his profession and class, it had gone up to common rarity, where it still was. That had allowed him to use identify on humans and to identify far more items than before, especially alchemical ones, likely also due to his herbology and toxicology skill. But with levels, he was unsure. He hadn't been able to identify the buffalo either, and now he couldn't identify this badger. Turning his gaze towards the big badger at the end, he noticed that the exit of this cave was located right behind it, meaning he would have to go through it if he wanted to proceed. He tried to also identify the badger to some success. Alpha Venomfang Badger LVL. As expected, he couldn't see the level, though he could see the name. It was an alpha. He could vaguely feel that while the beast was stronger than the others by far, it hadn't evolved to D rank yet. He could only imagine the power spike such an evolution would include. The immediate increase of power from a beast evolving was far more than humans from what he could tell. The difference between a level 24 beast and one at 25 was massive. The latter could quickly kill several of the former. For humans, however, it wasn't as big. Evolution did provide some immediate benefits, but compared to beasts, it could be considered minor. He remembered when he got his level 25 race evolution, it didn't really change much. He did grow a few centimeters, but other than that, nothing really happened. He wasn't suddenly twice as strong and fast, but he did notice as time progressed that he adapted easier to his stats. The difference for humans when evolving their race seemed to be more qualitative rather than quantitative. It didn't give a massive immediate stat increase, but was more gradual, as the stats provided by any evolved race or class was far more than before, with the race evolution just serving to build up the foundation for all those stat increases. Of course, all this was discounting skills. Beasts tended to not really have many skills of note. They maybe had one or two, but that was it. The Venomfang Badgers, as an example, had venom on their fangs, and yeah, that was about it. If he had to make a hypothesis, it was that beasts were more focused. He already knew that not all races possessed the same 9 stats that he had, and even if they did, no one said it had to be as diversified as Jake's stats were. If a beast didn't really require stats such as intelligence, wisdom, willpower, and even things such as perception as much as humans did, they would have far more energy left to focus purely on enhancing their body. Of course, humans could do the same with their classes, Jake's own ambitious hunter being a great example as it only gave physical stats. However, his race provided a bonus to all stats, pretty much forcing a balanced approach to some extent. When it came to skills, perhaps beasts also simply had passive ones, or maybe they just didn't really have many skills to begin with. Jake only had 2 skills from his own race, identify and meditate, with the 2 others he had from external sources. With the limited number of skills came little diversity in attack methods and strategy for beasts, which was likely for the best, seeing as beasts acted just like animals and used their instinct above all else, something a human didn't need to. Perhaps the most significant advantage of the more enlightened races. A bit hypocritical coming from Jake, who used his instincts and trusted his intuition far more than what any reasonable person should. But at least he also had his conscious mind to make tactical choices together with his instincts. Taking out his bow, he took out one of the poisoned arrows he prepared before entering the dungeon and found that it still had the poison on it. Due to Malefic Viper's poison's passive effect, the toxicity of the arrow was still there, a nearly forgotten skill during his everyday fighting due to it merely doing its job passively, but incredibly valuable nevertheless. Knocking the arrow, he fired a power shot at the biggest of the badgers in the group he identified before. A total of 4 beasts were in the group, with only one being unidentifiable. The arrow flew true as it struck the badger in the side of its head, penetrating into the brain. The poison was delivered directly into its brain, killing it nearly instantly, or at least it wasn't getting up as it only lay there spasming on the ground. This attack made all the other badgers perk up as they all turned towards him in an eerily simultaneous motion, a tendency they repeated as they all charged towards him in concert. Knocking another poisoned arrow, he shot it towards the weakest one at level 56. The beast tried to dodge, but its forward momentum made it still get hit in the side where the arrow pierced straight through. As the others were getting dangerously close by now, he shadow vaulted backward as he shot another arrow at the already wounded beast. He repeated this vaulting tactic, firing an arrow, and then vaulting once more, as he slowly picked the beasts off one by one, kiting them easily. The shadow vault seemed to confuse the beasts every time he used it, giving Jake perhaps half a second extra time per jump, as the creatures took a bit to reorient themselves. After a few minutes, 2 of the beasts were dead on the ground, with the remaining 2 now only limping after him. They had done an excellent job avoiding getting hit in their vital parts, often able to shift their position slightly to avoid him piercing their hearts or brains. But in the end, it didn't truly matter. The poison worked its way through their system, slowly making them lose their lives. As the final one dropped to the ground and the kill notification came in, he also felt the level up's warm flow. Checking the messages, he took notice of the levels of the beasts as well. You have slain B.I.Badger LVL 60, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 80,000 TP earned. You have slain B.I.Badger LVL 56, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 72,000 TP earned. You have slain B.I.Badger LVL 57, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 74,000 TP earned. You have slain B.I.Badger LVL 57, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 74,000 TP earned. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 34 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Ding. Race Human E has reached level 40 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. The one he couldn't identify had been the one at 60, while he could identify the ones at 57. He was beginning to have a good idea of where the cutoff was, but he was still not entirely sure. Luckily, he had plenty of subjects to test on. Looking out over the cave of badgers and the fact that a single group of the things had given him a level, this hunt was going to be very fruitful. Chapter 65, Chilling with Badgers. Jake could feel that both his mana and stamina were reasonable despite the many shadow vaults. His quiver was also more than half full, making it unnecessary to reconjure more quite yet. After he had poisoned a few more arrows, he set his sights on the next pack 4 badgers, levels similar to the one he had just taken out. With a power shot, he once more took out the group's strongest, as he retreated to where he had fought the first group to not attract more beasts. He had to be a bit cautious for the last group and kite them in a circle, while he now had more space to use. Minutes later, the beasts met their end, as Jake once more got a level. Quite honestly, this was too easy. His arrows were getting low, though, so he had to conjure some more. His stamina also began getting low, so he decided to take a quick break to stock up on arrows while restoring some stamina. Said restoration happened through the consumption of a stamina potion, as he took a quick peek in his spatial storage and saw that his stock was getting low. His consumption of stamina potions was quite insane. He used his skills liberally, making him consume a lot of stamina. That, coupled with him still not being all that practiced making the potions, made him have to drink one nearly every hour when it was off cooldown. Deciding to extend his break a little, he retreated to the tunnel in which he had entered and sat down on the ground as he summoned his mixing bowl. Following that, he took out some purified water and put it in the bowl, along with the green lavender and evergreen grass, as he prepared himself to make the stamina potions. Placing his palm under it, he activated Alchemist's flame, making the transparent flame spring forth. The water slowly heated up as he used his other hand and small strings of mana to pick up the other ingredients as he started his brewing. He always found alchemy relaxing. Even during the challenge dungeon where his life was on the line, he still enjoyed it. It was challenging and complex, yet immensely satisfying to create something. Jake had never really had any hobbies that led to any actual products, being far too into archery or games. His job was the same, with most of his creations simply being documents and figures on a computer. He didn't count putting together a PowerPoint with a bunch of graphs and forecasts to be considered a worthwhile or satisfying creation. But seeing herbs and water slowly turn into the desired color and hearing the following message of his success was oh so satisfying, especially after struggling for a long time to make it correctly. He seriously doubted he would ever forget the first time he made a common rarity necrotic poison. Smiling to himself, he jumped into the work. The hours passed by in the blink of an eye, as Jake sat there absorbed in his alchemy. The dungeon around him was silent, the badgers simply milling about, sniffing the ground and sometimes bumping into each other. The alpha was just sleeping, as it seemed to be waiting for a challenger to appear before it. Only 4 groups of badgers remained. One of them had 4 members like those he had already taken down, while 2 of the others had 5, and the last one 6. By how they were placed, it seemed apparent that you should fight them in order of least to most, ending up against the alpha at the end. Just like a goddamn game, Jake sighed as he started packing up the unused materials and threw the stamina potions he had made into his spatial storage, but not before taking one and chugging it down. Interestingly enough, newly created potions tasted exactly the same as older ones, making Jake briefly wonder if potions had expiration dates. He didn't get a level despite hours passing, but he hadn't expected to either. While his leveling speed was likely monstrous compared to many others with their professions, it was a slow and arduous process compared to leveling his class. A single fight lasting only minutes could earn him a level in his class, while he could easily do alchemy for an entire day without seeing a level up, especially not when he was trying out new recipes. Of course, professions were way safer to level. Jake was in no danger while doing alchemy, and that was even with Jake's profession being one with relatively high levels of risk due to the focus on using potent toxins. But compared to fighting beasts, the danger was negligible. It had to be noted, though, that Jake was in relatively little danger during his fights, in large part due to his profession providing him a very high amount of vitality and toughness, making him far more durable than any agility-based class should ever be at his level. Coupled with the many race levels, it wasn't that surprising that he could easily face beasts many levels above his own. Having finished cleaning everything up, he dismissed all distracting thoughts as he locked onto the next group of badgers, 4 of them once again. The battle went as one would expect, with Jake easily managing to kite them back and kill them one by one. He was exceptionally well matched against them, making it an easy undertaking. 3 groups were now dead, with not a single one of them even touching the edges of his cloak. He didn't get a level from the last group, but luckily there were many enemies left. The next group with 5 badgers proved to be a bit more annoying than the others. The extra beast allowed them to slowly gain ground on him until he was forced to meet the final one in melee. He ended up getting a nasty bite on his arm when he was forced to block its attacks. His attacker, however, didn't fare much better as Jake used an arrow to stab the beast repeatedly while holding it down, with it becoming a battle of attrition. Perhaps the badger had hoped that the potent venom within its teeth would take out Jake before it succumbed to his attacks, a hope that swiftly died as Jake got the notification of the kill. To his surprise, though, he hadn't been able to neutralize the venom entirely through his palate of the Malefic viper. He felt a slight burning sensation in his arm as the poison struggled to travel through his veins. His health was also dropping little by little as his vital energy slowly fought off said venom. The skill clearly increased his resistance still, as he could feel the venom's toxic potency through his sense of the Malefic viper. In terms of pure toxicity, it was on par with his infused blood. He was a bit lucky, though, that the beasts didn't have any resistance to poison themselves. Nothing of note, at least, which wasn't that surprising as many animals usually didn't even have resistance to their own toxins. For example, a snake would be poisoned if bitten by another venomous snake of the same species, or even if it bit itself. Their venom was protein-based, which meant that while they could easily eat prey they had killed with their poison, the same venom would still be deadly if injected into themselves. Being protein-based means that the stomach could break it down and absorb it, making drinking snake venom not actually dangerous under most circumstances. If you didn't have any open wounds in your mouth, throat, or stomach, that is. However, it is still not recommended to drink venom under any circumstances, and based on the venom these badgers possessed, it seemed to be of the same kind as snake venom. Of course, one had to factor in the system and possible magic elements involved. Jake could feel traces of inner energy within the toxin, making it not purely a physical substance. The same was true for all of Jake's own poisons, his blood and concocted poisons both. His blood being mana-based was quite self-evident, considering it was quite literally mana-injected blood. The ingredients used in poison concoction were also all filled with mana, making the poisons made from them also inherently filled with mana. Jake wondered how a poison from before the system would fare against his current body. He remembered certain animals being absolutely ridiculously poisonous, being able to kill giant animals with even a drop of their venom or poison. Perhaps the toxin would be far less effective due to all the magical mumbo-jumbo going on. Taking the venom currently being eradicated in Jake's arm into consideration, he could only imagine how easily non-magical venom would succumb. Not that there was any way to know in the end. The system was here, and it was likely going to stay. After less than a minute, he had finally removed the final trace of venom in his arm, as he noticed that it had managed to take less than 1/20 of his total health. Looking at his notifications quickly, he saw that he had gained another level in his class. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 36 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points asterisk ding. Race Human E has reached level 41 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Honestly, this speed was ridiculous. But then again, he was a level 35 hunter killing beasts around level 60. Additionally, he had the big game hunter skill, which helped him close the stat gap by quite a lot. Noticing his class also reaching level 36, he slapped himself on his forehead as he admonished himself. Why the hell had he used an arrow to stab the badger? He could finally use his new sword. Taking it out, he instantly injected mana and felt that unlike the rare greatsword of nature, this one didn't reject him at all but smoothly absorbed his mana. He immediately felt the faint connection and became aware of how exactly its invading chill ability worked. Short Sword of Icy Winds, uncommon. A sword made out of frost steel and amplified with ice affinity mana over a long time. Due to the material used, the blade afflicts anyone hit with the elemental energy of frost. Enchantments invading chill. Requirements, LVL 35 plus in any class. It wasn't that unlike a poison, but if compared to toxins that had some physical parts to them, this affliction was entirely magical. As the blade was now bound to him, the enchantments and power within also activated as its edge chilled. A frosty layer covered the metal as it started giving off traces of vapor. He had tried to use the sword before he reached level 35 and found that he couldn't inject his mana into it at all. As for wielding it without binding it to himself, that too was impossible as the blade just wouldn't sit right in his hand. It was a weird feeling, but it felt like if he tried to attack anything with it, it wouldn't be as sharp as it should either. He had forgotten actually to test if the theory was correct, but perhaps that was another experiment for another time. What was important right now was that he finally had a proper melee weapon once more. He had found a common rarity dagger in the valley before, meaning he could now dual-wield it together with the short sword. Taking out the dagger, which he had bound to himself when he found it, he started swinging them around to test how it felt. To his satisfaction, he felt that Twin Fang style indeed did work with the short sword, making him not lose out on the stat effectiveness bonuses from the skill. He naturally still didn't get the Weapon of Bone bonus, but hey, what can you do? He decided to put the two weapons back in his storage, as he quite frankly didn't have confidence in beating those badgers purely using melee. One of the reasons he could handle them so easily was that he always killed one before the fight even began and then took them out. However, being surrounded by 5, all scratching and biting at him, yeah, he wasn't going to do that. The damn things were also too damn big, reaching up to his chest. If they stood on their hind legs, they would be more than 3 meters tall, being by far the largest badgers he had encountered so far. Of course, the alpha was even more prominent, the size of a large horse, with far more bulk and presence due to its spiky hide. He couldn't help but get a bit excited at the prospect of fighting it, but first he had to get rid of the last 3 groups. Checking his stuff, he was a bit low on arrows. But he didn't feel like reconjuring more yet, so he decided to make it an excellent excuse also to do a bit of melee combat when he ran out. The first badger went down with the customary power shot, with the next 2 dying to the kiting and splitting arrow combo. The last 2 had only taken minor injuries when they finally managed to pin him down. With a bit of excitement, Jake took out his dagger and short sword, as he used the sword to block the claw of the first badger. He felt himself getting pushed back, having a disadvantage in strength. He barely had time to jump back as the other tried to bite him in the neck. He struggled to get a good foothold as the first one charged again, but this time Jake put the beast between himself and the neck-biting one, making it unable to jump him immediately. Taking the opportunity, he blocked the claw with the dagger once more, as he stabbed the beast in its front, penetrating quite deeply until a bone stopped the blade. The badger screeched as it seemed to go berserk, clawing and biting recklessly, an action that, sadly for the beast, only made the fight easier for Jake. The creature was stronger and slightly faster than himself, but also utterly predictable. He landed a few more cuts on the beast while he dodged the other one that was still desperately trying to bite him to pieces. The badger got slower and slower with every cut from the sword, the invading cold from the sword seeping into its muscles and making them stiffen. Finally, he got in close and landed a touch of the Malefic viper as he put his palm on the side of the beast's contorted face. Its screeching only got louder as the poison slowly started rotting its face, as Jake's shadow vaulted backward, no longer bothering with the thing. It was already dead. A prediction that proved right in only a few seconds as the poison spread to the brain. The remaining badger didn't seem even the tiniest bit disturbed about the horrific death of its former comrade as it continued the frenzied assault. A few minutes later, it met the same fate as Jake stabbed the sword into its heart, after its movements also started getting stiff and sloppy. Jake hadn't come out of the fight unscathed, as his cloak was well and genuinely tattered, and he had several claw marks all over his arms and chest. He had even been bitten once more, and on the same damn arm even. But the thrill of the fight made the pain irrelevant. The sword was sharp, and the icy affliction had done great work. It even made him think of perhaps concocting a nerve toxin to double up on the paralyzing effect. However, the most important thing for now was yet another level. Ding, class Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 37 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points, 2 more groups and 1 big-ass badger left. Chapter 66, The Notorious B.I.Badger. Jake focused on the threads of mana as he supplied mana through every one of them. One of them reached towards his battered cloak, which had been nearly completely destroyed again after the latest fight where he finally took down the last of the Badger groups, leaving only the Alpha left. The self-repair enchant on the cloak would repair it entirely over time, but if one were injecting mana, it would significantly speed up the process. The second string went to his bracers that had taken quite the beating too. He had used them to block quite liberally, making them well and truly scratched up. One of them even had several bite holes in them from the 2 times he had been bitten. The third string went to the empty quiver as he supplied mana to conjure more arrows. Yet another 2 were currently picking up a blue mushroom each as they slowly put it into the mixing bowl he was holding with his 2 hands. If he was doing relatively easy concoctions or brews, he could do it with only 1 hand on the bowl, but it was more comfortable with 2 hands if he needed a bit finer control. And as he was currently making more necrotic poison, he needed both hands. Of course, he made it a bit harder for himself by deploying mana strings and charging up or repairing his stuff. But in the end, it turned out successful as he was met by the beautiful message confirming his successful concoction and finally getting that level up. Ding. Profession. Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper has reached level 47 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points asterisk. Ding. Race. Human E has reached level 43 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points along with that level. He had already gotten quite the gains from the dungeon. Jake had been there for 10 hours by now, as he had to take a break before fighting the second to last and final group of badgers. He quickly burned through all 60 arrows in every one of those fights, as the damn things were relatively resilient and good at avoiding fatal injuries. As it took a bit of time to reconjure the arrows, he also spent the time concocting a bit. He had decided to go all out against the Alpha Badger and use some of his limited supply of necrotic poison. He was starting to run a bit low on blue mushrooms by now. He cursed himself for casually eating them out of habit in the period after leaving the challenge dungeon, but not as much as he cursed himself for not clearing out the long tunnel filled with them after exiting the challenge dungeon. It was unlikely that he would return for them as, well, he kind of didn't know the way back. He was a hunter, sure, but that didn't mean that his sense of direction was that powerful. Besides, the damn forest in the outer zone looked the same all over, with nearly no discernible landmarks. At least the inner area had huge mountains of different heights to orientate oneself quickly. At least the dungeon was straightforward, quite literally, as there was only an opening at each end of the cave. After he finished most of his preparations, he meditated for a few hours to fully restore himself. Only a single enemy remained in front of him, and from the feeling it gave off, the thing was stronger than anything he had ever faced before. Exiting meditation, he took out the newly concocted bottle of necrotic poison as he started dipping his arrows in it one by one. Leaving nothing up to chance, he dipped all 60 of them, making sure that he could give the beast a sufficient dosage of death. After he was done, he put on the now fully repaired cloak and bracers. It was a bit weird how he retained the stats from the bracers even after removing them, though his connection to them slowly worsened when he didn't have them on, so he assumed that if he took them off for too long, the stats would disappear. Shifting his focus back on the huge Alpha Venomfang Badger, he noted that he still couldn't see its level even after his level-ups. The Alpha was no longer sleeping but sitting on the ground, almost as if it was waiting for him. The moment he defeated the group with 6 badgers in it, the beast had woken up and moved to the position it was currently in. Likely by design, Jake noted. Still too damn video game-like, he sighed. It was kind of eerie how the beast could be only 100 meters away from him on flat ground, and while he could clearly see it from here, it somehow didn't react to his presence at all. The same was true for all the badgers. Jake could attack one group without any of the others bothering. They should clearly be able to both hear and see, and yet, nothing. Outside it was a bit different, with the beasts roaming more, and while their range of perception was limited, the mere fact that they moved around made it more likely for someone to get into a fight accidentally. His unintended engagement of the small dinos during his fight with the buffalo was a great example. He had kited it around as he usually did, and accidentally moved too close to a bunch of the small buggers. The fact that their range of engagement was more extensive than his sphere of perception hadn't helped either, but these badgers, he could easily encompass them with his sphere and still not pull them. It had to be noted that his sphere currently had a range of a bit over 20 meters. Heck, the fact that he could sit here in the dungeon and concoct poisons while they were only tens of meters away was just weird. It worked to his advantage though, so he wasn't going to complain that much. As he stared down the giant badger in the distance, he took out an arrow from his quiver, nocked it, and took aim at the beast. It still didn't react as he started charging power. He couldn't overdo it, as he doubted the creature would die in a single blow, and having a numb or even damaged arm wouldn't be advisable. At the same time, it couldn't be too weak either. After 8 or so seconds, as Jake started to feel the soreness set in, he released the arrow to the usual explosion of energy. He had aimed at the head of the beast, hoping for an easy one-shot, a hope that was quickly snuffed out as the beast reacted the moment he released the arrow. The otherwise dull eyes turned sharp, and the beast sprung into motion as it dodged to the side far faster than any other opponent Jake had faced before. It still managed to get scratched, but it was a surface wound at best. Despite it dodging his initial blow, Jake didn't get disappointed but instead felt excitement. This one was a worthy opponent, a good hunt, a challenge he would gladly face. Taking out another arrow, he fired a splitting arrow that surprised the beast charging towards him. 3 of the 5 arrows hit as it dodged, but notably, it clearly purposefully avoided the original poisoned arrow. Narrowing his eyes, Jake knew this beast, despite its prior demeanor, had sharp instincts. He only had time to get off 1 more splitting arrows before the beast made it to him. It passed the 100-meter gap in only 3 or so seconds, putting most sports cars to shame with its monstrous acceleration. And this was even with the beast finding time to dodge the arrows on the way. Jake shadow vaulted backward but didn't have time to fire another arrow before the beast was upon him once more. His tactic of briefly confusing his enemy by vaulting clearly not working on this one. He still hadn't managed to properly land any poisoned arrows on the beast, as he was forced to block a swipe of its claws. Its strength outclassed Jake by far, and right before it hit him, he leaped backward, borrowing the momentum of its blow to create some distance. However, the claw still tore into his bracers and arms, but besides that, he handled the blow relatively well. He felt his bones creak a bit, and it did send reverberations up his arms, but his body could take it. Having gotten some distance, Jake finally managed to land an arrow on the beast, though not hitting any critical areas, but it was enough to deliver the toxic payload. The arrow pierced its entire arrowhead into the hide of the beast, notably less than with the normal venom fang badgers, where they either went straight through or only stopped when hitting bone or dense muscles. But it was fine. As long as the arrow could penetrate the tough hide of the beast, he could kill it. The beast itself also seemed to notice the poison's effects as it screeched in anger, far louder than even the molerat screechers had. His ears were ringing, and he felt his vision go black for a second. However, his danger sense still warned him of the maw of the beast descending upon him, allowing him to shadow vault to the side and avoid the danger. He had no intention of letting the beast sink its fangs into him. He couldn't nullify the effect of the venom of the smaller ones, so he saw no chance with the alpha, no reason to turn this into a battle of attrition. Shadow vaulting once more right after the first allowed him to get a bit more distance, as he noticed the beast behind him scratching at the wound he had inflicted. To his horror, he saw it rip out the piece of flesh where he had hit, along with the arrow itself. Shit, Jake thought. The necrotic poison didn't really spread that well though blood. It broke down the flesh and spread through that. With the beast having ripped out the infected meat, it eliminated the majority of the infection. Gotta switch it up, he decided as he pulled out a poison he had barely used. The very first type of poison he had ever made. Weak hemotoxic poison, inferior, increases bleeding on infected entities and makes any injuries harder to heal. The poison must be introduced directly into the bloodstream to have any effect. It was of a lower rarity and effect, but it would likely do well against this type of foe. It already had several bleeding wounds, including the one it had just given itself. He could see the flesh writhing as it visibly started healing, so he had no time to hesitate. Using the time he had been given by the beast ripping out the infected flesh, he took out an arrow and swiftly cleaned as much of the necrotic poison off it as he could with his cloak. Mixing poisons never ended well and would often make the effects worse. With no time to carefully dip the arrow in the poison, he just poured it out over the arrow swiftly as he briefly made eye contact with the beast out of the corner of his eyes. It was coming. Forced to retreat once more, he chucked the bottle towards the beast. Luckily, the creature decided that the empty bottle was a major threat as it jumped to the side to avoid it, buying Jake even more time. He only had 1 arrow prepared with the poison, and he didn't know if he would get time to make another. He had no confidence in facing the beast in a melee brawl, not yet at least. If he could weaken it significantly first, perhaps he would be able to, but he needed to land this shot. Splitting arrow had proved not to work, and a regular shot had a big chance of being dodged. He needed to get a short-channeled power shot somehow off. His experimentation with speeding up the channeling speed had been gradual. He could slightly do it now, but he didn't exactly have a tremendous rate of success. Either it was negligible, or it just made the skill fail as all the stored inner energy dispersed into nothingness. Tough times call for tough decisions, he thought as he took the gamble. What better time to try something new and risky than in a battle of life and death? Having decided on a plan, he decided to take advantage of the beast's fear of bottles. He had thousands of empty bottles for poison and potions still in his storage, and was more than willing to toss a few at the thing. Taking out a handful of bottles, he threw it at the once again charging B.I.Badger as it predictably dodged to the side. Jake didn't even take time to see if the feint worked as he raised his bow with the hemotoxic arrow knocked. Focusing all his perception inwards, he started the skill and tried to hasten the flow of stamina. He felt it speed up significantly as he willed it to, and he felt the energy enter his arms at a rate like never before, a rate that was far too unstable. All the energy built up disappeared even faster than it had gathered, making Jake curse inwardly. The first part had been fine, but he couldn't finish it. It was too unstable, too rushed, with the energy not being guided properly. He didn't have time to try again, as the beast also switched up its tactic. The needle-like hair on its back suddenly stood up straight as he screeched towards him once more, giving him the same nauseous feeling. And just like before, his danger sense warned him right after, while his sphere of perception made him aware of the nature of the threat. Hundreds of small, thin, needle-sharp hairs were heading towards him at breakneck speed. Having no other choice, he charged towards the needles, as he used his shadow vault to phase through them. In a less than positive turn of events, he found that the needles had quite a lot of energy infused in every one of them, making Jake lose more than 1,000 mana as well as more health than he would have liked. However, he didn't regret his choice as his hearing returned after the screech, and he heard the sizzling sound the needles made as they were embedded in the ground. Venomfang my ass should be called Venomhair, he cursed jokingly in his mind as now found himself closer to the beast than he would like. Despite the danger, he had to admit that he was very much enjoying himself. With only 5 or so meters between them, the beast took its chance to snap at him, making Jake sidestep the blow, as he swiftly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the side of the beast's head, penetrating the chest. It reacted quickly as he was swiftly knocked back by the beast swinging its head. To make matters worse, the alpha had managed to scratch his chest with one of its fangs during the motion. He instantly felt the pain spread throughout his chest as the venom started taking hold. He subconsciously mobilized his vital energy to better fight it off as he looked in the direction of the beast trying to get the sword out of its chin. He had bought some time. He had dropped his bow but had made sure to keep hold of the arrow. He still had his old bow from before he got the one upgraded to common rarity. It was weaker, but if he infused mana into it, he should be able to make it hold together long enough to. Something clicked in his mind at that moment. His control of inner energy was weak, but his mana control was far better, practiced through his alchemy, and helped along by his talent in it, if he could use mana to support the process. He could do it. Mana couldn't be directly injected into the body in its pure form, but it could be manifested in the air and injected into non-living physical things, such as his bow. Raising his old bow, he knocked the arrow in an almost trance-like state as the beast still thrashed around, trying to get the sword out of its chin. The invading chill was slowly seeping into it, annoying it more than doing any actual damage. He began using Power Shot as the process started as usual. However, this time he tried speeding up the channel as he also injected mana into the bow simultaneously. The bow and his muscles were overwhelmed with energy in moments, but this time the inner energy didn't disperse. The mana in and surrounding the bow held it in place as it reached equilibrium. The energy began building up like never before till it reached the crescendo. Having no time to waste, Jake released the string, as both the mana and inner energy flooded outwards, creating an explosion, unlike any power shot he had ever done before. The bow exploded into splinters when he released the string, unable to sustain its form after the mana had ravaged it from within. He saw the notification pop up in front of him the second the arrow was released, as it flew towards the beast that didn't even have time to react. Skill upgraded Power Shot Uncommon, Infused Power Shot Rare, Chapter 67, Infused Power Shot. The newly gained Infused Power Shot shot the arrow at an unprecedented speed as it hit the Alpha Venomfang Badger right in its midsection. The powerful attack tore straight through the beast's body as it exited out the other way, piercing any vital organ in the way. Jake was overjoyed at his method working and wanted to read through the notification with the upgraded skill, but was quickly brought back to reality by the Alpha's mad roar as it charged towards him with reckless abandon. He quickly realized the gravity of the situation as he was forced to jump to the side to avoid its mad charge. His bow had broken upon releasing the arrow. His sword was still hanging from the beast's chin, as it seemed to have gotten stuck on something, and his other bow had been thrown who knows where after the mad rampage of the creature. But he did have one big thing going for him in the big hole torn straight through the creature, coupled with the wounds left behind by a few arrows and the piece of flesh it had torn off itself. Instead of the bleeding stopping from these wounds, it had now started again, the hemotoxin doing its work. The beast was also no longer as bright as before. The infused power shot seemed to have thoroughly enraged it, making it thrash around uncontrollably. However, the large movements only served to worsen its wounds. A problem for Jake, though, was his inability to capitalize on the situation further. He didn't have a bow nor a sword, and trying to stab it with arrows or his dagger in melee didn't seem like a good idea either. So he went with perhaps the most boring approach and kited it around, letting blood loss do the job for him. After running around for a few minutes, he finally found his bow as it appeared in his sphere. With it in hand, he could continue to land potshots on the beast whenever an opportunity presented itself. These arrows were the ones soaked with necrotic poison, making them all the more deadly. In an attempt to take less damage, the beast ended up taking more as it ripped out all the poisoned arrows shortly after they hit it. Huge chunks of flesh were torn out, but the alpha could not regenerate as every last shred of vitality was spent trying not to succumb to blood loss. The badger started getting slower as pools of blood soaked into the already moist soil. Its screeches got less intense as it got weaker and weaker. This naturally only made it easier for Jake to do more and more damage to the beast, making the conclusion of their fight inevitable. Finally, the beast fell on the ground after Jake landed an arrow on one of its legs. It still tried to crawl forward, but with it barely moving, he safely finished it off by finally landing an arrow in its eyes, penetrating into the skull. With a breath of relief, he looked at the dead beast. It had been the strongest enemy he had ever faced by far. The fight had given him a feeling he had missed for a long time. Everything had been too easy after he exited the challenge dungeon. He didn't count the ambush by Richard as that wasn't a fight but a one-sided attack, a battle he didn't even want to have, based on false pretenses. That time had only been about escaping. He hadn't been in the right headspace, but if it ever happened again. No, he would never allow himself to be so stupid as to land in such a situation a second time. And if he was, he wanted just to be strong enough to dominate the opposition. To do that, Jake needed to challenge himself and improve, but every other fight had just been too simple. Jake had barely taken damage in most of them, and both his stamina and mana rarely took a hit. A few good fights had been here and there, but nothing to really stroke his desire for a real challenge. But now he had finally gotten one. It was a satisfying feeling, to be sure. Looking at his notifications, he got a level, but what he instead focused on was his surprise at the Badger level. You have slain Alpha Venomfang Badger LVL 71, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 102,000 TP earned *, ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 40 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points only 71, he thought as he double-checked. That seemed way too low. Several badgers had been in their 60s and were so much weaker. He trusted the instincts that told him the beast hadn't evolved to degrade but was still E-grade like him. Then again, it did kind of make sense. The race of the beast was different, a variant, like how he could have gone a worse class or profession, so could one perhaps get worse races? Or maybe only beasts could, as Jake was unsure if humans could somehow evolve into something, not human. He couldn't help but remember the Malefic Viper. He had once been a snake, a beast of some sort, but he had transformed to become a dragon, and even now he had the form of a scaled, very human-looking man. Several considerable changes to his race appeared through that line of evolution, though always keeping the reptilian theme. For him to have had several variant races throughout that journey could only be expected. Perhaps these badgers were the same. Variants appeared among them, providing better stats and skills. It would certainly explain why a level gap of only a 10 or so between badgers could mean so much, an explanation he was sure to get in the future. For now, however, he had plenty of things to do. The first thing he did was to retrieve his sword from the mouth of the beast. It took quite a bit of work to get it free, as it had been stuck between two teeth, and the creature had only made it worse as it tried to get it out, pressing it down into the flesh. Painful, to say the least. Luckily, the blade itself was fine. Jake had feared that it would be damaged, and as it didn't possess the repair enchantment, he would have no way of fixing it. Next, he looked back at the notifications list and saw the new and improved Infused Power Shot. Infused Power Shot rare, stamina as fuel, mana as a guide. Unlike a normal power shot, the Infused Power Shot does not require a long charging time but can be charged in a brief moment. The higher the magnitude of the charge, the greater the stamina and mana expenditure. Charging Infused Power Shot may empower the skill further. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility, strength, and intelligence when using Infused Power Shot. He was thrilled that the system had recognized his attempt and given him a new skill. He could feel the system helping him there towards the end, though it was only slightly. Honestly, he did most of it on a whim, somehow applying techniques he mainly used when doing alchemy. As for the new skill, it was quite an improvement. It had been improved from uncommon to rare rarity, and the charging time had been nearly removed. The scaling of the skill also now included intelligence, making Jake happy to finally use the stat. Well, he did have Touch of the Malefic Viper, but that skill required him to touch his opponent, making it quite hard to use against opponents like the Alpha that could rip him apart in melee. His Alchemist of the Malefic Viper provided him 2 intelligence per level, while he also got 2 for every race level up, giving him a total of 150 intelligence currently. It was his lowest stat by quite a bit, but he was happy that it finally had some use at least, though he had to admit that the stat likely brought benefits he was unaware of. It was one of the big 3 mental stats, the others being wisdom and willpower, so it had to do something. Willpower, as an example, increased his mana regeneration, while his wisdom, of course, increased his maximum mana. If he had to guess, then intelligence maybe had something to do with the potency of mana. Nevertheless, it felt good to finally have the stat mentioned as providing bonuses to a skill. Infused Power Shot was also far more powerful than the old Power Shot, or the potential for it to be powerful was higher. Power Shot relied solely on his stamina, along with his physical body's ability to withstand the pent-up energy until he released it all in an explosion of might. This new version used both mana and stamina. Now the weapon was covered alongside Jake's body, making that also matter far more. The limiter on the amount of charged mana was the weapon used and Jake's ability to control the mana and stamina's equilibrium. As an equilibrium was required, his limit of charged-up stamina was actually the same, as he had to use a corresponding amount of mana as stamina. The damage inflicted by overcharging the skill was also unchanged, though now it also risked breaking the weapon. The skill's power was determined by the amount of mana and stamina combined, naturally making the skill far stronger, though it wasn't a simple addition, making the power double. A fast shot without any charging time wasn't close to as strong as Jake's fully charged power shot before. He could also feel that it wasn't like he couldn't do a power shot like before, relying purely on stamina. He couldn't imagine many scenarios where he would do that, but he could. As for the final part of the skill, this was where the system took entirely over and helped him. The release of the skill was entirely the system's doing, while Jake had only willed the way it was supposed to happen. How it managed to release the energy into the attack so perfectly was way above his pay grade. If it works, I guess, Jake thought as he shrugged mentally. The system was a bit weird in many areas. Skills could clearly be unlocked or upgraded according to the user's actions, but he had yet to see any new skills being gained straight out. The option would just appear the next time you acquired the opportunity to unlock another skill, which coincidentally was very relevant currently as he had just hit level 40. Ambitious Hunter class skills available with no reason to delay, he accepted the prompt to unlock a new skill, as the long list of selections appeared before him. The usual suspects were still there, with all the weapon skills still clogging up the beginning, followed by all the skills he had passed over while still a regular archer. At 30, he had considered Hunter's tracking and Hunter's trapping expertise quite a bit but had ultimately passed them in favor of splitting arrow, a decision he didn't regret. He could see many situations where they would be useful, but he just didn't really feel like they appealed to him yet. Perhaps next time, he told himself, knowing full well that another, more attractive option would likely also present itself next time. The exciting part of the skills was always the newcomers, after all, of which there were a few, the first one not really that exciting though. Infused Strike common. Sometimes there is strength in simplicity. Charge a melee weapon with mana, striking for additional damage. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of intelligence and strength when using Infused Strike. This skill was just, yeah, perhaps it could be useful, but Jake doubted it would be anywhere close as useful as many of his other options. Besides, melee wasn't his first choice to begin with. While he saw himself as somewhat competent at it, the goal was ultimately just to find an opportunity to create some distance and return to using his bow. The creation of the additional skill option also helped confirm the precedent that he would more or less directly create these new options. He was pretty damn sure that Infused Strike came as a result of Infused Power Shot. Of course, he was sure there were more complicated reasons behind the system's way of unlocking skills. He naturally wasn't going to with Infused Strike. The next skill option also made it a lot easier to rule it out. Determination of the Ambitious Hunter, rare. The Ambitious Hunter is not one to back down even in front of the most frightening foe. The mind of Fortress, the Hunter determined, increases resistance to all mental and illusion-based attacks, increases resistance to suppressive effects, adds a small bonus to the effect of determination of the Ambitious Hunter based on willpower, a passive defensive skill, a rare one at that. The effects seemed okay, though not necessarily that useful for Jake's current situation. He hadn't met much in the vein of mind manipulation yet, but the thought of it scared him to death. The mind was a complicated thing, and Jake didn't like the idea of it being manipulated the slightest. Imagining someone controlling you without you yourself, even being aware of it, was just downright chilling. To be a willing puppet just because of some fucked-up skill. Most mental magic was not like that, though, he hoped. Thinking back, perhaps the Molerat Screechers and even the Alpha had used some sort of mental attack with their screeches. The attacks were not merely physical but had energy mixed in, momentarily jolting his mind, throwing his senses for a loop. Of course, he had been fine due to his bloodline abilities making him not rely on his usual senses, but it had still been a harrowing experience, and the feeling of vertigo far from pleasant. The skill also provided resistance against illusions and suppressing effects, both also things Jake hadn't really encountered as far as he knew. Quite honestly, he wasn't much into the skill. While he believed it would be instrumental during certain situations, for now, he needed something to make him stronger immediately. The reason for that being quite simple. The dungeon wasn't done yet. He still had the objective of defeating the Denmother. While he had slain an alpha, the beast hadn't been the big baddie. The Denmother was likely a beast even stronger than the alpha, so he needed something to help him in the fight against it. Something the final skill without a doubt would. Mark of the ambitious hunter, rare. The prey is chosen, the hunt begins. Covertly mark a target, making you aware of their position at all times until the mark expires or is dispelled. All damage done to the marked target is increased. Additional bonus experience earned for slaying a marked target above your level. Adds a small bonus to the damage inflicted, the mark's duration, and the mark's subtlety based on perception. The first part of the skill that allowed him to know his prey's position was kind of irrelevant to him currently. He had yet to meet a beast that would run away or abandon a fight, forcing him to hunt after it. However, he could see it being useful if he ever did clash with an enemy who made a retreat, such as if he had been able to mark William back then. No, the reason why he wanted this skill was due to the damage increasing effect. This was also his first time seeing a skill that said it straight up increased damage done. It was always an increase effect of stat, or something like that. The skill scratched both his itches, firstly, to earn more power and secondly, to explore the system's intricacies. It even had that final bonus experience earned for killing foes above his level to top it off. Such a bonus already existed for everyone based on the kill notifications, but he assumed this one would only increase that bonus. This effect likely came from the ambitious part of the skill name, as it seemed pretty in line with his class's theme. Of course, this effect was also a first to see on a skill. He didn't have much to think about as he accepted the skill and felt the information flood his brain. After a few moments, he knew exactly how to use the skill, just like the others. Turning towards the cavern's exit, he walked past the alpha as he gave it one last nod of approval, as a bit of excitement started building in his chest. The fight with the Denmother was sure to be even more exhilarating. Chapter 68, Dungeon equals Alchemy. By now it was officially confirmed. The system loved long and annoying, pointless tunnels forcing you to walk for way longer than was reasonable. He had been walking for 30 minutes by now. The light behind him was no longer visible, while he didn't see anything in front of him either. It was subtle, but the tunnel curved slightly, making it quite natural that he couldn't see either end. The big cavern where he had fought the Alpha had been relatively well lit by crystals covering the ceiling, but for some reason, the system hadn't bothered lighting the tunnels in any way. Then again, the tunnels were made to look like the Badgers had dug them out, or maybe they had actually been dug out by them. Jake seriously doubted that, with the rest of the dungeon being so obviously pre-designed, but who knows. Luckily though, Jake had his own source of light. His alchemical flame, while a transparent flame, did give off quite a bit of light. He didn't need the light for knowing where to go as he had his sphere, but because of what Jake was doing as he walked, a book was in one of his hands, illuminated by the flickering flame. The title read, Blood and Poison, Intermediate Hemotoxins. Not exactly a bestseller, but Jake still found it incredibly interesting. While the hemotoxic poisons had proved very useful against the Alpha, he still found it lacking, which was why he had decided to create a better version for his fight with the Denmother. The dungeon didn't have any time limit, so he saw no reason to rush through it recklessly. Then again, he wasn't going to dally around for no reason. Leveling his alchemy was, in Jake's opinion, just as important as his class, and crafting the hemotoxic poison was yet another worthwhile challenge. He was also getting close to his next skill from his profession, and he had a feeling the next one was going to be juicy. Life and death battles weren't necessary to scratch his competitive itch and his instinct to challenge himself. The complex concoction techniques and high requirements for precise mana control also did that. So far, Jake had only ever created 2 poisons above inferior grade. One was his necrotic poison, while the other was the rare amalgamation he had used to pass the challenge dungeon. The necrotic poison he could make mainly due to his palate of the Malefic viper, combined with him eating far more blue mushrooms than he would ever admit to. As eating them gave him insight into their nature, he quickly got extremely familiar with them. And even with that, it still took him quite a while before he crafted his first one. The amalgamation of poison couldn't really be considered a proper concoction. It had been unstable and would lose its effectiveness within a short time after being crafted, and even then the effects were questionable at best. On top of that, Jake had used 10 rare mushrooms for that one creation, not exactly being frugal with his ingredient spending. Needless to say, it wasn't a feat he could easily replicate. Which left him with his current challenge of making the hemotoxin he was currently aiming for. He had the ingredients for it already, still having them stored in his necklace. He had gotten used to the spatial storage by now, but occasionally he was reminded of how impressive it actually was. The herbs stayed fresh within the necklace, just like they had in the garden found in the challenge dungeon. It was like walking around with a portable greenhouse frozen in temporal suspension. Within that metaphorical greenhouse, he had also located the plant which he intended to use, bloodthorn stalk common, a relatively common herb found in areas with an abundance of vitality-based creatures. It has a sweet smell, often attracting unwitting animals. A significant amount of tainted vital energy is found within, agitating the blood of any living entity it touches. This stalk was, as the description said, not very rare. It grew by absorbing the blood of living beings who touched it. This was mainly done to animals thinking it was a beneficial herb, and then attempting to eat it, only for the stalk to stay firmly rooted in the ground, scratching the inside of the beast's mouth and absorbing its blood. The ground below these plants was often red, making many believe that the herb grew in blood-soaked soil. However, it was later discovered that the earth became red due to the bloodthorn stalk, concentrating the vital energy into it to attract even more prey. It was quite the insidious plant that had killed and maimed countless living things. Jake had even noticed the stalks starting to turn a bit withered moments after taking them out, forcing him to make a quick run back and pick up a few Badger corpses to feed the poor murder stalks. When he was back there, he also considered if he could use anything from the beast's corpses to make any poisons. Sadly, his sense of the Malefic viper made it clear that their venom stopped working after their deaths. If Jake had to guess, it was due to the lack of internal energy, so he had just to use their corpses to feed the stalks. On an important side note, they actually tasted pretty good. The herb had a lovely smell, with a lot of liquid within. The thorns were peeled off before he started his feasting, of course. He ate plenty of them, as he familiarized himself with the herb before he would begin his practice. Interestingly enough, the stalks didn't restore any mana when he ate them, but instead released a tiny amount of vital energy. Thinking back, he hadn't really eaten anything worthwhile for a very long time. It wasn't that he no longer needed substance, but that he managed to keep himself fed only through herbs. He had a habit of eating a few of those he found as he roamed about. Wait, am I a vegan now? He suddenly thought randomly. Well, a pretty shitty vegan, considering that he killed beasts all the time. But hey, he didn't eat them, though he really should. Honestly, one can only blame the badgers for not looking appetizing. As his thought wandered far from the book in his hand, he finally saw the other end of the long tunnel with his sphere. Picking up the pace slightly, he found himself in another cavern, about the same size as before. Scanning the cave with his gaze, there were far fewer badgers, him seeing only 5 in total. The problem was the kind of badgers, however. 4 of them were the same big badger with the weird spiky hair, Alpha Venomfang Badger LVL. The only thing that soothed him slightly was the fact that they were all spread out. They all seemed to be very territorial, only staying within their designated area. At the end of the room was a hill with yet another badger lying upon it. This one was quite different from any of the others. It didn't have any spikes, but its hairs all seemed fine and smooth. It had white lines running across its sides in intricate patterns, looking quite beautiful, really. Its size was slightly larger than the alphas, but more importantly, it gave off a feeling that made Jake instantly aware that this beast was the real leader of this pack. Denmother LVL. The beast was clearly stronger, but still not evolved yet. It was a great relief, as he had feared the creature to have been degraded, something Jake had absolutely no confidence in facing. All of the alphas also felt only slightly stronger than the one had already killed. It was very slight, but it was there. Had he been thrown out of the main cavern or something? Jake wondered. It was imperative to figure out the intricate lore of the Badger Cave, after all. He had taken down one alpha, and he had confidence in doing so with these ones. Sure, they were slightly stronger, but he had also gained quite a lot. No, the problem was his current state. Ripped robe, punctured bracers, and all resources relatively low. His first order of business was to get that in order, with the second being practicing his alchemy and killing the alphas. He knew it wasn't a one-day project to finish the hemotoxin poison, so he decided to switch between alchemy and fighting, picking off the badgers one by one. If all went well, his poison should be ready for his clash with the Denmother. With no reason to sit around, he started getting to work on restoring his equipment and finishing his preparations for his first crafting attempt. He read the recipes, ate the herbs, and fixed his things over the next couple of hours. With everything ready, he got started on the arduous process of crafting an entirely new poison. The differences between inferior rarity and common rarity weren't huge, but they were far from insignificant. The complexity required in the control of mana and the handling of the ingredients was at another level. Purified water, aged green moss, bloodthorn stalk, as well as a good whiff of his own blood empowered with blood of the Malefic viper, and he was good to go. The first part went as expected, as he extracted the energy from the moss and integrated it with the water and his blood. This part was the same as with necrotic poisons, making him experienced in it already, hence finishing that part without any issues. Next, he started applying the sweet nectar found within the bloodthorn stalks. You didn't need the stalk itself, but only the juices found within. The highly concentrated liquid entered the mixing bowl with nothing unexpected happening. The juices and the rest of the mix acted like magnets with the same poles, pushing the other party away. But of course, Jake needed them to mix, and not just mix, but merge and bring out synergistic effects. As he tried nudging them closer together, the small barrier that separated them unexpectedly broke apart, and the energies smashed together before Jake could even react. The entire concoction seemed to erupt as all the liquid flew into the air, splashing all over his clothes. He managed to close his eyes and avoid getting anything into them, but his newly restored cloak wasn't so lucky. The acidic properties of his blood still lingered in the brew, making his cloak once more full of holes as small patches of it had eroded. That went well, Jake thought to himself as he started restoring his cloak once more. He also had his skin hit, but his resistance and high toughness left him with nothing more than a few red marks. What Jake had just experienced was a great example of why alchemists specializing in toxins had high vitality and toughness. The mixing process was far more dangerous than a regular potion, and even if the same thing had happened during the brewing of one, the eruption would only have left Jake covered in harmless liquids. Of course, this was discounting that many alchemists who made poisons had to sometimes test and experiment with their toxins. And the best way to learn of the effect of poison was to experience it yourself. Jake hadn't done this yet, but then again, he hadn't really made that many different sorts of toxins, though his one original creation had nearly killed him. After his initial failure, he made a few more attempts, finding little but steady progress. No level was awarded for his efforts, still putting him at 47, but he wasn't discouraged. He drank one final health potion, topping up his health as he entered meditation to restore his stamina and mana. Those two were relatively easy to restore. Mana continually regenerated, while stamina was restored whenever he meditated or slept. Health was another story. It did regenerate naturally, but at a rate far slower than the other two. He had lost quite a bit of health against the alpha venomfang badger, and if he wanted to have that regenerate naturally, it would likely take days. He doubted even a week would be able to fill it, which was why he used health potions to top it off. Without those, his progress would be far slower as he would be forced to take far too long breaks. This was also the reason why healers were so essential to have when leveling. Exiting meditation a few hours later, he checked his status menu, putting all his free points into perception. He had already done that with quite a lot of them before he had gotten Mark of the Ambitious Hunter, but now that he had that, it only confirmed his choice. Looking over the status, he was very satisfied. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. LVL 43. Class: Ambitious Hunter. LVL 40. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 47. Health points: HP 35 40 35 40 Mana points: MP 34 27 42 10 Stamina 1501 1890 Stats: Strength 231 Agility 284 Endurance 189 Vitality 354 Toughness 190 Wisdom 421 Intelligence 150 Perception 493 Willpower 224 Free points 0 Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer I, Dungeon Pioneer I. Class: Skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Basic Stealth Inferior, Advanced Archery Common, Hunter's Sight Uncommon, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare. Infused Power Shot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Profession: Skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Palate of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Blood of the Malefic Viper Epic, Blessing. True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True, Race: Skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Identify Common, Meditate Common, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Ability Unique. The most significant growth was in his perception. He had gained nearly 150 points since he entered the dungeon with all the levels and his investment of free points. In reality, he had only invested 120 points or so, but the 25% bonus from his bloodline and title resulted in quite the increase, and he could feel the increase. It was in minor things, like when he focused on an object, he could more easily make out small details, and when he focused on his hearing, he could hear even the smallest thing. It wasn't like perception just straight up boosted one's senses, as it would be horrendously annoying if you had to listen to the sound of your own heart constantly. He had to focus on it, which means that it didn't help as much if he was distracted. Where he could easily see the growth was with his sphere. With every point invested, it slightly increased in its area of effect and clarity. It wasn't by much, but it was there. As for his danger sense and other things related to his bloodline, he had no idea if they even interacted with the stat to begin with. Then again, his bloodline was an intrinsic part of him. Would he even notice if they improved, or would it not just feel utterly natural to him, as it in a sense was natural? Closing his status menu once more, he briefly considered checking the tutorial panel but decided against it. Distractions would do him no good. In this dungeon, it was just him and a bunch of overgrown badgers. The rest of the survivors be damned. He identified the first prey, taking out his bow, as he prepared an arrow with his old, weak hemotoxic poison. He had been sitting still for long enough, and it was time to do some light exercise with a bit of mortal combat. Chapter 69, Augur of Hope. Private tutors since he could barely walk, expensive private schools, and a support system surrounding him made up of the best money could buy. Graduated top of his class, got into the best university, and once more proved himself excellent, being at the top once more. He had been in the papers, praised by everyone, but he had always tried not to let it get to his head. His father had been the treat the janitor like the CEO type of person. His old man had even refused to hire him at his own company, telling him he had to go his own way. Connections certainly had helped to begin with, but as he made his way into the corporate world, he once more excelled. At first, perhaps he was chosen because he was his father's son, but now Jacob was selected because he was the best man for the job, a mark of honor for him. But this shitty place wasn't one where he excelled. This godforsaken shithole called a tutorial wasn't anything he had ever trained for or even dreamed of, and yet he had tried his best. He had tried to make sure they all survived and all returned home, but he had failed time and time again. His colleagues died one by one and he was powerless to help them. His hands shivered whenever he held a sword and his mind went blank when a beast came at him. He felt useless. Even where he was supposed to be skilled, he failed. He couldn't even help Jake, accidentally leading him into a trap and nearly getting him killed. His relationship with Caroline had soured after that. She had changed, perhaps in her own desperation. Jacob believed he could have still helped her, fixed their relationship, and got her back on the right path. Maybe it was a naive hope, but Jacob wanted to at least try. Could, because even that he had fucked up. Not even something as basic as not parting without regret was possible for him. He had ignored Caroline when she left with Richard to attack the remnants of Hayden's camp. His last words had been, "Leave me alone, for fuck's sake." Yet he tried again. Even after being broken again and again, he got up. The tutorial counter was clear. Everyone was dead. After they saw the number drop dramatically, the entire base had gathered. When the killing finally stopped, Jacob had done a head count and found every single person still living present besides two. Jacob had left together with Bertram to investigate what the hell had happened. What they found was pure mayhem. Corpses and shattered armor were strewn across a big area. They had called out for survivors, but silence had been their only answer. They didn't have any healing potions or healers left, so even if they found someone, it was unsure if they could save the person. They hadn't stayed for long as Jacob had seen something that made him send Bertram back alone. Jacob stayed a while longer, contemplating what to do before he also returned, which led to the current situation. Jacob had done what he could to try and keep things running. But the situation was terrible. Everyone had lost friends or family in the battle, many even showing clear signs of having given up, but he managed to keep them going. The two enigmatic survivors were a great boon there. No one knew who they were, which meant they could be anyone. Just that small shred of hope kept many going, and Jacob himself hoped that it was enough to ride out the rest of the tutorial. By then, hopefully, they could reunite with the rest of the world. Jacob also hoped to return to the real world alive. He would fight and he would survive. But Jacob knew who the two survivors were. He knew it was a false hope, but it was all he could offer them. On the battlefield, he had sent Bertram back because he spotted someone. It looked like a burnt corpse, but Jacob felt like he saw faint movement. It was William. He was barely recognizable, but Jacob knew it was him. Jacob wasn't stupid and quickly put together everything that had happened, especially when he saw Caroline's metallized corpse. William had killed them all, and there he was, unconscious and defenseless before him. With the starter sword at his waist, he could kill him. Perhaps he should kill him, yet he turned and left, even after everything he had done. Jacob didn't wish to see him dead, not because Jacob necessarily believed that William could be saved or anything stupid like that. Jacob just didn't want to kill anyone. Sitting down in the middle of the battlefield, he stared up into the sky. He truly hated this place, yet he refused to let it break him. Everyone was losing hope by the day, but Jacob felt responsible for keeping it alive. Perhaps William would wake up before the tutorial was over. No, he would most certainly wake up and come to kill them all. If that is fate, then let it be so. He had been stuck at level 24 for a long time in his class. Very long time compared to everyone else. The prompt had never appeared for him like everyone else. As the only person in the entire tutorial that he knew of, the evolution eluded him. Class evolution available, he didn't know why it came. Why now of all times? He hadn't killed anything. He had just been sitting alone, staring into the artificial stars above. Letting the system humor him, he accepted the evolution. But compared to what he expected, he wasn't met with a selection of classes. Many had reported having at least two, with some just being a big shift from their original class. But Jacob only saw a single one. Augur of Hope. When all is lost, most fall to their knees in defeat, but you became the shepherd to lead the lost. A hero to many, mentor to most, a guide to all. The Augur of Hope is a support class focused entirely on guiding and leading others. Your creed is not to fight, your fate to have others realize their destiny. How that is done is up to you. Stat bonuses per level, +8 wise, +8 will, +8 vit, +8 free points. He barely skimmed through the description before he just accepted it. The Holy Mother has invited you to her realm. Accept. Umbra has invited you to her realm. Accept. Rigoria the Maker has invited you to their realm. Accept. Yggdrasil has invited you to her realm. Accept. The Deifather has invited you to his realm. Accept. Kamicus has invited you to his realm. Accept. The Eternal Servant has invited you to his realm. Accept. Autemius has invited you to their realm. Accept. Atlas has invited you to his realm. Accept. The Seeker has invited you to their realm. Accept. Jacob instantly received what he could only classify as spam. Hundreds, no now it was thousands of invitations appeared before him. Every single invitation was not as simple as a simple message, however. All of them seemed to carry some kind of intent within. A faint hint of what the ones inviting Jacob were all about. Once more, Jacob just took in the feeling of them, but he knew that he would pick the first one. An action which immediately made his vision turn black as his entire world shifted. A blinding light appeared before him as he felt solid ground beneath his feet. With a startle, he looked around as his vision slowly returned to normal. He knew he had gotten many system messages before obtaining the class, but didn't feel like now was the time or place to go through them. He stood within a great hall. No, calling it great was an understatement. This place was beyond massive. He couldn't even see either end as he saw pillars shoot into the sky all around him, each larger than the most prominent building he had ever seen. There wasn't even a ceiling, but a layer of clouds which the pillars disappeared into. As he marveled at the sight, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Quite beautiful, is it not? Turning around, he saw a woman, which was all his brain registered as he stood there dumbstruck. He couldn't see her per se, yet he knew that he stared at perfection. A feeling of reverence welled up in his chest that he didn't even feel the slightest desire to quench. After what felt like minutes, he barely managed to compose himself as he stammered, "Why, yeah, beautiful." The woman waved her hand as a couch and a table appeared before him. The table even had what seemed like newly brewed tea just sitting there in a cup, ready to drink. "Take a seat, Jacob," she said as she ushered him towards the couch. Jacob didn't even think. He just did what she said and sat stiffly down on the couch. The woman herself sat on a chair on the other side of the table as she picked up her cup of tea and started drinking. She was showing no intention of addressing him. "What happened?" Jacob finally asked after taking a few more seconds to compose himself. "I must thank you for accepting my invitation," she answered as she added. "As for why I invited you, there are many reasons." "What reasons? And why does getting a class upgrade lead to me being invited here? I didn't hear about this happening to the others." Jacob answered, his curiosity now exceeding his wariness. "So many questions," the woman laughed as she nevertheless answered them. "You initially caught my eye due to your affiliation with the Savant, which only got amplified with your connection to the Vipers chosen. A hunter, it would seem. As for why you are here, far from everyone has anything special happened during a class evolution, so it is normal for others not to speak of it. But know that you are not the first of your tutorial to have an encounter like this. Another major reason I chose you is that you have what I am looking for in my followers, a worthy shepherd, and one able to bring more light into the people's hearts. Your class now is perfect for just that. As you no doubt know, any god would gladly invite an augur into their fold." Jacob took a while to digest the information. Was he being recruited into a religion of some sort? Did he even have a choice? Was this entire thing happening a good or a bad thing? But more importantly, who or what is the hunter and the savant? The savant is of interest to a friend of old, and the hunter roused the viper. I can no longer see precisely who he is, no doubt due to the viper's interference, but he should be a friend of yours," she answered calmly as if she had all the time in the world. Jake is the hunter, he thought instantly. This also confirmed that he was alive, though Jacob had kind of expected that to begin with. Jake had escaped after all, and based on what he had seen, the guy could handle himself. But what was this about, rousing the viper? Did he do something? Was this the reason why he became so strong? What do you mean when you say that he roused the viper? Jacob asked. The woman looked like she was reminiscing for a bit before she began. The Malefic viper is who I speak of, an ancient being that has been around since the dawn of the system itself. After a tragic event, he secluded himself from the rest of the multiverse for many eras, but after your world's integration, he has returned, and your friend is the one who made him leave that seclusion. Is it a good or a bad thing that this viper has returned? Jacob asked, a bit confused. Time will tell, she answered with a smile. I hope it will bring good with it. On a personal note, I am happy to see him no longer mope around in that empty realm of his. Jacob nodded along as he quite honestly didn't get half of what was being said. This may be presumptuous of me to ask, but is me coming here a good or a bad thing? He asked. You seem to care a lot about good or bad, Jacob. She answered with a giggle. It all depends on what you do with being here, but if you had to put it in a box, I would call it a good thing. Okay, he said as his brain kept trying to comprehend the situation he found himself in. Yet he didn't question her judgment. He felt unable to question it. Why did you bring me here then? I wish to offer you a gift as well as a responsibility, the woman answered. The gift, my blessing, the responsibility, to serve beneath me, to help spread my word to your universe. Jacob furrowed his brow at this. This did seem very much like some kind of religion. Jacob had never been the religious type, so he honestly wasn't sure how to feel about the offer. May I ask what spreading your word entails and to who exactly we pray? He asked, trying to learn what exactly he was getting himself into. On the other hand, the woman couldn't hold herself back from giggling once more, mesmerizing Jacob completely. He was very sure by now that her charm was in no way natural but magical of some kind. The word is easy, to serve me and to serve the holy light. My teachings are hope, justice, and righteousness of fairness and love for one another. Of the punishment of the wicked and self-actualization to become the best one can be, she answered. Jacob began to come to a shocking realization, one that he quickly got confirmed. As to who we pray, well, I don't personally pray to anyone, but my followers pray to me. Are you, God? Jacob asked in disbelief. Was this God? A God, she corrected. Do not be so shocked. We aren't like the ones you had heard of before the system. We are very much tangible entities, and as you can see, one can even meet their God, though it is rare. If you wander far enough on your path, you too can step into godhood, Jacob, even if the path is long. But if you follow me, I shall help set you upon this path, though your success or failure will be entirely up to yourself as well as fate. Jacob had to take a while once more to compose himself after the bombardment of information and shocking revelations. If you wish to join me, I will give you a blessing and send you back to the tutorial. Our time here is limited, after all. I can only hold you here for so long before the system drags you back, she continued before Jacob could formulate a response. Wait, if you are a god, why can't you stop the system? And what is the system to begin with? What does it want? Jacob said, failing to hold back some of the many questions he was struggling with. I am not all-powerful. No one is. As to what the system is, well, that requires an answer longer than we have time for, she said patiently, despite the seeming lack of time. I understand that you struggle with the system as a concept, but from my experience, it truly doesn't want anything. It is simply there. It is like asking what gravity wants or why light won't stop being bright. If you truly wish to learn of the system, do so once you become powerful enough. Jacob nodded at the response, as it did kind of make sense. Enough sense for him to not want to think about it further, as that would just take him down another spiral of wandering thoughts. What does getting this blessing entail? He asked, getting back on track. One can only ever hold a single blessing bestowed upon them by a deity. As to what the blessing is, it depends on the god, but no matter what kind of blessing, it will open up paths, meaning more skills and evolution options. As to what I want, we can talk about that next time. As she said that, Jacob felt himself slowly start to fade away. So, what is your answer? Gritting his teeth, Jacob decided to take the chance. Perhaps he was just falling for the woman's unearthly charm, but he still decided to give it a shot. Yes, with that she reached out her hand and slightly touched his still fading cheek. Goodbye, my child. May you fulfill your destined purpose. And with those words, Jacob felt his vision spin once more, as he found himself back on the ground where he had disappeared from. It felt like hours had passed, but it had likely not even been an hour. Jacob even briefly considered if it had all been a hallucination until he checked his notifications. Greater blessing of the Holy Mother, blessing greater, a worthy follower personally recognized by the Holy Mother. To become a speaker for the Primordial herself is a great privilege, given to few throughout the multiverse. Through the vestige of karma given to you, you have tapped into a bit of her holy power. Plus 5% intelligence, plus 5% willpower, grants access to many new paths. Only one blessing can be held at a time. This was the first one he saw as he was taken aback. It even gave stats. Though his stats were still meager currently, he knew it had to be significant later on. The other effects, such as opening up new paths, had to be related to those evolutions and skills that the Holy Mother, his patron, spoke of. But this was only the beginning, as he had got quite the benefits. Still sitting only a few meters from the nearly dead savant William, he went through all that had changed him, knowledge even entering his mind as he began going through all the notifications. Chapter 70, Excelling. Jacob felt a bit of excitement for the first time in quite a while reading his notifications. He had barely opened any of the system menus for weeks, and when he did, he only did so to either check the tutorial panel or his stamina. But now things had changed, as he had perhaps finally found a path for himself in this new world. With the blessing, a title apparently also came. The only other title Jacob had besides the one they all started with. He had honestly kind of forgotten the existence of titles before that moment. Holder of a primordial's greater blessing. Obtain the greater blessing of a primordial. In the vast multiverse, many gods exist, many pantheons rule, but the primordial are few. To be blessed by a primordial personally is a rarity, so bear it with pride. Grants the skill, Lighthouse of the Holy Mother, Epic. Plus 5 all stats, plus 5% to wisdom, willpower, and vitality. Another massive gain and another stat increasing effect. They were even the same stats Jacob got a lot of from his class. As for the skill it granted, he wasn't too sure. Lighthouse of the Holy Mother, epic. A beacon amidst a sea of confusion. A light for all to follow in order to find safe shore once more. Allows you to take in emotions from those around you more easily, understanding their most profound inner desires. Passively makes you appear more trustworthy to those who have faith in you. The effect of Lighthouse of the Holy Mother is based on wisdom and willpower, respectively. It sounded downright creepy, the perfect superweapon of any stalker, but from the perspective of a leader, it was invaluable. Morale and happy employees were the cornerstone of a highly efficient company, especially one focused on knowledge rather than physical labor. Being able to convince others easier was also very helpful. It just rubbed Jacob the wrong way to imagine him quite literally mind-manipulating others into it. At least the skill appeared only to reinforce the trust others already had in him. After the meeting, he had naturally also got the level, as well as a whole bunch of lost skills. Ding. Class Augur of Hope has reached level 25 stat points allocated, plus 8 free points skill lost. Strike common skill lost. Basic one-handed weapon inferior skill lost. Basic two-handed weapon inferior skill lost. Basic sword asterisk and shield inferior skill lost. Basic throwing weapons inferior skill lost. Balanced approach common skill lost. Basic blocking inferior. He had lost all of his skills but two. One called Amplify Voice, which did exactly what it sounds like. The other one was Motivating Presence, his only uncommon skill before the events that had just transpired. It was a skill that reduced stamina expenditure for all allies around him. But of course, he had also gained several skills. For to be exact, the first one a mana affinity skill, something he had heard about before. Skill gained, light magic affinity uncommon. The element of light is an affinity of two faces. The light can shine upon allies, bringing them comfort and strength, but also burn your enemies, along with a myriad of mystical techniques. Allows the user to turn their mana into the light affinity. May you walk where darkness never reaches. This skill was relatively simple, except for the fact that it was uncommon rarity. Jacob had heard that most affinity skills were of inferior rarity, meaning Jacob had skipped a tier when getting it. When he tapped into his mind, he could vaguely feel small wisps of knowledge on how to use the light element. However, as he had no idea how to use mana and had no skills to use the affinity with, it didn't do much currently. At most, he could make himself glow. The next skill was also a bit weird but had a fascinating effect. Skill gained, Shepherd of the Lost, epic. The shepherd who leads the lost is the one who forges the path of all those he guides. Allows the user to more easily influence the records and thus future paths of others. Enables your teaching to grant a very minor amount of class and profession experience. Effect based on wisdom and willpower. He had no clue what all that influencing records thing was about. No, what he cared about was the second to last part, grant experience. He could help others gain levels without having to go through the horrors of fighting. The next skill was equally as cryptic in many ways. Skill gain Divination of the Augur, epic. Fate is ever-changing, but some can begin to understand the flow. Allows the Augur of Hope to peer into the rivers of fate and destiny to interpret the omens found within. The time between each available divination is based on the willpower and wisdom of the Augur. Was this skill some kind of fortune-telling, prediction of the future? He had a feeling it was far more complicated than that. And the knowledge that came with the skill didn't help him much either. It just allowed him to know how to start divining, and he knew that it was a rather lengthy process. The final skill was just downright weird and non-descriptive. Skill gained, one more light legendary. When the lights flicker, your will remains. In the sky of a million stars, when one's time runs out, one more light remains. The Augur of Hope cares when the light goes out, even when a moment is all that we are. So his light shall remain alit to further guide the lost and the fallen, the lights that have flickered out. Hope is not so easily slain. It was a legendary skill, a tier Jacob had never even heard of before. He remembered Richard boasting about getting an epic skill, making others green with envy. But now he had obtained a legendary skill, when he couldn't even understand himself. The description was just so unbelievably vague. Whenever one gained a skill, one would generally get the basic knowledge of how to use it too. It was like that with all his other skills, but with this, he came up blank. It seemed to do nothing and he had no idea how to activate it. Was the skill passive maybe? But if so, what are its effects? Jacob had no answer to that question. Even if he couldn't figure out, he had a feeling he would know what it was for in time. He felt like he had been reborn. Like he had finally found a purpose, a path forward. One could live with the system without fighting. He could become someone leading people just like he had before. He could guide and help others. Perhaps he had finally found a new area where he could excel once more. Another person who excelled elsewhere was a man repeatedly stabbing a massive beast in the side as it tried to wrestle him off. But the man didn't let up but kept holding on as his hands grasping onto the beast gave off a faint green glow. The beast was already wounded all over, arrows sticking out of it everywhere, and a huge hole that had left one of its claws hanging limp. The blood was oozing out of every wound, and the sword was most certainly not helping with the situation. Finally, the beast stopped moving, as its attacker received a notification. You have slain Alpha Venomfang Badger, LVL-77. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 114,000 TP earned ** ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 44 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points * ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 46 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake let go as he fell backward onto his back, a smile hanging on his lips. Not caring at all about the blood he had landed in. More than half a day had been spent in this cavern since he entered. All the 5 alphas were finally dead, with only the Denmother remaining. He had gone through the cycle of preparing for battle, fighting a big-ass badger, doing alchemy, and meditating before rinsing and repeating. The common rarity hemotoxic poison was still underway, but he was getting close, really close. He had even managed to get another level under his belt with all the alchemy done. In total, he had gotten 4 levels in his class, nearly getting 1 per alpha. The second to last was the only one that hadn't awarded one. He didn't know if it was natural to get that many levels or if it was his mark of the ambitious hunter showing its worth. And oh, that mark was great. Before, he sometimes had issues when he ran away if the beast briefly exited his sphere, but now he could feel where it was anyway, showing great synergy with his bloodline. The increased damage was also more than noticeable. It didn't make his blade cut more or his arrows dig deeper as he had expected. Instead, the effect was more peculiar. Whenever he hit a beast, dealing damage to it, what felt like a wave or maybe a small wisp of energy drifting out and consumed just a bit of health from the target. It was subtle but noticeable over a long fight, and to make it all better, it even worked with his poisons. He could clearly see it being amplified, just straight up allowing the toxins to drain more life force than before. He had yet to try it properly with a potent dose of necrotic poison, but he could imagine the effects being very noteworthy. In other words, the skill dealt damage directly to health points. The badger he had killed the easiest was the second to last, coincidentally also the only one that didn't award him a level. His infused power shot had made all the fights a lot easier, allowing him to land an excellent blow to begin the battle with. He had managed to hit it from the side and penetrate through the ear canal and into the beast's brain. The damage released from the mark was insane, looking like a wave of energy washing over the creature. He said looking, but he was the only one who could notice the effect from what Jake could deduce. Applying the mark to a target was also easier than he had feared. The skill said it covertly applied it, and luckily that had turned out to be very much true. None of the badgers had shown the slightest reaction when he used the skill on them, merely continuing their daily lives of loafing about. In the entire dungeon, only 2 living beings remained, the Denmother and himself. He didn't know if he could defeat the beast. He had a feeling he maybe could, even without making the new poison. But he had already made the plan, so he decided to just stick with it. Besides, he needed another period of restoration. He had rushed the fight with the final badger quite a bit, not bothering to fully reconjure all his arrows, which was why he had to face it in melee for a bit, an endeavor that had only ruined his clothing. Again. It had to be said that Jake looked like the poorest homeless person around. The other survivors had banded together, meaning they had tailors in their midst. Jake, on the other hand, had to make do with his own measly skills. His cloak could be restored, but under that cloak, his chest was bare and had been so for the last many days. He had many clothes from within the challenge dungeon but had decided to stop wasting the shirts by now. Nearly all of them had been ripped apart, and as they were just regular clothes, he had no way to fix them. He still wore pants, but even they were tattered and holed all over. He only switched them out when it was absolutely necessary, and even now they were more shorts than pants. And speaking of his chest, he had to admit that he looked good. Jake had always had a rather lithe figure, having to spend a lot of time to stay in shape for his archery. The habits of regular exercise and healthy eating had luckily stuck with him after the accident that stopped his pursuit of going pro. His current body had gone through changes since entering the tutorial. All the belly fat was gone, his muscles light and flexible. The evolutions had even resulted in his height increasing by a few centimeters. He had been of a rather average size before, while now he could be considered a bit above average. His face and hair had remained the same. His brown hair had perhaps grown a little, but it was hard to tell. The glint in his eye was a bit sharper than before, and perhaps his features had become a bit rougher on average. But it was hard telling if it was due to the system or all the hardships he had gone through. Of course, his journey wasn't over yet. There was, for example, a giant badger to kill. He decided to retreat to the cave entrance just in case the Denmother unexpectedly made a move. He doubted it would, but better safe than sorry. Taking out his ingredients, he got concocting purified water, infused blood, aged poisonous moss, bloodthorn stalk juices, and a shitload of mana later, and he was good to go. His progress had been slow and steady over the last day. He had concocted many common rarity necrotic poisons before and was no longer a rookie in the craft. In fact, he would say making that poison was easier than the inferior rarity stamina potion. The only part that still vexed him was the merging process of the two opposing elements for the hemotoxin. They rejected each other, but he had started to find ways to slowly make them meld into one another and not explosively clash, spraying the concoction all over. After having it explode in his face far too many times, that is, which was also the reason why he wasn't wearing his cloak at the moment. His skin had better resistance to poison than his clothing, after all. The beginning part of the process went as expected. The water, moss, and blood mixed well together, and soon the first part was finished. Adding the stock juices, however, Jake had started switching up the approach. Instead of adding it all at once, he would slowly drip it into the mix. As the first drop hit, it started sizzling as Jake wasted no time forcing it to merge with the rest of the mix. It struggled at first, but slowly it started getting integrated. The concoction's nature started slowly changing as it got affected by the energy within the stock. One could compare it to the effect of a vaccine. Of course, the body would naturally reject what was injected into the body, attempting to crush it and push it out. If one increased the vaccine dose significantly, all one would achieve was to make the person sick. But with a small dosage, the body could get used to it, which was just like he was doing now. The rest of the brew could slowly absorb a small amount of the bloodthorn juices, and with Jake's careful guidance, not cause any adverse effects. This allowed Jake to soon put in another drop into the mix, and then another, and then another. Soon more than half of the required liquid was in the mix, and it still remained stable. The last few drops not even showing any unstable reactions, but merely integrating on its own. With a bit of courage, he decided to put in the rest of the liquid all at once. The poison's purpose was ultimately for the bloodthorn stalk juice's hemotoxic properties to overpower the concoction and make it take on its effect. A bit of instability was, in other words, required for it to succeed. Something that, to Jake's great relief, finally succeeded when he saw the mixture turn entirely red as well as the system notifications appearing. You have successfully crafted hemotoxic poison common. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned **. Ding. Profession, prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 49 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points, Chapter 71, Dream. Smiling in satisfaction, Jake got out 2 empty bottles. Usually a batch such as this would quickly fill 4 or 5 bottles, but the first creation's output wasn't exactly. He had taken a long time doing the crafting and had thus evaporated a lot of the concoction. But it was kind of expected, so Jake didn't think that much of it. It was a success, and that was the most crucial part. Bottling it up, he identified the poison. Hemotoxic poison common greatly increases bleeding on infected entities and makes any injuries harder to heal. The poison must be introduced directly into the bloodstream to have any effect. It was literally the same description of the inferior rarity version, save for it adding greatly at the beginning. But Jake could feel that it was quite a lot more powerful. The energy it gave off was palpable, as one should expect after expending more than 2,500 mana during the concoction. Not because the crafting process required that much typically, but because once more, Jake had done it super slowly and inefficiently, something that would surely improve as he got more practice. By now his armor that could be restored by their enchants had been repaired. His mana was low, and his stamina also wasn't full. He had even lost a few health points due to the toxic fumes released during the crafting process, a hazard of the trade. Cleaning everything up, he gave one look at the Denmother as it still sat unmovingly. Soon, he thought as he smiled to himself. Entering meditation, time passed as he slowly restored his resources. During meditation, all senses except for touch were cut off completely. He could still feel his and the energy moving within his body, but nothing outside of it. With his normal senses, that is. His sphere of perception was as always unaffected, and he had made it a habit to try and train it during meditation. In the beginning, he could only see material things through it, but after the first evolution at level 10, he had started to also faintly feel the mana in the air. It was only a slight nudge in the wind. When Jake focused, it was as if he could see a faint mist covering everything. As he practiced using his mana, and as his alchemy improved with his mana control, so did his ability to sense it. At all times, he could feel it around him. He could pull on it and attempt to bend it. He had tried a myriad of things, but so far, the only one he had ever really succeeded in was to weave his strings. It was one of the first ever accomplishments he had with mana, and it had stayed that way. But his limitation was that these strings had to be attached to his body, something that shouldn't be necessary, in theory, so he spent his meditation trying to do just that, manipulate mana without touching it directly. His largest obstacle was to have the mana not simply scatter. If he made a string connected to his body, the moment he made it dislodge from himself, it would just get swept up. It was like it had no substance, so it just integrated back into the atmospheric mana. As he meditated, the hours ticked by, and soon he started to feel a different kind of tired. His stamina was restoring, but he still felt more and more tired. No, exhausted had to be the word. An exhaustion one feels after being up for far too long and the body finally putting its foot down. Thinking about it, he had been awake for a long time. He didn't need as much sleep as before, that much was obvious. But didn't he need any sleep? Meditation and stamina potions had kept him going for a long time, likely too long. The problem was, though, he didn't want to sleep. Doing alchemy, practicing mana control, fighting, all of these were something to do. These things kept Jake's mind active, occupied. It kept stray thoughts and worries away, but if he slept, the floodgates would open. The last time he slept, he dreamt, dreams that to him were nightmares. He saw his family, his friends, the ones in his life he cared about. The dreams only served as reminders of what he may have lost and what he didn't even know if he still had. It has to be remembered that upon entering the tutorial, Jake's lowest stat was willpower. He had never been the strong-willed type. He was the type to focus on one thing and then become utterly devastated for a long time if it didn't work out. When he had his accident that stopped him from doing archery, he was depressed for a long time. He never picked up any new hobbies but just wallowed in despair. It was only because he was set on the path of going to university by his parents that he recovered. He had a new goal, but he still never got seriously into any new hobbies again. The same happened with his first relationship. After that, he had never dared to pursue a new one. The experience had scarred him, and he now hid away from it. And now he was doing the exact same thing. He knew something bad had happened outside of the inner area, but he didn't want to go check. He didn't want to confront whatever it was. He preferred just to hide away and do his own thing. Fighting to the death was simple. He knew how to do it because the result of the fight relied on him in the end. But if his family still lived, if his friends were in the only now dozens of people outside who still lived, he didn't know. It was not up to him. He wanted to avoid anything outside of the one mind track he was currently on, to put it in other words. He had learned throughout his life to do that wonderfully so, to focus excessively on one goal at a time and complete his set goal with excellent efficiency. It was why he was good at his job and why he was good at archery to begin with. Now, however, the distraction of sleep was upon him. He had managed to avoid dreams during the challenge dungeon somehow. He had slept then, but he had managed to dream of alchemy, to dream of his task, something he feared he wouldn't this time. Retreating even further, Jake entered into the tunnel connecting the two caves. Fighting the beast was foolish in his current state. He felt sluggish, slow. He had to sleep despite his desire not to do so. Summoning the bed, he just threw himself on his stomach as his eyelids got heavier. The moment his body hit the sheets, his eyes closed and the embrace of sleep enveloped him. As his mind started resting, so did the chains he had shackled down his thoughts with, and once more memories spiraled forth from his subconscious. A dream that instantly felt wrong. The dream this time was a memory, one that was depicting a period of Jake's life that was the darkest. He was at the time living with a roommate while he went to university. They were friends from before and had signed up for university at the same time. To save money, they had decided to get a place together and share the rent. It was only a small flat, but it was their flat. Everything was honestly fantastic. Despite a few hurdles at the beginning about who did the dishes and finally deciding to just get a dishwasher, their relationship only grew closer. Jake trusted his roommate with everything and believed that his friend trusted him back. At the time, Jake had even managed to land a girlfriend. She was in the same faculty and they had meshed well together. Neither of them were the overly social types, so they found happiness by meeting up and watching a movie, enjoying their solitude together. Jake had two people he had let come close at university, Andrew or just Andy and Madeline. He was together with her for a little over 2 years, and things were also going great there. To sum it up, he had a close friend, a girlfriend, and things were just great. At least Jake interpreted it that way, because he didn't want to deal with it being otherwise. It all went wrong on one fateful day. Jake had been visiting his parents for the holidays and planned to stay with them for a few more days between Christmas and New Year, but his mom convinced him to go back and spend some of the break together with his peers. Her thoughts had come from the right place, but the result was disastrous. Jake had thought his roommate was out. He had said that he would be at his parents' until the next day. His girlfriend had said the same. That day he got off the train and took a bus to their flat. He stopped by a small convenience store on the way to get some milk and other essentials on the way. He wanted to have it stocked up for when Andy returned, to be a good roommate. With 2 bags, he waddled up the stairs like a duck, a big goofy smile on his face as he had bought things to surprise the 2 people he cared the most about from his university life. His plans for a nice dinner the next day were set, and he was excited. Putting one bag down as he reached the door, he took out his key and unlocked it. It was evening by now, and the sun was already down. He had expected the apartment to be dark, but found the light was already turned on at the entrance. Weird, he thought as he entered. Andy must have forgotten to turn it off when he left, but that thought was soon expelled when he heard some muffled sounds. Someone was there after all. Had Andy come back before time also? He didn't think much of it as he went and put the groceries away. He was halfway when he noticed something off out of the corner of his eye. A blouse was on the couch, the one he had given Madeline for her birthday last spring. Not the best gift, but hey, she always complained about being cold. This should probably have made him suspicious that something was wrong, but he once more chose not to think about it too much as he finished emptying the bags. She must have come by or something after he left and accidentally forgotten it or something. After that, he went to take off his shoes to not dirty the place more than necessary. As he went to take them off, he noticed two pairs already being there, Andy's and Madeline's. What a feeling started building in his stomach, a bad one. His mind was telling him shit was wrong, very wrong, but he kept pressing it down as he kept making excuses. There had to be a logical explanation. Yeah, they had just both come back earlier than expected and decided to hang out a bit. Totally normal. Jake, however, still couldn't kill the feeling. Looking at the door to Andrew's room, he decided not to postpone. The muffled sound continued as he slowly got closer. Putting his ear to the door, he was dreading what he would hear. Luckily, what he heard was not what he had feared, a movie. He admonished himself for his stupidity and paranoia with a sigh of relief as he no longer hesitated and opened the door with a smile that quickly faded. Two people were lying huddled together on the bed, one black-haired man with a beard and a red-haired woman, both butt naked. And both turning their head to Jake as he stood there looking like an idiot in the doorway. Thoughts spun through his head as he observed them. No one spoke as the silence was finally broken by Jake turning around and closing the door again. He went and got his coat and shoes on once more and left the apartment without a word. He got on the bus once more and back on the train. The entire journey, his face didn't change. The thoughts kept spinning. How could he be so stupid? Ignored all the signs for so long. He would lie to himself if he didn't hold any suspicions before, but he had trusted them. Arriving at his hometown, he got off the train and back on another bus. His phone had several missed calls from both Madeline and Andy, but he ignored all of them. When he made it to his parents' place, his mother was, of course, surprised to see him after only a few hours. She didn't even get to ask anything before Jake broke down crying on the kitchen floor. He missed the first month of that semester. When he returned, he already had a new place. His dad had arranged movers to do everything for him. He acted as if nothing happened as he ignored both Madeline and Andrew. Before the breakup, Jake was a middling student. Afterward, he soared to the top of nearly all his courses. Jake ignored anything and everything as he dived into his studies. He thought nothing of friends or love. That part of him was cut off from that point on, and it would take many years before a faint spark would reemerge, or that was what had happened. But dreams had a way of not being entirely accurate. Jake found himself back to after he had just discovered the two of them together. As Jake closed the bedroom door in the dream, he went to get on his shoes and coat as he had back then. But instead of a jacket and shoes, he took on his gear, boots, cloak, bracers, rings, and necklace, along with his dagger and sword and, of course, his trusty bow. He left the apartment like last, but this time he found Andy in the hallway. Just going to leave like that? He asked. He was still naked as if he had just teleported here from the bed. Yet on his face hung a smile Jake couldn't recognize. It felt wrong. Yeah, Jake answered as he tried to walk past him, his face blank. Like you left Jacob and the others? Andy asked. Yep, like you left the entire fucking world behind to go play Hunter. Exactly, Jake answered as he turned back to regard Andy. By now he was entirely lucid, the illusion of the dream broken. He was still dreaming, but he was aware, and he could feel it, the dunking of his heart as the blood ran through his system. His bloodline and instinct both flaring up. His sphere was observing everything. He felt the intent of the Andy before him. Manipulation, something he would have fallen for so many times before when he disregarded his instincts. Not that it matters, Jacob will betray you like everyone else. Oh wait, he already has, hasn't he? The fake person before him said, still smiling creepily. Jake shook his head. He felt what the being before him wanted him to do, and it pissed him off. He felt the thought of killing Jacob appear for a split second, but the way it occurred was unnatural. Whatever the thing in front of him tried clearly hadn't worked, but he didn't let it show. Why he wanted him to go back for Jacob wasn't relevant because this stupidity unfolding before him only made him reaffirm what he wanted, power. A being like the Malefic Viper could disappear for countless years, yet none would dare touch the core of his order. Not because of respect, decency, or morals, but because of fear. A fear that the backlash would be far more than they could ever handle. A fear that untold power would descend upon them. A power that Jake desired more than anything. He was no longer the man who would break down on his mother's kitchen floor at a betrayal. He was the man who would make the situation right. If he had the power he held now back then, what would he have done? Spread tales of their affair to ruin their reputations, getting them expelled somehow, tattled to their parents, beaten one or both of them up, or worse, killed them. He didn't know, and quite frankly, it didn't matter. What mattered was that he could. He had the power to do so, or he would have the power to do so. Besides, if he had that power, would they have dared to betray him to begin with? The next moment, Jake disappeared from within the dream. From beginning to end, he had never shown the slightest reaction to anything that was said. With a sigh, Andy looked to the side as the entire apartment side of the apartment complex turned to dust. "I am surprised you didn't interfere," he spoke out loud. "Well, why would I?" a voice echoed out within the dreamscape. "I am pretty sure you just made him mad." Two green eyes opened in the sky of the dream as everything started slowly disintegrating. "Oh," and the voice echoed out as killing intent descended on the entire dreamscape. "Don't ever pull that shit again." With that, the entire dream turned to nothing, leaving only the fake Andy. His eternal smile still on his lips as a spark of interest entered his eyes. Truly peculiar. He spoke before his karmic projection disappeared. Chapter 72, Denmother. His eyes snapped open as the remnants of the dream left him, but unlike normal dreams, he could remember every single detail vividly. Jumping out of bed, he threw it back into his necklace along with everything else. Right now, Jake was in a really shitty mood. He was angry. And sadly for the Denmother, it had been chosen as his outlet. Jake was tired of feeling like he was stuck in some big game, tired of not knowing why the hell people kept messing with him. Even now, he didn't know exactly why Richard had wanted him dead, or why that red-robed spearman had believed he had murdered his son. No, instead, he would just do what he did best, challenge and improve himself. Taking out one bottle of hemotoxic poison, he recklessly splashed it over a bundle of arrows in his hand. He summoned his bow as he walked towards the beast. Applying the mark of the ambitious hunter was done as he lifted his bow, nocked the arrow, and charged an infused power shot. He didn't aim for the head of the beast as it would likely miss. Charging it as much as he could without affecting his combat effectiveness afterward, he released the string. The arrow was released in an explosion of mana and stamina, as Jake didn't even wait for it to hit before knocking another. He was angry but also oddly focused. Perhaps he felt offended by his own thoughts, by his own perception of the weakness that he carried within. He was angry at himself for believing that he was weak, that the only reason why people wanted to manipulate him was because of his own weakness. And the best way to kill that feeling of weakness was to prove that he was strong. At least Jake believed it to be so. On the other end of the cavern, the Denmother woke up abruptly when the infused power shot was released. It instinctively tried to dodge but was still hit in one of its hind legs, a minor injury, but more than enough for the poison to enter its system. The follow-up arrived far earlier than the beast had expected too. 5 arrows struck it simultaneously, penetrating only a bit, but penetrating nevertheless. The creature was surprised but not distraught as it located its attacker. With no hesitation, it charged towards the arrogant human who had dared to attack it. It had been the Denmother of this group of badgers for such a long time, and now some lone human dared intrude upon its lair, one that felt far weaker than itself even. It felt the poison, it knew something was wrong, but it didn't have the mental faculties to comprehend what exactly it was. All it knew was that it had to kill the human in front of it as fast as possible. The first swipe was dodged by the pesky human as Jake's shadow vaulted to the side, still releasing arrows whenever possible. The Denmother had predicted this, as it turned its head and opened its mouth. Out came a torrent of green gas that eroded the very ground it hit. It enveloped the human, as the Denmother gleefully observed what it believed to be the death of its prey. Instead, it was met by another infused power shot that tore right through its shoulder and out the other side. With the shot, the usual explosion of mana occurred as it blew away all the gas. Surprised, the giant badger locked eyes with the human and felt something it hadn't in a long time. The feeling it had when it looked at its Denmother back in the day, the feeling it felt when the king of the forest had confined it to this cavern. Fear. It had misjudged. What was in front of it was not prey, it was a predator just like itself. Screeching in fear, it hoped to throw Jake off balance temporarily. The sonic wave passed over him, but he just closed his eyes as he stood unmoving, firing yet another splitting arrow. He felt his ears pop, and the blood flowed down the side of his face and onto his neck. He felt the pain, but he didn't. He didn't need his hearing right now anyway, and the pain was easily suppressed by the pure feeling of ecstasy he currently felt. The Denmother was far more powerful than the alphas in every way. It was faster and stronger, its hide was tougher, making his arrows do far less damage, and it had far more skills and what seemed like a higher level of intellect. But in this fight, Jake had something he had been lacking in many of the others: unwavering confidence and momentum. For the first time, Jake was the one entirely in the driver's seat, and the beast felt this confidence as it showed signs of hesitation in its movements and attacks. It had fallen into the mentality of prey, a dangerous situation if it wished to display all of its strength. But even with all that going for him, it was still the Denmother. The beast sped up as it leaped at Jake, forcing him to shadow vault once more. Even in his arrogance, he wasn't stupid enough to take a swipe of the beast's massive claws head-on. However, he quickly returned the favor with another barrage of arrows. The Denmother's wounds were slowly building up, as its once beautiful fur now carried a red sheen. Something unexpected happened then. The badger retreated, a first for Jake. It ran back to where he had initially pulled it from, as it made another scream. This one was not a sonic attack, but something entirely else different, a mating call. After it screeched, the ground rumbled as 3 explosions of dirt fell down from the ceiling along with 3 massive bodies. 3 alphas fell down around the Denmother as they guarded her. The Denmother itself started giving off a faint green sheen as Jake felt the effect of his poison's lesson with his sense of the Malefic viper. Along with it, the wounds on its body started wriggling far faster than before as they rapidly started healing. Second phase, Jake thought, not discouraged at all. Luckily, Jake still had another bottle of the hemotoxin poison left, as he quickly brought it out along with a handful of arrows as he doused them. He still couldn't see the level of the alphas, but he could feel that all of them were weaker than any of the others he had faced so far. The ones too weak to gain the favor of the Denmother, a favor the alphas all seemed in a rush to earn as they charged towards Jake. They took a few seconds, allowing Jake to fire a fully powered infused power shot. The Badger in the front didn't have any possibility of changing directions as its speed was too high, resulting in it getting hit square in the face and getting blasted backward as the arrow exploded. Jake had taken out one of the old common rarity arrows, going for the kinetic energy of that instead of a normal arrow's penetrative force. He knew he couldn't kill it with a single shot, but he could sure as hell make it roll around on the ground in pain for a bit. The arrow had disintegrated when it hit the beast, the shards of wood and metal all embedding themselves in its face, quite a few even finding their way into its eyes. One could only imagine the pain as the blinded beast rolled out on the ground, trying to scrape the pieces out, which left only 2 alphas for now. Jake managed to land a hemotoxin-poisoned arrow on one of them before they reached him, but didn't have time to shoot the other. He hated to do it, but he was forced to return to kiting once more. He landed a few arrows, but quickly noticed something vital. The 2 Badgers' teamwork was lackluster, to say the least. Whenever he shadow vaulted, the beasts both struggled to chase him individually, bumping into each other. With a flash of inspiration, he realized that the beasts weren't allies to begin with. They were competitors. Both wanted to earn the favor of the Denmother, and the best way to do so would be to kill the puny human that had wounded her. So both cared more about being the one to land the killing blow than actually managing to kill him, a weakness he would gladly take advantage of. Switching up his tactics, he dismissed his bow as he took out his sword and dagger. While the beasts were stronger than him physically, the gap had only narrowed since he had entered the dungeon. His mark of the ambitious hunter was also still on the Denmother. He decided to let it be to help keep an eye on the large badger. Besides, it was even damaging her little by little, as with every drop of blood that left her body, a pulse of energy that damaged her vital energy directly was released. Sadly, he could only have one active at a time. Charging towards the badgers startled them slightly as they also accidentally made eye contact with him. They, like the Denmother, felt a sense of danger from the gaze of the human. Their slight hesitation was enough for Jake to make his way to one of them with a shadow vault as he stabbed an arrow in between its ribs. Only one of the beasts was poisoned before, after all, and it was only fair to share the love. The beast, of course, didn't take kindly to his attack as it snapped its maw of sharp teeth at him. He was, however, already long gone as he jumped behind it. In one fluid moment mid-dodge, he briefly let go of the dagger as a bottle of necrotic poison appeared. Catching the dagger once more, he smashed the bottle, making liquid death splatter all over both weapons. Simultaneously, the other badger tried to get to him, but its comrade was in the way, so all it managed to do was to try and go around it awkwardly. Jake started circling around the badgers as he landed minor cuts here and there. He made sure always to stay extremely close to them, making their big bodies a detriment, the necrotic poison seeping into their flesh. They got angrier and angrier as they started being more aggressive and less considerate of each other. The situation only got more interesting as the third alpha charged over. It could only use one eye, and from the looks of it, it was the one most pissed off. Contrary to what one would believe, Jake actually only found that the fight got easier as another one joined. Like completely feral animals, they tried to crawl over one another and tried to push the other out the way to get to him. Inadvertently, they also landed several wounds on each other, Jake of course gladly accommodating their carelessness. He honestly believed fighting one of the beasts would be more challenging than 3 due to their reckless style. He had also managed to poison the third one as he kept building up the wounds on their bodies. Naturally, he couldn't avoid feeling a bit of pain himself too. He had taken quite a few scratches here and there. Luckily, none of them used that skill to release their spikes of poison. Then again, it would likely help him if one of them did, as they would only hurt their allies. Briefly glancing at the Denmother, he saw that it was getting closer and closer to being fully healed once more. The hemotoxin in its body had indeed shown its worth by slowing down the healing process significantly. A minute or so later, the first of the alphas fell on the ground, mark of the ambitious hunter being applied seconds before it died. Jake didn't want to miss out on that bonus experience after all. 2 minutes after that, the second succumbed to blood loss, leaving only a single badly wounded alpha left standing. It was too slow and weak by now to pose any real threat, as Jake simply left it to bleed out as he turned his attention back on the Denmother. Taking out a health potion, he quickly downed it as his health was starting to dip relatively low. The fight had gone in his favor, but his victory had not come cheap. His entire chest and arms were marred with scratches and bites, with a lot of venom making its way into his system too. While he could resist most of it, it still burned away quite a bit of his health to fully eliminate. Feeling the warm flow of the health potion, his wounds started rapidly healing. All the minor scratches disappeared in only a few seconds, but the more extensive injuries remained, including a nasty bite on one of his shoulders. Taking out his bow once more, he focused on the Denmother. The beast had its eyes closed as it seemed to focus intensely on healing itself. The skill it used seemed similar to meditate, as it hadn't shown the slightest reaction to the alpha's dying, albeit far more powerful as it also regenerated health. Smiling, Jake prepared to give it quite the rude awakening. He usually aimed for the middle of the body when using Infused Power Shot to ensure a hit. The arrow flew in a straight line after all, and even if it was unbelievably fast, one shouldn't underestimate the instincts of these badgers. But now, it was utterly unmoving and unaware. It had made the mistake of trusting the alphas to buy enough time for it to heal. However, the hemotoxin in its system and the many wounds had made this healing process take far longer than expected. As Jake prepared his shot, he got the notification that the last alpha had bled out. With that, he switched the mark back to the Denmother. Knocking an arrow with a good dose of some more hemotoxin poison, he started to channel an infused power shot. He took his time with this one, bringing the equilibrium right to the limit where either his body or bow would break if he went above it. He aimed right for the eye of the beast. He didn't know if he could penetrate all the way through its skull, but he knew that the eyes of these beasts were incredibly weak. Then again, few living things could claim for their eyes not to be a weak point. As he released his most powerful arrow yet, it encountered a barrier surrounding the Denmother. It exploded the moment the arrow hit, making the attack miss, but it also removed any obstacles between him and the dungeon boss. He began charging another shot, the Denmother still not reacting. This one he saw fly true as it struck the Denmother right in the eye. It managed only to shudder as the arrow went right through and into its skull. A shriek like never before came out as it started thrashing about as a purple mist started secreting from its skin. Its glossy hide turned completely purple like the mist, as the hair grew sharper and started firing in all directions just like the alphas had done. But Jake was already more than 100 meters away, and the spikes were not aimed at all. The mist was also too far away to have any effect, so Jake just started shooting his arrows. He used splitting shot with every single one of them, just piling up the damage. His stamina was draining rapidly, so he kept the number of splits low to preserve it. He wanted to shoot another infused power shot, but he already felt sore from the ones used before. This situation showed one of the significant weaknesses of most living beings. While health points would prevent one from dying even if the brain was utterly destroyed, the functions the brain held would still be significantly disturbed. Like when a chicken had its head cut off and still managed to run, so would one lose control of their body. Skills still worked, however, independently of the brain for the most part. Of course, the senses no longer functioned properly, making the badger both blind and deaf, which meant that all it could do was thrash about as its body spasmed. In desperation, it released all of its skills, all to no avail. It couldn't feel the pain, but it knew its health was rapidly draining as the arrows struck it one by one. It tried to crawl away, but its limbs didn't listen. Its high vitality only served to prolong its suffering as it powerlessly grew weaker and weaker. If it had enough time, it could regenerate the brain, but sadly it would never get the opportunity. Vital organs took far longer to heal than anything else. Completely destroyed parts, as well as lost limbs, did so too. The beast had far more vitality than Jake, so it could likely heal its brain enough to regain close to standard functionality with only a few minutes. One had to say that the last phase of the fight was rather anticlimactic. The badger still had many more skills and strengths left to show, but never got the chance as it slowly died, unable to even fight back. Perhaps it was just a bad matchup for it. Jake had misunderstood its ability as it healed. Unlike meditation, it still retained some standard functions. It could still feel living beings and any mana that entered within 50 or so meters of it. Sadly for it, Jake's arrow didn't give off anywhere near enough mana to wake it up, and he of course hadn't needed to walk closer to it. With an ending not befitting a Denmother, the very last vestige of life left it. Chapter 73, First Quest in Venomfang. As the Denmother died, Jake felt like he had finally gotten out many of his frustrations. However, the feeling of relief was short-lived as his entire body started aching only mere moments later. He had pushed himself to the limit, perhaps even above limits he didn't know he had. His stamina was nearly depleted after only one fight. His mana had also taken quite the hit, as he had used more than a few infused power shots. This fight was likely the first time Jake had ever fully realized his body's potential. Experiencing a doubling in physical stats in only a few days had done much to increase his combat strength. and the results spoke for themselves. Jake had won a convincing victory with the odds more than stacked against him. Deciding to go through his notifications, he first saw that the 3 alphas had all been below level 70, which meant they were indeed all weaker than any of the other alphas he had met so far. Nevertheless, the 3 had still awarded a level as the last one fell, making him level up both his class and race during the fight. Apparently, he had been too focused to even notice. But he did notice the level he got when the Denmother died. And speaking of the Denmother, you have slain Denmother, LVL 82, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 124,000 TP earned *. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 46 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. The Denmother had been level 82, and not just an average level 82, but clearly a potent variant. Only from what he had seen, the beast could wipe out any group of 5 he had met so far. And by a large margin, the first blast of poisonous gas alone would likely have killed most. Without Jake's high resistance from Palate of the Malefic Viper, he would probably have suffered a lot too, and even with the skill he had still taken damage. Overall, the Denmother had been strong, but exceptionally poorly matched up against Jake. He countered most of what it did. He did wonder a bit about its name, though. How did it come to be called Denmother? He doubted it was the name of its race, as he was pretty sure many animals out there in the vast multiverse had what one could call a Denmother. Likely it was just something to do with the dungeon, but of course he had no way to be sure. Moving down the list of notifications, it was far from done. The next ones informed Jake of him successfully clearing the dungeon. Congratulations. You have cleared Tutorial Dungeon. Badger's Den objective. Defeat the Denmother. Completed bonus reward for clearing the dungeon solo. Dungeon shutting down in 00:57:29. He was a bit happy to see that clearing the dungeon solo provided a bonus. He didn't see any treasure chests anywhere, but perhaps they were in the tunnel behind where the Denmother died. Pleasant though not unexpected, surprise was also the upgrade of 2 of his titles, meaning it wasn't new titles but changes to his existing ones. Dungeoneer II, successfully clear a dungeon suitable for your level, plus 2 all stats. Dungeon Pioneer II, be the first to clear a dungeon suitable for your level, plus 6 all stats. Both had doubled in value, rewarding him an increase of 4 in all stats from the upgraded titles. Didn't seem like much, but it was equivalent to 2 entire race levels, or 36 stats totals, not a measly sum at all. It did make him wonder how high the titles went, though. He seriously doubted they doubled every time, as that would quickly escalate to the level of ridiculousness. Or maybe the most powerful being in the entire multiverse was indeed the mighty Dungeon Pioneer 25, with his or her plus 50, 331, 648 all stats. All jokes aside, even if the title only added plus 3 all stats per level, it was still a very significant bonus. Jake believed that there had to be a limit, and if not, were everyone in the entire multiverse just farming dungeons all day, every day to get titles? Oh well, something to ask the Viper about next time, he thought to himself. Anyway, the titles were excellent and all, but the main thing was the very last message Jake received. Or more accurately, the quest he received. You have been granted the tutorial quest. The Beast Lords the forest murmurs with rumors of a king ruling from the shadows. The 4 Beast Lords each guard their dungeon as their king commanded, waiting for a suitable challenger to appear. With the death of his lords, the king is sure to be forced into the light. But be warned, the lords will not meet their end that easily. Objective: defeat the Beast Lords. Current progress: 1. For the first thing was, of course, a realization that quests exist. Of course they do. The system had already proven itself to love a whole slew of game elements, so quests also being a thing was entirely unsurprising. As for the contents of the quest, that too was very interesting. Jake remembered the initial tutorial message when they entered, mentioning something about the Beast Lords or something. Quite honestly, he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. He had been a bit busy with his entire life and reality itself being flipped upside down. You know, the usual stuff. Of course, before he could meet this fabled king, he would have to kill the 4 lords. Very fantasy-esque. It didn't take him long to piece things together. The inner area had 5 mountains, with 4 of them surrounding one colossal mountain in the middle. The dungeon he was in currently had been found at the top of the first one, making it somewhat reasonable to expect the other dungeons to be placed inside the other mountains. But all of that was for when he got out of here. For now, he still had loot to get to, the first piece perhaps right in front of him on the Badger itself. His sense of the Malefic Viper kept giving off a strong reaction even after the Denmother died. Whenever the Badgers, including the Alphas, died, the poison on their claws and fangs lost all their effect. Without the supply of energy from the body, the venom couldn't keep up its toxicity. But the feeling still had yet to subside from the Denmother, making it quite apparent that something highly toxic was still within it. He didn't really want to, but he got out his sword and went towards the corpse of the beast. It felt disrespectful to cut it up. But then again, using the natural materials found on an animal was often seen as a sign of respect in many cultures. Yeah, that is a good excuse, he thought to himself. Cutting the hide was far easier now that the beast was dead. It was still strong but far more manageable. He cut towards the source of the toxin, as he finally managed to move the innards out the way and saw what it was. It was a small bag-like thing. It was integrated into the beast's stomach area by many small tendrils going into the flesh. He didn't hesitate as he cut it out, making sure to not spill anything of what was within. Feeling like a plastic bag filled with water, it made squelching sounds as he took it out. It was disgusting, to say the least. It took him a good 20 minutes to get it out, as he had to walk away several times to get a breath. Not because he lacked air, he just lacked not horrendously smelling air. One had to remember that the Denmother was several times larger than himself, forcing him to quite literally step into the body of the beast to get it out. Finally, having the squishy flesh bag on the ground, he used Identify on it. Denmother's poison gland rare, a gland containing a highly concentrated toxic liquid, condensed by the Denmother over a long period. At least it was worth it, Jake thought to himself as he smiled a bit. One part of the smile was due to the item, and another was due to him seeing a new challenge before him. A rare poison to create something new with, perhaps his first real creation above common rarity. Taking out a piece of cloth from his bag, he bundled up and put the gland in his necklace. The thing was big, weighing a few kilograms easily, which meant that it likely contained liters of highly toxic liquid. Oh, the things he would make with it. Nodding towards the corpse of the Denmother one last time in acknowledgement, he went towards the exit of the cavern, where he, of course, found himself in another tunnel. Because why wouldn't there be another tunnel? Luckily, this one was short, as he soon found that the tunnel broadened. Before Jake even turned the corner, he already saw the two black holes in his sphere of perception. Lockboxes. He walked over to them with a smile, a bit giddy to see what he would be rewarded. One of the boxes was small and rectangular, while the other was slightly bigger but relatively flat. What mattered more, however, was the rarity. The rectangular one was rare, and the other one uncommon. Jake wasn't overly excited or surprised by this, perhaps a little disappointed even. After clearing the challenge dungeon, he had gotten an epic along with a rare item. Then again, this dungeon had been far faster and in many ways easier. Not saving the best for last, he first opened the rare box. Inside was a small weapon. At first, he thought it was a spike or something, but looking closer, one could see it was actually a carved tooth, or a fang to be more accurate. It had a simple-looking handle and a slightly curved blade, and from its looks seemed more suitable for stabbing than cutting. Using Identify, he got a good look at its specs. Venom Fang rare. The fang of the Denmother still carries substantial remnants of its condensed records, granting this weapon strength akin to when the beast still lived. The fang itself has taken shape resembling a shiv, fit to be wielded by the humanoid races. Enchantments. Venom Fang requirements. LVL 45+ in any humanoid race. The whole thing was relatively simple. The dagger only seemed to have one single function, poisoning. It seriously made him think precisely how much the system tailored these lockboxes to the receivers. He needed a second weapon to go with his sword, and the system gave him one. It was even made of bone, making his twin fang style work. Heck, his skill was called Twin Fang, and he had just gotten a goddamn fang. With it even being enchanted with venom also made it all the more suspicious, though Jake had yet to find out if the poison even worked with his concocted ones, and more importantly if his skills had synergy with the enchantment. Either way, the weapon was a great addition to his repertoire, which led him to the next lockbox. Opening it up, he found a black cloth of some kind. Taking it out, he noticed that it was pants that were very smooth, almost silk-like, but looking closer, he could see that it was actually woven out of a multitude of long, small pieces of hair, or fur to be more accurate. On the inside, the pants had something resembling leather. It too had little padding, making the pants look incredibly comfortable. Identifying the pants, it quickly became apparent what it was made of. Alpha Venom Fang Badger pants. Uncommon, pants made from the hide of an Alpha Venom Fang Badger. The hide is refined and comfortable, granting high resistance to slashing and corrosive attacks. Enchantments. Self-repair, plus 25 endurance, plus 25 agility. Grants the ability, Badger Jump. Common. Requirements, LVL 40+ in any humanoid race. Another Badger-themed piece of equipment. Not entirely unsurprising, considering the entire dungeon had consisted solely of badgers. The stats on them were higher than anything else Jake had encountered so far in this tutorial. But then again, so was the level requirement. And talking of the levels, it was also slightly suspicious that all the items he found he could use right away, or he was extremely close to being able to. One would think that a dungeon with a level 80+ final boss would drop items better than level 40. Again, it was likely that the loot was designed for whoever cleared the dungeon. Interestingly, these pants also provided an ability. This was Jake's first time encountering such a phenomenon, and it was quite interesting to see how it worked. As for the ability itself, well, it was rather basic to say the least. Badger jump, common, make a jump empowered with the power of a badger, increases jump height and speed, adds a minor increase to the effect of badger jump based on agility. Having no reason to delay, he bound the pants to himself and put them on. The first thing he noticed was how comfortable they were. This was also the first piece of gear where he truly experienced the system's ability to fit it to his body. The waist shrunk in to sit perfectly on him, while the legs got slightly less baggy after putting them on and binding them to him. The pants in their entirety, taking on a sleeker look. He didn't know if it was somehow linked to the self-repair enchant, or if it was just something the system did by itself. His boots had also fit perfectly the first time he put them on, but that could just be brushed up to luck, as he hadn't noticed them changing in any way. The pants, however, had clearly gotten smaller overall. He also tried to use the skill. When he used it, it simply increased his leg strength slightly while jumping. He found that it worked best when jumping sideways, compared to up and down, and even better if he did a jump from being down on all fours. He didn't plan on using that part very often, if at all. Eventually, he found it most comfortable to just slightly lean in a direction and then take off. The more horizontal his body was, the more effective the skill was, perhaps to emulate a badger, as they were usually on all fours. Feeling a bit experimental, he tried taking off the pants again and found his ability to use badger jump gone. He could remember how he did it, but it just didn't work whenever he attempted to. The stats did remain, though, so that was a bit weird, and after putting the pants back on, the skill worked just like before. A bit sad that farming equipment wasn't a way to permanently gain a plethora of new skills, he made his way towards the dungeon's exit. Finally, after all this time, he looked a bit less like a hobo, or maybe just a hobo with nice pants. Either way, he felt pretty good about his gains from the dungeon as he walked out the eerie-looking doorway that marked the dungeon's exit, his next target already in mind. Chapter 74, Practice and Ash. Jake was enjoying his trip towards the next mountain quite a bit, though he had a faint suspicion his current prey didn't. The raptor struggled and writhed as it was held down by its throat. Its assailant's second hand didn't give it time to muster a response before it brought down a knife-like bone on its temple. Even with the knife in its brain, it didn't die instantly. However, when the venom from the dagger was secreted into its brain, its vitality quickly gave out as the beast stopped moving. Another raptor jumped Jake but didn't even get close before he whipped around and punched it hard on the side of its head. It stumbled a bit from the blow, giving Jake ample time to wrap his arm around its neck, holding it in a chokehold. The highly distraught raptor panicked as it started trying to get him to let go, but Jake easily held on to it as he used Touch of the Malefic Viper on the beast. It took a few seconds, but the creature soon stopped struggling as he got the sweet kill notification. Letting go, it fell down to join its brethren. Jake looked at the 5 dead raptors on the ground around him as he briefly cleaned his dagger and put it into his storage. It had been far too easy. The raptors Jake had been slightly struggling with only days ago now didn't even present a proper threat. Then again, his stats did experience explosive growth during the dungeon run. His status, of course, agreed with that notion. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. LVL 47. Class: Ambitious Hunter. LVL 46. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 49. Health points: HP 37 15 37 80 mana points. MP 4007 44 50 Stamina 1858 24 70 Stats: Strength 257 Agility 349 Endurance 247 Vitality 378 Toughness, 207 Wisdom, 445 Intelligence, 168 Perception, 613 Willpower, 246 Free Points, 0. It was mostly his agility, endurance, and perception showing growth, which was quite natural considering his class mainly provided stats to those 3 stats. His new equipment only boosted him further, with his pants adding 25 to both agility and endurance. His perception had experienced the most significant growth by far. He had decided to stick with his tactic of just throwing all his points into the stat. He feared that perhaps he was spreading himself too thin, and looking at it, nearly all his stats were at a pretty reasonable level. Maybe a too reasonable level. Becoming a Jake of all trades, yet master of none, was a danger. If you looked at his stats, then a lot of them did little to nothing during an actual fight. Having less wisdom, intelligence, willpower, and even toughness and vitality in exchange for strength and agility would significantly impact his ability to actually kill stuff. Then again, Jake wasn't merely a hunter, but also an alchemist. Without the means provided by his profession, he would be a far cry from where he was today. What this all came down to was Jake being slightly apprehensive about entering the next dungeon right away. He knew that he was on a timer, the tutorial panel ever the reminder. Tutorial panel duration: 18 days and 1554. 11. He had a bit over 2.5 weeks left to clear 3 dungeons and then deal with whatever this king of the forest was. The next dungeon, of course, being his immediate objective. But before that, he wanted to accomplish a few things. One of them a must-have and the other one a would-be nice-to-have. First of all, get his Alchemist of the Malefic Viper to level 50. Another skill from that was bound to help him. His Blood of the Malefic Viper had helped him tremendously, and he hoped to get an equally helpful skill. Second of all, he wanted to try and improve his advanced archery skill. He had upgraded it to common rarity by only spending a few hours with Casperback during the beginning of the tutorial, and by now, he had improved by a lot. He felt that he was close to upgrading it even before his class evolution, and now only a thin line separated him from finally getting it. What exactly he needed to cross that line he wasn't sure of, which was why he chose to wait a bit before entering the next dungeon. What he needed wasn't to have the stressful situation of a life and death fight function as a catalyst. Instead, he needed to find that little thing he was missing, and the problem was that he didn't know what that was. The skill could get upgraded within the hour or in years for all he knew. This is why he was currently taking his sweet time getting to the next volcano-like mountain. He had decided to clear one of the valleys and at the same time, do some relaxing practicing. The raptors had been an outlier. They had run at Jake from behind while he was just trying to read a damn book, and he had ended up just smashing them in melee. He had quite honestly seen no reason to bring out a bow and start kiting around. He also saw quite a lot of value in familiarizing himself with his new Venom Fang dagger and correctly practicing his Twin Fang style some more. Honestly, he barely focused on technique during close combat, but simply moved according to his instinct most of the time. The hours slowly ticked by as he started clearing out the valley closest to the next volcano mountain thing. This one was mainly inhabited by the Lucenti deer and stags, making Jake suspect that the dungeon would be the same. The valley closest to Badger's den had been filled with badgers, after all. As he practiced his archery, he focused on the entire process, the act of drawing an arrow from the quiver, nocking it, pulling back the string, taking aim, and finally releasing it. He was already very intimate with archery before even entering the tutorial, which had netted him the upgrade of the archery skill. To get the upgrade, he simply had to confirm the knowledge he already held, and the system recognized it. Compared to back then, Jake had experienced remarkable growth in the art of archery, his most prominent development in the field of speed. His training before had been formal and competition-based. It focused on the proper forms and techniques to remain focused on aiming and landing that one shot on the target, but combat was very different. In a tournament, Jake would have time to aim for sometimes dozens of seconds, have time to focus on his breathing, and then finally release the arrow once he felt like it was the optimal time. In combat, however, the enemy didn't give you time to relax and take your time. A charging alpha would force anyone to fast-track the entire process and fire the arrow as fast as possible. A second area where he had improved was shooting while moving, a field where he still had plenty of room to improve in. Even now, he mostly shadow vaulted away, took a stance, fired an arrow, and then shadow vaulted away once more. Instead, it would be far more effective to shoot while moving, especially while airborne, as Jake sometimes jumped out of the way of an attack. In other words, he needed to improve his multitasking. He had great form and technique in general, but he had to change elements of his style away from some of the habits he had formed. The habits were useful in an archery competition, but only a hindrance during mortal combat. He needed to hammer out his faults and to focus on improving them. He showed skill above what he actually possessed, as his instincts were more than happy with helping him during combat. With a renewed focus on what he was doing, he started to notice and iron out the small faults he discovered. He often overcompensated with how far he drew back the string, or how he sometimes overanalyzed an enemy's movements and ended up missing. After half a day or so of practice, he finally decided to put down the bow. He hadn't used a single skill the entire time, and the only thing he ever did to spice up the fighting was sometimes to fight a deer or two whenever they got in melee. The stags were his favorite practice partners. They seemed smarter than badgers and actively tried to dodge his attacks. On top of that, they preferred ranged combat, firing magic attacks from their antlers. It was mainly glowing bolts of light and the odd beam here and there, along with the occasional barrier of light that blocked an arrow. To make the fights even more interesting, the beasts could even heal themselves and others. And not a slow-acting heal like the Denmother, but nearly instantly. When there was only a single one of them, it wasn't that bad, but when he ended up against 3 of them and they repeatedly healed each other, it got a bit complicated for the poor stags, that is. All it did was to extend their suffering. The fight ended up being far longer than it should have been, as the 3 stags healed each other. Jake even gave them time to heal and practiced aiming at specific areas of the creatures. His default approach was always to aim for one of the common weak points, such as eyes, nose, mouth, ears, pretty much the face. But the face was also the place the beasts protected the most, especially the stags with their barriers. Their spells were all cast from their antlers, and surprisingly the antlers were quite close to their faces. All in all, he had learned a lot about the beast's knowledge that would surely become useful whenever he entered the dungeon. As for the spoils of his efforts, he had only found a single lockbox. In it was a common rarity upgrade token, which he promptly put in his spatial storage. He still had a few swords and daggers that could be upgraded, but he decided to save it if he ever needed it. The famous last words said before forgetting a consumable in your inventory forever. Having found a lovely tree to sit under, he took out his alchemical supplies. He wanted to get that level 50 skill, so he decided to make the final push. Besides, he needed more necrotic poison. The hemotoxin had worked wonders on the badgers, but the stags could cure the poison before it managed to increase his damage much. Necrotic poison, on the other hand, was fast-working and did far more immediate damage. Jake did briefly consider trying to make another type of poison, but decided against it. He had to recognize that he had limited time left in the tutorial, and he had set the goal for himself to at least see this so-called king of the forest. Sitting comfortably, he started concocting the poison. His body relaxed while his mind started working as he focused his mana. He had already taken out all the ingredients and placed them on a cloth beside the bowl. To better practice mana control, he even used his mana strings to pick up and add the ingredients, becoming more and more adept at using them. He had considered if his application of mana was correct. He had ended up making strings and threads out of it initially and had kind of stuck to that approach. He could still fire out pulses and use it with his skills, but besides that, he didn't really use it daily. Which kind of made sense as his only combat skills that used mana was Infused Power Shot and Touch of the Malefic Viper, both of which were far too complex for him to analyze properly. The hours continued to tick by until he finally heard the satisfying sound of a successful craft, followed by the even more satisfying sound indicating his level up. The silent clearing seemed ever so tranquil as the mole rats feasted on the vast amounts of meat. Many of the corpses were easy enough to eat, but many of them were still wearing armor, clearly annoying the beasts. One rat scratched out meat from within a chest plate, while another was eating out of a boot. The last one approached another of the many corpses. It didn't look or smell particularly appetizing, but the food was food. It was a burned body, charred all over. The only thing uncharred was a shiny breastplate. Just when the hungry rat tried to take a bite, a sword lying nearby flew over and skewered it to the ground. Instantly, a flurry of movement was kicked up. The mole rats panicked as all the metal scattered about in what had once been a battlefield started vibrating. The vibration soon turned to more as they all flew towards the corpse with the shiny armor, but instead of crashing into him, they were instead absorbed by the corpse. Tens of swords, spears, axes, and arrowheads, everything metal, disappeared into the body, leaving all non-metal parts behind. The two surviving rats tried running, but were both skewered by the same sword that had killed their kin just seconds earlier. Soon the noise died down as the battlefield returned to silence once more. Several minutes passed without anything happening until suddenly, a small twitch was seen. A single finger on the corpse moved as the ashen shell cracked, revealing healthy skin beneath. Chapter 75, Scales of the Malefic Viper. Ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 50 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points asterisk ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 48 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points briefly basking in the ever-satisfying feeling of level-ups for a while. He decided to get into the meat of things without unnecessary delays. Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper profession skills available. It had sure been a while since he last unlocked any skills for his profession, which did make him a bit excited to see what would present itself. Skimming the list, he noticed all the usual ones, but also quite a few new ones, 4 to be exact. The first of which was a quite interesting common rarity skill. Spectral Hand, common. Sometimes, all you need is an extra hand. Summon a hand of mana able to interact with and hold physical objects. The hand is weak and lacking in dexterity, making it unsuitable for strenuous activities. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of wisdom when using Spectral Hand. While he couldn't be totally sure, he was 99% sure he unlocked this one due to his practice with mana. He was already using his strings to add ingredients, effectively acting as hands, and Jake believed this was the system recognizing those efforts. Not that he had any interest in picking it. He could already do what it did, albeit a lot worse. He was sure one of the other skills would prove far more valuable than a common rarity third hand. Besides, he felt like he would eventually learn to conjure a hand of mana even without using a skill, but just through pure mana manipulation. Moving on down the list, he got to the uncommon skills, of which only 2 new ones had appeared. The first of which was a skill that he had seen mentioned in many of the alchemy books, so it wasn't exactly a surprise. Distill Powder, uncommon. Poison can come in many forms and is far from limited to a liquid. Allows the Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper to distill a concocted poison, making a powder that holds similar effects. If the powder is burned, release the poisonous product into the air. The effect and nature of the poison are dependent on the poison distilled. Adds a small bonus to the effect of wisdom when using distill powder. This one was a bit tempting, mainly due to giving him a far more solid area of effect attack. It would be a way to do continual damage to more enemies at once. If he had been able to release a cloud of poisonous gas into the dungeon, it would have, without a doubt, done untold damage. On the other hand, the thought of the skill just rubbed him the wrong way on so many levels. He had gotten over using poisons on beasts, but he feared what the road could lead to if he started using more and more extreme means. He was pretty sure chemical warfare was outlawed for a reason, yet he couldn't deny how effective poison was. It would make him stronger if he could burn necrotic poison and just release a cloud of death upon others. Skipping over the skill, for now, he moved on to the next one. Brew Flask Uncommon, for when you need that little extra push to win the battle. Allows the prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper to craft flasks, which provide temporary bonuses. The nature, magnitude, and duration of the flasks vary based on the material used. Adds a minor increase to the effectiveness of created flasks based on wisdom. This skill was far more fitting for an alchemist, the kind that isn't a walking war crime. He had already read many different kinds of creations an alchemist could make, and flasks were one of the most common products along with potions. Potions carried short, temporary effects, and most of them only lasted for a few seconds. Flasks, on the other hand, could last hours or even days. They could give a vast array of bonuses, such as bonus health and mana, increased stats, or other buffs. It could be compared to equipping a new item for the duration of the flask. The skill was extremely tempting, but it came with one issue: time. Jake didn't have that long left in the tutorial, and he quite frankly didn't feel like he had time left over to get into crafting something entirely new that very likely had its own entire methodology behind it. He also doubted that his first creations would give any worthwhile effects compared to the effort required to craft them. And even if they did, it wasn't even a sure thing that he would manage to craft one before the tutorial ended, not even if he focused all his time on it. It would also get in the way of his quest to kill the king of the forest. It was also assuming he already had the required ingredients or could find them. He was far better at making poisons anyway. He was an alchemist of the Malefic Viper and not an alchemist of tasty flasks, after all. Besides, his profession and all his skill set were just more suited for poisons. It was still a skill he would pick up later if he ever got the chance. It had many pros, but the lack of time and immediate usefulness eliminated it for now. The final skill option only further cemented his decision. Scales of the Malefic Viper, Ancient. The Malefic Viper's scales are the first, and often the only required, line of defense. Allows the prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper to turn parts of his skin into scales, vastly increasing the effect of toughness and adding a certain damage threshold. All damage below the threshold is nullified. The scales are exceptionally resistant to magic, allowing the alchemist to handle toxic substances better. Passively provides 1 toughness per level in any profession related to the Malefic Viper. May you continue down your path, O chosen of the Malefic One. Reading the description, he had to double-check it to make sure he hadn't read it wrong, especially the rarity of the skill. Ancient, discounting Shroud of the Primordial. This was the highest he had ever encountered. Jake still wasn't sure about the different rarities, but he was pretty sure Ancient was above Epic, but below Divine. But by how much it was above or below those two, he didn't know. The skill itself was more than he had hoped for from a defensive skill. He had hoped for something like a mana barrier, maybe even a parry or blocking move or something from his class, but this went way above his wildest wishes. It even provided him more stats, another first from a skill. Well, permanent stats. His big game hunter did give stats during actual combat with high-level enemies, but it was only temporary. This one, however, would be a permanent addition, almost as if his profession now provided more per level, which made him think, does it work retroactively? If it did, the skill would instantly provide him with 50 toughness. 55, in fact, if you counted his title giving an extra 10%. If the percentage bonus also worked, of course. It worked with stats gained from titles, so shouldn't it work with stats from skills? Not that it ultimately mattered, as he would pick the skill anyway. He needed a defensive skill, and this one was just far too good ever to pass up. Picking the skill, he instantly felt a warm flow go through his body, a quite intense warm flow. Gained skill, Scales of the Malefic Viper, Ancient. The Malefic Viper's scales are the first, and often the only required, line of defense. Allows the prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper to turn parts of his skin into scales, vastly increasing the effect of toughness and adding a certain damage threshold. All damage below the threshold is nullified. The scales are exceptionally resistant to magic, allowing the alchemist to handle toxic substances better. Passively provides 1 toughness per level in any profession related to the Malefic Viper. May you continue down your path, O chosen of the Malefic One. The warm flow going through his body was more significant than any level up he had experienced so far. His skin itched all over as it strengthened, and he had to hold himself back from scratching himself. A few minutes later, the discomfort disappeared and everything returned to normal. Well, a new normal. Checking his stats, Jake saw that it had grown by not just 50 points, but 55. Without waiting, he lifted his arm and activated the skill. His skin's texture was instantly replaced with dark green scales that seemed to reflect the false sun above. They were nearly identical to the ones he had seen growing all over the Malefic viper while in his humanoid form. He tried poking them with his fingers and felt the tough surface. Weirdly enough, it didn't feel much different than when he touched his skin directly. It was an odd feeling, like if he just had a lot of calluses there or something. Taking out his venom fang, he tried cutting himself. The blade managed to cut through the scales quite easily, leaving a small wound on his arm. Maybe testing with his new rare dagger wasn't the best, but he did feel some resistance. After he removed the dagger, he waited a bit to see if the scales would regenerate, which they, to his disappointment, didn't. Instead, they disappeared after only a few minutes as his skin returned to, well, skin. It hadn't consumed much mana, but then again, he hadn't transformed a huge area, which of course led Jake to a realization. He finally had a skill that used mana that he could use actively in combat. Maybe his vast mana pool and high wisdom would prove more useful now. He spent the next few minutes doing various tests until he decided to put his new skill to a real test. The description said it was strong against magic, and he happened to have an army of angry stags with light beams nearby. Gathering all his alchemist equipment into his storage, he made his way further into the valley. It didn't take him long to encounter a small group with 3 deer and a single stag. The deer were not that exciting, as they mainly engaged in melee and acted as guards for the stags. Taking out his bow, he fired an infused power shot and instantly killed the first deer. The next 2 didn't even make it to him before they were riddled through with splitting arrow. And a bit of necrotic poison for good measure. The stag had tried to heal its companions in vain, but they died too fast for it to do anything. Instead, it turned its attention to Jake as it fired off a beam of light. Jake happily received it as he raised his now scaled arms in front of his body. A bit of the beam went through and hit his chest, causing burns, but the part of it that hit his scales did absolutely nothing. It was as if the beam just disappeared whenever it encountered the scales, and Jake only felt a bit of warmth there. He let the beast fire a few more beams at him as he blocked attack after attack. The stag was level 54, and yet it was utterly unable to cause him any real damage with the beams whenever they hit his scales. Finally, after 7 beams, the stag decided to mix things up as it started charging its beam. The stag would have no time to do this in normal conditions, but its enemy was just standing there and taking its blows, making it take the chance. After a handful of seconds, the beam was released. The beam was far more intense than the others, and Jake panicked slightly when his sense of danger warned him. Instinctively, he covered his entire upper body with scales as he was somewhat pushed backward. As the beam dispersed, Jake was surprised by how little it had done. He felt a bit hot and a tingling sensation, but otherwise he was completely uninjured. He had only lost a few health points even after taking the attack. By now, the stag was well and truly scared. The human had just taken everything it could muster and yet stood there completely fine. And to make it all worse, the man was now covered in scales. The beast didn't release any more beams, but instead made a final gambit as it charged towards him. Jake happily met its charge as it took the opportunity to test his new scale's physical defense. With his entire upper body still covered, he decided just to let the beast hit him with all it had, which could have gone better. The stag lowered its antlers, and with only a few meters between them, it suddenly sped up and took Jake by surprise as it hit him square in the chest. The impact sent him backward like a rocket as he smashed into a tree. It may have seemed dramatic from an outside perspective, but the damage done wasn't that bad, his danger sense making him aware of that fact before he was even hit. Getting up, Jake easily dodged the follow-up charge as the stag impaled the tree. Not bothering to waste any more time, he took out his dagger and finished off the beast in only a few venom-doused strikes. Looking himself over, he saw several scales on his chest with small indentures and cracks. Clearly, their ability to soak magical attacks was far above their physical resistance. Not to say that their physical defense was weak in any way. One had to remember that Jake was currently going with the pants-only style, having a bare chest, meaning that the scales were the only obstruction between his bare skin and a row of pointy antlers. He did still have his cloak too, but he was honestly getting tired of it being ripped and torn during every fight, ultimately just getting in the way. Clearly, the item was meant for lower-leveled individuals, and on the point of equipment, he decided to keep going further into the valley. His bare chest, common rarity starter bow, and shitty cloak meant that he had plenty of upgrades still to find. Even his bracers were getting quite old, providing far fewer stats than his newer loot with their measly 5 agility and 3 strength. The hours went by as he did several more tests for his new scales. In conclusion, they were brilliant, pretty much an overpowered defense against magic, and decent physical resistance. On the con list was without a doubt the mana consumption. To cover his entire upper body had drained more than 1,000 mana, and when the scales got damaged, he had to pour in even more mana. Less than to summon new ones, but it was still costly. When the scales were summoned, he could maintain them relatively cheaply, but they still drained far too much to have them up for long periods. He doubted he could keep the scales active for more than a few hours on his entire body, even with his full mana pool. Without mana to keep them up, the scales would last for around 3 minutes. After that, they would disappear as if having never been there. Jake did find that his skin was still pristine beneath, even if the scales had been damaged, which was nice. His final test had been with poison, but he discovered that he didn't have anything potent enough to do a proper test. Perhaps the gland from the Denmother would be good enough, but he felt like it was a waste of an excellent future ingredient. Half a day later, he was finally done scouring the valley as he looked disappointed at his bounty 2 more common rarity tokens, as well as another pair of stupid uncommon steel boots that provided strength and toughness. They were worse than his current boots in every way. Besides, they looked uncomfortable as hell. He had gotten a level, though, reaching 47 in his ambitious hunter class, so the time wasn't wasted entirely, but it was far less efficient than the dungeon. He had briefly considered grinding to level 50 in his class before entering the next dungeon, but decided against it. It would take far too long, and besides, he felt like he could handle the next dungeon. Feeling ready, he looked up towards the second smallest volcano-like mountain, the location of the second dungeon and beast lord if his assumptions were correct, and hopefully also the location of a damn shirt. Chapter 76, Lucenti Plains. The path up to the mountain wasn't as easily traversed as he had hoped. Unlike the Badger Valley, he didn't find any easily accessible way forward. Instead, he was met with a wall of stone, a steep cliffside. He tried climbing it a few times, but quickly found that his climbing skills, coupled with the smooth stone surface, made it improbable that he could climb up there. He tried to use his weapons to climb, but it was more than a little unwieldy. Venomfang was too strong, and the cold from his sword made it break the stone as it cooled down. After walking back and forth for a few minutes trying to find a spot to climb, he got an idea. Could he use his mana strings? He had made several strings over time and even used it to retrieve dropped weapons and such. In theory, he should be able to make a rope of his strings and climb up the cliffside. Thinking it was quite a shot in the dark, he was surprised when he quickly strung together an invisible rope of mana. After practicing for a few minutes, he managed to make it longer and sturdier, and even managed to hoist himself up in a tree using it. Damn, I am good, Jake thought to himself as he marveled at the immense progress he had made in his mana control. He had slacked a bit recently, but with his stat growth and alchemy skills improving, he had gotten quite good without even noticing. It still hadn't materialized as a skill, discounting Spectral Hand. He remembered that his focus on the practice came from those few words given to him by the Malefic Viper during their first meeting. Those words had opened him up to the possibility that mana control was possible outside of using it for skills. By now, he was sure that many others had also caught on, but he still felt like he had an early starter advantage compared to many others. With this new mana rope, Jake managed to attach it to small protrusions on the cliffside. Climbing to those protrusions, he made another rope attached further up and slowly made his way up the cliff. Granted, it would have likely been faster just to go back the way he came and find a more direct path, but he believed that he hadn't wasted his time in the grand scheme of things. Finally, reaching the top, he smiled triumphantly. The ropes had dispersed already as they turned to nothing whenever they lost contact with his body. He felt like controlling mana outside the body, without him touching it, should be entirely possible. He just wasn't sure how to do it yet. Having gotten out of the valley, he didn't delay as he rushed to the dungeon entrance. The layout was incredibly similar to the other mountain, and he quickly reached the long passageway leading into the hollow volcano. He had a sneaking suspicion that he was in for another mountain filled with long passages whenever he entered the dungeon itself. Only a few raptors were in his way, but they were swiftly handled with a few barrages of splitting arrow. Reaching the mountains inside, he quickly spotted the door to the dungeon and wasted no time rushing to it, placing his hand on it. Tutorial Dungeon discovered. Dungeons throughout the universe offer groups and individuals a chance to pursue strength and treasures through exploring the pocket dimensions known as dungeons. This variant is only found within the tutorials provided by the system to newly integrated races. Requirements to enter. NA requirements to enter met. Warning: only 5 challengers allowed per party attempting the dungeon. Only 1 party allowed at a time. Note that dungeons can be entered and exited at your own discretion. Enter dungeon. YN. The message was exactly the same as when he entered the Badger dungeon. He accepted the prompt and felt his vision and body shift. Totally gonna be another shitty cave, Jake joked with himself. His sphere was the first to register his new surroundings, and it made him aware he was in a rather large open space. The next thing he felt was a breeze in a cave. But as his vision returned, he found himself not standing in his anticipated cave, but instead on a small hill surrounded by a broad plain. You have entered the dungeon, Lucenti Plain's objective. Defeat the great white stag. He was quite honestly taken aback. The change of scenery was far more extreme than he had anticipated. Every dungeon he had entered so far had been enclosed spaces, one an ancient temple and another a cave. But this was a goddamn open plain, the sky above, with a large open space before him. On his small hill, he could see a large number of beasts running around. They were groups of deer with a stag or two generally leading each small group. The plains themselves were a mix of tall grass and open ground. The grass was easily 3 meters tall, where it was tallest. Looking behind him, he saw that perhaps this space wasn't as large as he had first imagined. While it looked enormous, it soon became apparent that it was, in fact, quite limited. He saw that only 100 meters or so behind him, the plains suddenly stopped, and it turned to stony ground. Activating Hunter's sight, he peered into the distance and saw only nothingness. It was like he was in an oasis in the middle of a desolate world, an oasis consisting of a plain with herds of deer running around. Turning his attention back towards the beasts, he used Identify on one of the groups. Lucenti deer LVL 61, Lucenti deer LVL 60, Lucenti deer LVL 62, Lucenti stag LVL 65. Just like Badger's den, it was the same beasts but with higher levels. The levels themselves were only slightly higher than the Badger's had been, making Jake feeling quite confident, but he quickly identified a few problems, the biggest of them soon entering his sight. Great white stag LVL. The beast was majestic. He honestly had no other way to describe it. It stood drinking from a pond in the middle of the plains. It had antlers that looked like they were made out of the most delicate ivory, the purest white color covering its entire body, making it appear albino. A bit further away were tens of deer, all split into smaller groups. Each group had a few dozen and a stag or two in them. They all seemed to keep a reasonable distance from the great white stag, but that didn't mean it was alone. Around it were 3 nearly equally beautiful creatures. Also pure white but without the antlers. They seemed almost to give off an aura of gentleness as they stood by the stag. Identifying them, it became clear that they were also far from ordinary beasts. White doe LVL, White doe LVL 72, White doe LVL. The levels were higher than any of the other beasts besides the stag itself. On a side note, this identification did help confirm a theory he had about the Identify skill. He had wondered where the line between it showing question marks and the actual level appeared. He noted that he could see the level 72, but not any of the others. This made him guess that this was likely the maximum. His current level in his race was 48, making those with quick math realize it quite easily. He had already kind of theorized it before, but now he felt pretty sure. Jake believed that he could identify things up to 50% above his level, meaning 72 was his current limit. He would have to test it further to fully confirm it. If he was lucky, then one of the other does would be level 73. Of course, he needed to level up for that to matter, which shouldn't be a problem considering the many meatbags of experience populating the plains. This abundance of prey, however, led him to a second problem. Or well, the quantity itself was not the problem. The issue was what they were doing. As he saw right away, these deer were not stationary like in the Badger's den. Instead, they ran around, making it far too hard to pin down a group. To make matters worse, there was a good chance he would get engaged by a second group after attacking the first. Each group of deer did not strike him as particularly powerful. They were the same deer and stags that he had hunted many of before, save for their higher level, and even without his new scales of the Malefic viper, he felt like he was more than capable of hunting them. But that didn't mean he was eager to engage an army of the beasts. He decided to take his time to observe from where he stood. It didn't take him long to notice that there seemed to be a pattern to their movements. The same routes were followed, as paths had been made in the tall grass. From where he stood, he couldn't see exactly where to and from they were running due to the damn grass. He tried marking one of them with Mark of the Ambitious Hunter as he followed it. He noticed it going into an area he couldn't see due to the tall grass where it stopped. It didn't move for a good 20 minutes before Jake got impatient. He felt like he was wasting his time just sitting there. Sneaking down from the hill, he decided to put his basic stealth to the test as he entered the tall grass. He snuck towards the deer he had marked, as he made efforts to avoid the other groups as they ran around. However, this was a relatively short journey, as he noticed that these beasts had a far larger area of engagement than the Badgers did. One had barely entered his sphere before it seemed to become alert and turn its attention his way. The rest of its group also stopped up as they looked into the tall grass where he was hiding. Jake tried to make himself smaller as he stood utterly still. In his sphere, he could see the deer move its ears back and forth as its nose sniffed the air. Jake controlled his breathing as the beast stood there, still a good 19 to 20 meters away from him. As the stag walked up to the edge of the tall grass, he closed his eyes as he focused on calming down his beating heart and held his breath while, at the same time, trying to suppress his own aura. Slowly lowering himself to the ground, he made sure not to rustle any of the stalks of grass as he lay flat on his stomach. This turned out to be the right decision, as a beam of light cut through the air where his chest had been only seconds before. Through pure willpower, he managed not even to twitch an eyelid as the unexpected attack swept across the grass above him, cutting off the upper half. The cut-off grass fell down as it collapsed, covering the completely unmoving Jake. Having not hit anything seemed to satisfy the stag that had fired the beam as it did a bellow to its followers, making them move on. Jake, now entirely covered in the fallen grass, did not budge, but a small smile could be seen on his face. Not just because he had avoided a potentially shitty situation, but because of the system message he just got. Skill upgraded, basic stealth inferior, advanced stealth common. He honestly didn't feel like he had done much to deserve the upgrade. Then again, his archery had a similar upgrade just because he thought about how to do archery for a bit. Looking at the new description, not much had changed. Advanced stealth common. The deadliest blow is the one not seen coming. A proven artisan in the arts of stealth, you have learned to stay undetected far better than a mere novice. You now find it even easier to blend into the environment, waiting for just the right moment to strike. Adds a minor bonus to the effect of agility and perception while successfully remaining undetected. It was clear to him that it was just a straight-up upgrade. Upgrading stealth had not been on his to-do list, but it was welcome for sure. Thinking back, he had actually done a lot of sneaking around in the tutorial. He had crept around the dinosaur-filled mountains, and his time in the outer area had consisted of him trying not to be found by other humans. He also had a theory that prior knowledge did play in quite a bit. Just like with his archery, Jake did inadvertently have some experience on how to sneak, something he suspected most people who liked to stay up too late in their parents' house had. However, Jake's thoughts on the implications of the upgrade were interrupted as he was brought back to reality. The stag he had marked earlier had started moving once more. Taking it as his cue to stop wasting time, he started sneaking towards the spot where it had been sitting still for a good half an hour. Managing to stay undetected for the rest of the trip, he soon found himself overlooking a small downward slope into a mini valley of sorts. The middle of the valley contained a spring, and a pond not unlike the one the great white stag was at. From where he was hiding, no deer was close enough to spot him. He, however, had a clear view of the pond and the animals around it. The stag that had nearly discovered him was currently drinking some of the water along with its compatriots. Jake briefly considered attacking them but decided against it. It was too risky with the groups running around. Instead, he made a trip around the clearing, finding to his surprise that no deer was within a few hundred meters. At the same time, he felt that his mark had stopped once more. It was a good kilometer to the north of the pond he was currently at, making Jake take a risk and rush towards it, still hidden in the tall grass. It didn't take him long to get there, discovering yet another, almost identical valley and pond. His marked deer was happily drinking the water, just like the deer at the other pond. Once more, he decided to wait a bit when an idea of what was going on occurred, which proved to be the right idea as the group stopped drinking and left once more, this time towards the big pond in the center with the white stag. Less than a minute later, a new group of deer appeared, this time from the north. Which meant it was not the same one that had nearly spotted him earlier. Jake decided to make his way back to the pond he was at before, at which he discovered a new group of deer. A few minutes later, they too left, running back towards the center pond. And waiting 5 minutes or so, a new group appeared. Yeah, I think I got it, Jake thought to himself. It was pretty simple. At any point, only a single group would ever be at a pond, and every time they would stay there for a good 20-30 minutes. Afterward, they would either move on to the next pond or return to the middle, and then a new group would appear within a few minutes. With each pond being isolated, this was without a doubt the intended design. The ponds were the killing area, and Jake was on a timer to take down every group before the next one would come. At least that was the theory that Jake was sticking to. As the group left the pond, Jake waited patiently for the next one to arrive. It was time to put his theory to the test. Chapter 77, Pondering on Ponds. The wait was short as he heard the sound of cloven hooves hitting the ground. Soon he saw a group of deer approach the pond, just like all the others had. But the fate of these beasts would not be just another peaceful drink. He had already prepared his arrows with poison aplenty, and his resources were full, which meant it was killing time. Jake saw no reason to delay his attack as he stood up from his hiding place and took out his bow. Knocking an arrow and drawing the string, he started charging an infused power shot, aiming for the stag in the middle. The moment he started charging the mana, they all turned towards him in a startle to his slight surprise. He was a good 60 meters away, far further than he expected for them to notice him. His reaction, however, was swift as he released the arrow. Despite them noticing him, it still hadn't even been a second from them turning their heads to an arrow arriving, penetrating the skull of the stag before it had a chance to mount a defense. Despite the damage, Jake had not actually managed to kill the beast. However, he had managed to temporarily disable it, as it staggered and fell down on its hind legs. With their leader out of commission, the 4 remaining deer briefly showed confusion before they charged towards him in unison. An expected response as they were met with a barrage of splitting arrows. Without their leader and designated healer, the deer had a hard time putting up a proper fight. Two fell before they even reached him, and a third one died as Venomfang stabbed it in the abdomen, releasing deadly toxins. Before he got the opportunity to finish off the last beast, a light fell over it, making its wounds heal at a visible rate. The damn stag had gotten up once more, and from the looks of it, it was completely unharmed. Bloody healers, Jake complained as he kept fighting the deer. The fight quickly got prolonged, as he time and time again failed to land fatal blows due to the stag erecting barriers, and whatever damage he did inflict got healed right away. The damn stag didn't even try to attack Jake a single time, seemingly satisfied with just healing the deer. The standstill continued for a good 5 minutes before the stag started running low on mana. Jake had been okay with just slowly draining the beast, as the deer had yet to do any damage to him. He knew the necrotic poison, and the toxin from Venomfang wasn't that easily healed. He had been honed against far more challenging opponents. While the deer was stronger than most beasts, it was still weak compared to an alpha badger, and Jake had only grown stronger since he faced off against those. When the final barrier shattered under his dagger and penetrated the neck of the deer, it collapsed with a yelp as the venom took hold. A swift stab with his sword finished it off before turning his attention back towards the stag. He had expected it to be already charging his way, but was taken aback by what it did instead. It ran. It bloody ran back towards the center pond, aka back towards the location of the great white stag. Shit. Jake pulled out his bow once more, simultaneously focusing his senses on the mark of the ambitious hunter he had just placed on the stag. Knocking his arrow, he drew the string as the beast disappeared from his sight, hidden by the tall grass. The paths created by the beasts were not straight lines, far from it. But luckily Jake knew precisely where the thing was even without a direct line of sight. He took his time to line up the shot. When it felt just right, he released the arrow as it exploded forward. The grass was parted like the Red Sea as it tore through everything in its path. The stag didn't even register it coming before it was hit in its hind, penetrating through its midsection out the neck. With it out of mana and far from in optimal condition, this spelled instant death. Jake barely saw it all happen before the grass flowed back into its original place, obstructing his view once more. But the notification of the kill was all he needed to confirm his success. You have slain Lucenti Stag, LVL 67, bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. 94,000 TP earned *. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter has reached level 48 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points *. Race Human E has reached level 49 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points finally. Getting some levels again felt great. It was weird, considering he had leveled less than a day ago, but after his trip into the Badger dungeon, he had gotten impatient with his leveling speed. He felt like he needed more, and he needed it faster. Fighting prey far above his level, coupled with Mark of the Ambitious Hunter, undoubtedly helped him level far faster. He wasn't sure of how big the bonus was, as it just said that it gave him bonus experience whenever he killed a marked target higher level than himself. It wasn't like he got an exact number of experience earned per kill to begin with. Could it even be quantified into a number? But he did make it a habit to mark every beast before he killed it. It barely had any cost to use, and the effects were more than worth it just for the damage. The duration seemed partly based on his enemy's level, making it expire faster on stronger foes. He had tested it while doing alchemy by just marking the highest leveled thing he could find and then just leave it be. He had considered just marking the great white stag, but decided against it as he would likely have to swap it around a lot. His intuition told him facing the great white stag with his current strength was a bad idea, but the deterrence was not absolute. It was like he had first felt as he stood before an alpha badger. It would be a bad idea, but it was not impossible. But banking on getting a skill upgrade just in time to win the fight like with his first alpha wasn't exactly a reliable tactic. Not that it mattered currently. Jake had ample time to gain more levels from all the beasts running around before he would have to face the big boss. There was one thing that intrigued him, though, the ponds that the deer seemed to patrol around. One still needed sustenance at E grade, but it seemed like overkill to go about drinking it all the time. Jake himself barely needed to eat and drink anymore, making the fact that these deer drank all the time suspicious, to say the least. It didn't take him long to discover why, as he made his way to the pond. The water was as clear as it could get, but that wasn't the important part. It gave off an aura and even a faint feeling from his sense of the Malefic viper. He decided to use Identify on it to confirm his suspicions. Lucenti water, common, water infused with strong light affinity mana, making it purer and hold certain magical properties, can be used as an ingredient in many alchemical recipes or simply consumed in its raw form to restore mana for those possessing the light affinity. His Identify yielded him quite the information, once more proving the worth of his knowledge-related alchemy skills. What he couldn't explain, however, was the feeling from his sense of the Malefic viper. It was only a faint sensation, but it was clearly there. It was telling him a herb was nearby, but the water was clear with not a single living thing within it. Several shining rocks were scattered on the bottom, but his identify didn't give him any proper response. On a closer inspection, he found what may be the explanation for the trace energy of herbs in the water. On the pond side, submerged half a meter or so, several small holes were hidden. They were nearly impossible to see with one's eyes, but his sphere of perception made them clear as day. But what was more important was where the holes were leading. They were clearly extending towards the center pond, which would mean that whatever was infusing this water with mana would likely be found in there. For now, however, he focused on this pond. He wanted the shiny rocks, and he wanted the water. While he couldn't identify the stones, he could feel the mana in them. The water itself was at least a common rarity alchemical reagent that he was sure to find a use for at some point. He still had a library worth of books, and there was sure to be something on light affinity water. Speaking of affinities, Jake did wonder what exactly was required for obtaining an affinity, or if it was even something one obtained. More specifically, he wondered how one unlocked the skills. Currently, he had the nature affinity offered from his class, but that was still the only one. I can figure that out later, Jake thought to himself as he started collecting the water and stones. However, it didn't go as planned as when he touched the water. It felt like his hand got scalded. Grimacing, he pulled back his hand and saw that it had turned red. He had even lost a few health points. Well, there goes my plan for trying to drink it. His body clearly disagreed with the water, but he was still adamant about collecting it. The water would hurt his skin, but he would like to see it hurt his scales. The dark green scales soon covered his hands and arms as he took out one of the barrels he had borrowed from the challenge dungeon. Luckily, the water didn't affect the wooden barrel, so it was easily stored. The water still clearly tried to burn Jake's hand, but was utterly unable to harm the scales. This meant that he safely collected 2 barrels of the water and the stones, which also tried to burn his hand. Pretty sure having the light affinity is off the table. He sighed as he put the collected items into his spatial storage. As he prepared to head onward, he spotted something out the corner of his eye. A deer had come from the north path and was currently staring at him, and the 4 dead does around him. It was with a group of 2 other deer and a single stag. He was, however, once more surprised at its action. Instead of attacking, it charged towards the path leading towards the center pond. Simultaneously, the 2 other does headed towards Jake, as the stag started charging up its antlers. With no time to consider the situation further, he took out his bow and focused on the doe running towards the center. He didn't need his intuition to tell him that letting it get away would result in a bad time, a very bad time. He marked the beast as he fired a quickly charged infused power shot. The shot flew true as it struck the doe in its hind leg, the impact cutting the limb off. To his displeasure, this didn't stop the beast as it managed to get up quickly and continued limping forward. He wanted to shoot another arrow, but was interrupted by the 2 deer closing in on him. Every second counted as the fleeing deer got further and further away. Jake decided not to risk anything as he tried to disengage from the beasts attacking him. He used his rather unassuming skill Badger jump to fire straight up into the air in a flash of inspiration. Followed by a shadow vault, he became ethereal as he made it even further up, perhaps a bit further than he had planned. The entire dungeon lay bare before him as he looked down. He had wanted to jump out of reach, but had managed to get a good 100 meters up instead. It wasn't the plan, but Jake didn't have time to consider his horrid estimation of his own ability to travel vertically as he quickly locked onto the still running doe below him. With ample time as he fell, he fired an infused power shot down towards it. It soared through the air and hit the beast right on its back, utterly smashing it into the ground. He didn't need the notification to know that it was dead, not that his problems were solved just like that. He still faced the minor issue called gravity as he accelerated downwards. He did take advantage of his falling, as he fired a strong splitting arrow that split into 9 as it rained down on the 2 does awaiting him below. The stag managed to block 2 of them with barriers, but the rest cut into the 2 beasts. The moment before Jake hit the ground, he took out his venom fang and short sword of icy winds. He impacted not the ground, but the top of one of the beasts, as he managed to take advantage of their momentary confusion caused by the arrows. 2 downward thrusts penetrated deep, as the joint force of his fall and his high strength tore into the beast. His forearm smashed into the deer just before his legs hit the ground. The deer smashed into the soil from the impact, taking the main brunt of the damage as it softened Jake's fall. Not to say that Jake had gotten off completely unscathed. The fall resulted in both of his legs hurting like hell, his forearms being bruised and his wrists aching. The deer was, of course, completely and utterly dead. The other one, not so much. Still not wholly prepared, Jake got kicked by the remaining deer, stumbling to the side. It hurt, but the damage was minimal as the beast didn't have time to put proper force behind the blow. Mildly annoyed, Jake swung his weapons following his twin fang style, slicing and stabbing the beast again and again. The stag was still healing it, but Jake had learned his lesson. The slow and steady approach would only lead to more reinforcements coming. While circling the deer, Jake finally saw his chance. After a solid stab, Jake shifted the situation by kicking the deer, launching himself backward in the direction of the stag. A shadow vault borrowing the momentum accelerated him towards his new target as he brought down his vicious attacks once more. The stag had a far harder time healing the wounds inflicted on itself when it had to at the same time focus on avoiding fatal blows. Jake wasn't holding anything back either, as he stabbed Venom Fang up through its jaw, penetrating all the way through to the brain. The blow made the beast unable to cast its spells any longer, which in turn allowed him to finish it off swiftly. The assault had happened in only a few seconds, giving the deer no chance to come to help the stag. Not that it stopped the doe from still attacking, netting it a quick death as it had lost its designated healer. With no remaining beasts alive, Jake retreated back into the tall grass. If his prediction were correct, then a new batch of deer would soon arrive, so all he had to do was wait patiently and observe from a safe distance. The wait took 25 minutes, but unlike the usual group appearing, he instead saw the enormous white form of a stag towering above all the other beasts. It turned out the big boss had arrived to check out the crime scene. Chapter 78, Introspection. The otherwise peaceful pond was now disturbed by blood and dead beasts, a situation that seemed to not sit well with the great white stag as it slowly walked in. Jake was a bit more than 100 meters away at this point, as he observed from a small hill. His head barely popped up to the top of the grass, leaving it still partly covered. He was unsure if this distance was safe, but he guessed it was. If it weren't, well, he would handle that problem if it presented itself. The great white stag slowly walked around the clearing for a bit, sniffing the ground here and there and inspecting every single one of the corpses. The three does following it did so silently, though Jake could clearly feel that they were very alert and ready to spring into action at any moment. He couldn't help considering attacking now. The stag was alone with only its three usual followers with it. In the center, it was always surrounded by close to 100 other beasts, but he didn't attack. His mind told him yes, but his instincts and intuition gave him a resounding no. Something felt off about the entire situation. Why would the big boss come here only with 3 followers? It seemed far too convenient, so he waited. The clearing's perimeter was scoured carefully by both the great white stag and its followers, forcing Jake to duck down a little lower. At one point, he felt his danger sense vaguely warn him that they got close. Too close. The white stag kept sniffing around the area for a few minutes before it suddenly seemed to get bored. It bellowed at the does around it as they all sprung into action. Jake momentarily thought he was discovered, but quickly calmed down when he saw what they were doing. They bit into the dead deer that he had killed and started dragging them across the soil. The stag merely watched them work as they gathered up the corpses and put them all in a big pile. When they were all gathered up, the stag finally made its intentions clear as its antlers started giving off light. Jake instantly felt it in the air. The very atmosphere seemed to change as the fake sun above darkened. The sky turned black as a bright white orb appeared, a moon. Or more accurately, a representation of a moon. It wasn't the moon from Earth, but an entirely unblemished marble. There were no craters on it, nothing at all. It looked like a perfectly round pearl floating above. What happened next, however, made him aware that this was not merely an illusion. The antlers of the great white stag pulsed with mana and light as the moon above came alive. A beam descended on the pile of corpses less than a second later, enveloping it entirely. It had to have a radius of at least 3 or 4 meters, with a mana intensity far above anything Jake had ever seen before, discounting whatever the Malefic Viper had done, of course. A few seconds later, the light stopped just as abruptly as it came. What was left was nothing. Not a single piece of the beasts remained, not even a single drop of blood on the grass, which led to the second point. The grass was completely untouched. In fact, it seemed to have more vitality than before the light descended. With its work done, the stag's antlers stopped glowing as the sky returned to normal. With its does in tow, it sauntered back towards the center pond once more. Jake was left astonished by the display. The power behind it was above what he had imagined, but what was even more incredible was how the hell the beast had done it. He had a pretty good sense for mana by now, but whatever the hell it didn't do entirely with its own power. It was like it had pulled pure unadulterated power out of nothing. That, or it had somehow amplified whatever mana it did use to create a bigger phenomenon. Like how a single spark could lead to a house burning down, it too had merely released a spark, starting the entire process. He knew that the power he released from his infused power shot was more than just the sum of its parts. The system amplified it, but whatever the great white stag did was on an entirely different level. There was something more behind it, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. But for some reason, despite his astonishment, he wasn't deterred at all. Its display of power was noticeable, yes, but it wasn't above and beyond what he could face. It was more the concept behind the attack that stunned him. In fact, the display only made him more excited to face it eventually, to discover what more it would have in store for him to overcome it. But first, he still had a lot of other deer to kill. He could likely wait at the pond for another group to appear, but decided to head north instead. He would move swiftly from pond to pond and eliminate the groups one by one. Then finally, he would strike at the great white stag. Based on the number of enemies, he should easily reach level 50 in his class before the final battle, giving him yet another edge. With a plan and tremendous motivation, he dove into the tall grass, already looking forward to the next battle. William dreamt as he experienced memory after memory of the things he had done in the past and how he had dealt with it. Countless visions of his behavior and rationalizations superimposed on each other, forcing him to reflect on his path, whether he liked to or not. He remembered how he had killed his brother, the pain he had inflicted upon his parents, and all those he had hurt through his actions. The nurse who got fired and sued, the people he had manipulated to get what he wanted. In some ways, emotions could be considered a weakness. In certain scenarios, they could lead you astray or to make the wrong decision at the wrong time. Get emotional and do something you would come to regret. William had only two memories where the emotions felt truly real. One was when Herman died, and the other was during the final battle, where he had, for the first time ever, felt hatred in killing someone not for pragmatic reasons, but because he truly wanted that person dead. How he in the final moments had displayed strength above and beyond what he should be able to, but it was chaotic, uncontrolled, too close to the weakness that led to the escalated war, the suicidal actions of Hayden and even Herman himself. No, William would transcend above that because the dreams made something absolutely clear to him. This tutorial was his to claim, his foundation to build his power upon. He felt the whispers in the back of his mind, guiding him. The specter of Herman proudly showing him his rightful path. William understood. Through this, he could reach beyond perfection because that was his destiny. Jacob sat cross-legged in the square, surrounded by all the other survivors of their camp. He was speaking of hope and bringing up the spirits of the people. Most of them had been non-combatants to begin with. Most of the survivors were middle-aged office workers who never had any desire to fight. They were understandably distraught after the death of every single combatant except for Bertram, and it wasn't like he had ever been a top fighter, but with his new class, all of that had changed. The hopeless had turned to an optimistic view of the future. Jacob spoke of the wonders of the system, the existence of gods, and how he had even met one. He spoke of a way out of this tutorial. He had segued into the thought that perhaps death was not the final end. Everyone knew of religious messages, and with gods being a real thing, it led many to the natural conclusion of an afterlife existing. At first, he had met resistance, but as he got better, so did he get more convincing. He had also disclosed his new class, not by name but by function. He had called himself a guide of sorts. To prove his claims, he had enlisted Bertram's help to teach him a bit about combat, just the theoretical stuff. With this knowledge, he had taught the warriors, and in only a few hours, one of them got a class level. The survivor was only at level 14 before he leveled, but it did prove the possibility of leveling a class without fighting, which was, of course, another source of hope. As for Jacob himself, well, his progress was on another level. Ding. Class Augur of Hope has reached level 36 stat points allocated, plus 8 free points in only a few days. He had gained 11 levels. From merely talking and teaching, he was ecstatic at the new possibilities opened up before him, and his enthusiasm for the system and his new class only seemed to speed up his progress further. As one knows, an engaged and interested teacher is far better than a bored one, and Jacob was at the peak of interest. At level 30, he had also earned another skill that only helped him further. Enlightenment of the Holy Pantheon Epic. Blessed by the Holy Mother herself, you have become her spokesperson among your race. To fulfill your role, you must know what to teach. Grants knowledge of the teachings of the Holy Church directly from the Holy Pantheon itself. Increase the effect of all light affinity mana. Grants a karmic path connecting you with the Holy Pantheon. When he gained the skill, he felt an influx of knowledge like never before. He suddenly knew of many gods, and of course also of the Holy Mother herself. It was only surface information about the specific members, but he did discover that the pantheon consisted of many gods, with the Holy Mother being the supreme leader. What he gained the most, however, was the knowledge of their teachings of compassion and working together, of the importance of cohesion and in guiding others towards a greater path, teachings against the chaos that so often ruled. To embrace fate and move to realize one's true destiny, it was a path of order, to be civilized and taking care of one another. Compared to the tutorial nightmare, this path was far more aligned with the old rules of Earth, but it did have some rather significant differences. First of all, the act of killing was viewed as a necessity. In the end, the system was supreme, and to advance, combat and killing had to be done. But it also recognized that perhaps not all were fit for killing and fighting. Instead, these people could support the warriors. They could walk the path of professions and only pick up their weapons in the greatest of emergencies. The teachings were not complicated at all. They were simple and easy to understand. Like a normal religious text, the skill also granted Jacob a plethora of stories to tell stories that exemplified the teachings. Most important out of all of the teachings was the power of faith, the possibilities open to mortals through aligning themselves with gods, the synergetic relationship between a god and his or her followers, the god and their followers acting as teachers and guides, leading the mortals towards a brighter future, while the god would be supplied with even more followers and the power of faith. The knowledge given by the system was far from complete. It was like a study guide of information he could now access, giving him something to go through whenever he used his newly gained meditation skill. Jacob had also received something he didn't expect to. After he became an augur and determined himself to lead them, the system responded as it gave him a quest. Tutorial quest. A leader is born objective. Become a respected leader of at least 95% of the other humans during the tutorial. Current progress, 98% quest completed. Reward given upon the conclusion of the tutorial. After he got the quest, it only took a day to complete it. He didn't know if getting the quest was a good or bad thing, but he chose to believe it was good. Looking out at the fervent believers in front of him, Jacob smiled, satisfied. All of them had come to follow him, and in turn, the Holy Church. It was incredible how easily people grab on to the slightest shred of hope in what they otherwise believed to be hopeless situations. His only regret was the knowledge that this hope sadly wouldn't last. The fate of every single one of them, himself included, had already been written. Chapter 79, Moment of Curiosity. Jake dismissed his bow as the stag fell to the ground, never to move again. The fights with the beasts had only got more comfortable as he got accustomed to all their tactics and fighting styles. In the end, they were just beasts, making their strategies repetitive and straightforward. It had started getting a bit boring as they stopped being real challenges, but at least the experience was good. Only 4 pawns cleared out, and Jake had reached his first goal. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter has reached level 50 stat points allocated plus 4 free points asterisk ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 50 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. He waited for a few moments after the notifications. After a few seconds, it became disappointingly clear that he wouldn't get anything for getting his race to level 50. He had kind of hoped to get some amazing bonus or something, at least a skill or something. His only consolation was that his class, of course, didn't disappoint. Ambitious Hunter class skills available yet again. He decided to take the slow approach and go through the skills one by one. He quickly dove into the tall grass once more as he hid far away from any potential enemies. The pattern of other deer coming to investigate the pond he had just cleared was sure to repeat itself. When he found a safe spot, he sat down and entered meditation as he went through the skills. He was low on both stamina and mana anyway. He had a total of 5 new skills to pick from, the maximum he could be offered, the first one not being overly exciting though. Stealth attack, common. The most decisive blow is the one not seen coming before it is too late. Increase the power of the first attack made to an otherwise unaware foe. Works with both ranged and melee attacks. Adds a minor bonus to the effectiveness of agility and strength when using stealth attack. He was 99% sure this one came from him advancing his stealth. He could see the usefulness of the skill, but the common rarity tag just put him off. He was sure that he could get better at some point. If he advanced stealth more, chances were new skills would follow suit. So he skipped it as he swiftly moved on to yet another common rarity skill. Grappling shot, common. Getting to the right vantage point, or merely climbing whatever impedes you is invaluable to any hunter when hunting his prey. Shoot an arrow with a string of mana attached. The arrow will easily stick to any surface it encounters without doing any notable damage to said surface. Adds a minor bonus to the effectiveness of agility and wisdom when using grappling shot. This one was at least a bit more interesting. Jake assumed he unlocked it through his small rock climbing session and by his constant use of mana strings. But while the way he had unlocked it was interesting, the skill itself was not. Discounting any fantasies of cosplaying as a vigilante in a bat costume, he didn't see many practical uses. If he really needed to climb something badly, he could just use the same tactic he used before. The only other exciting thing he could find about the skill was that it scaled with wisdom and agility like his Shadow Vault of Umbra. Not that it had any effect on his decision to skip it over. His next option at least looked quite a bit better. Descending Fang, uncommon. A fang descending like the clamping mouth of a snake. Do a downward strike with a melee weapon, significantly increasing penetrative power and damage inflicted. Damage improved further if the weapon is benefiting from Twin Fang style. Adds a small bonus to the effectiveness of agility and strength when using Descending Fang. This was the first true melee skill he had been offered that he would have to use actively. The skill was also clearly linked to Twin Fang style and was likely also influenced by his liberal use of Venom Fang. The skill itself was without a doubt useful. Jake's favorite move was to stab to begin with, and it also made applying the venom far more effective. Besides, it was far more suitable for stabbing than cutting with the dagger formed like a sharpened fang, hence the name Venom Fang. To say the skill didn't tempt him would be a lie. It fit right into his style, and it would prove incredibly useful. He decided to reserve judgment, though, until he had also checked out the last two skills, the first of which was also incredibly interesting. Conjure spectral weaponry, uncommon. One does not need to carry a weapon if they can manifest one at any time. Summon a replication of any weapon used prior composed solely of mana. Only the form of the weapon is replicated, and it does not retain any enchants or material integrity. The summoned arm's power and durability are based on wisdom and the mana expended during their creation. This one likely had similar roots to the grappling shot skill. Jake's mana practice, to be more exact. He also had the option to learn Spectral Hand in his profession, so it was pretty clear that his improvements were recognized. As for the skill itself, it was useful for sure, but Jake nevertheless felt unsure. There were many unanswered questions, such as how well the conjured weapons would hold up to his current gear and other details, such as how long it took to summon things. His quiver took a few seconds per arrow, and if the speed of conjuration from the skill were anything close to that, it would prove pretty useless in combat. It took him practically no time to dismiss and summon things from his spatial storage, making that far more effective. And of course, there was the last point. Jake felt like he could do what the skill did without it. He could learn how to make a bow or a dagger from mana. Not that he felt anywhere close to able to do that, but his mana string's tangibility and strength got more robust by the day, which left the last skill, one that felt very familiar. Bestial Survival Instincts, rare. The ambitious hunter has learned from the beasts he hunts and can now imitate their superhuman senses. Has a small chance to feel a distinct sense of danger from any attack and improved reaction time for a brief duration after triggering the effect. Adds a small bonus to the chance and the accuracy of the extra sense based on perception. The skill seemed just to explain what his bloodline ability already did, though in more detail and from the description just straight up worse. It only had a chance to activate, and it improved his reaction time. His bloodline already did both of those things far better, but if he took the skill in isolation, ignoring his bloodline, it would surely be useful for someone that wasn't him. His danger sense helped him immensely in combat and helped him gauge how strong a blow would be before it hit him, as well as warn him of any attacks he hadn't seen coming. Thinking back, he remembered many of the beasts he was hunting to have some kind of danger sense, but none of the humans he had fought had it. Perhaps it was just something many creatures got, but humans had to pick special skills for, or maybe it came with levels as one's combat instincts were honed. The best example of a beast with the skill had to be the B.I.Badgers and the Denmother. Both of those showed near precognition level power to react, though he would still call it far less reliable than his own. It seemed to not really differentiate between harmless attacks and lethal ones, like how the Alpha dodged a random glass bottle tossed at it. Yet despite all these cons, Jake got curious. How exactly would the skill work for him? Would it improve his already existing abilities? Double down on the same and just give him massive headaches from two danger senses activating at the same time. Maybe just do nothing. Jake couldn't help but be attracted to the skill, like it resonated with him somehow. His intuition didn't really give him any details as to what would happen either. He did, however, get the feeling that it wouldn't bring him any harm to get it. He went through the list once more and hovered a bit on one of the skills he had passed over at level 40. There was still the one rare skill that offered him better mental defenses. It was attractive for sure, but it just didn't excite him that much. There was also the active camouflage, but at the point he began thinking about taking that, the thought of what would happen from picking bestial survival instincts had already overwhelmed him. In the end, curiosity got the better of him. Well, here goes nothing. Gain skill, Bestial Survival Instincts, rare. The ambitious hunter has learned from the beasts he hunts and can now imitate their superhuman senses. Has a small chance to feel a distinct sense of danger from any attack and improved reaction time for a brief duration after triggering the effect. Adds a small bonus to the chance and the accuracy of the extra sense based on perception. The second he gained the skill, he initially didn't feel much except for the cold sensation of instinctual knowledge of how the skill worked enter him, just like with every other skill. The feeling, however, quickly changed as he felt a warmth spring up. He began to have a vague sense of annoyance at the new skill, an annoyance that soon turned to disdain. Distinctly, he heard the sound of his heartbeat. Thump. The sound felt all-encompassing. The sound didn't come from his physical heart, but something deeper within. Thump. The warmth got more intense as he felt like his blood was heating up, but it didn't feel uncomfortable in the least, but more like something within him had stirred. Like the intrusion of this new skill upon the domain of his bloodline had awoken it, angered it in him. He felt angry, as if he wanted to just rip the skill right out of his status menu. Thump. The feeling kept increasing as the heartbeat continued. Time itself seemed to stand still as the system message appeared. Synergy detected due to your bloodline. The skill Bestial Survival Instincts, rare, is evolving. Skill upgraded. Bestial Survival Instincts, rare. Extreme Bestial Survival Instincts, epic. He read the message as the warm flow increased, but he didn't feel any better at all as even more instinctual knowledge began to enter his brain. His heartbeat showed no intentions of stopping either. Due to your bloodline, the skill Extreme Bestial Survival Instincts Epic is evolving. Skill upgraded. Extreme Bestial Survival Instincts Epic. Supreme Bestial Survival Instincts Ancient. Once more knowledge came, and once more he found it wanting. It was weak, a downgrade, not good enough. Due to your bloodline, the skill Supreme Bestial Survival Instincts Ancient is evolving. Maximum rarity reached. Evolution unsuccessful. Jake finally felt the warmth slow down as the skill seemed to cap out. The knowledge entered his head throughout the entire process as he got a far better understanding of the skill and its full evolutionary path. A logical part of him knew that it was a great skill, but that part of him wasn't what was in the forefront. No, that part of him that was his more impulsive and instinctual side wasn't satisfied. It was still so weak, inferior to what he already had, what he already was. A lesser part of himself that he had no need for, that was better off culled. Thump, a heartbeat that reverberated through his entire soul, sending out a pulse of energy. The warmth returned with a fury, unwilling to give any room for the new skill. His bloodline had been challenged, its territory entered without permission, and like a primal beast it refused to give any leeway, a fact the system quickly recognized. Synergy detected. Congratulation. Your Supreme Bestial Survival Instincts, Ancient, has successfully transformed. Skill transformed. Supreme Bestial Survival Instincts, Ancient. Moment of the Primal Hunter, Legendary. Congratulation. You have successfully created a new legendary skill. A great accomplishment for any being, but even more so when still so early on their path. Title, Legendary Prodigy earned. Jake instantly knew that now it was truly over. His bloodline had won. No, that wasn't right. He had won. Jake's face was grimacing with a toothy smile as blood trickled down his neck from biting himself in a fury before. A brilliant smile of victory, his fists closed, blood hitting the ground from him, clenching his fists so hard. He felt like he had just wrestled a mighty beast to the ground, like he had continuously dominated it despite all its struggle. The windfall from his moment of curiosity was immense. The warm flow disappeared a few moments later. He felt more powerful than ever before, and it didn't take him long to locate the source as his new title. Legendary Prodigy, a true talent standing at the pinnacle of his generation, young yet showing promise above even the elders of yore. Due to your immense accomplishment of creating a legendary skill while still below D grade, you have proven yourself a true legendary prodigy. Plus 10 all stats, plus 10% all stats. The title was as good as his holder of a primordial's true blessing. A title he had gotten from being blessed by a literal god. An extra plus 10 in all stats was immense, granting him a total of 90 stat points right off that bat. This was, of course, ignoring the 10% to all stats. As with the other titles, it worked additively, putting the percentage increase on top of the bonuses he already had, not that it made the bonus any less massive. That 10% represented an increase of a few hundred total stats, a bonus that would only grow as he did. Jake couldn't help but briefly feel like the title wasn't earned. It had been luck and pure coincidence. But then again, could he genuinely claim that? It was due to himself that he got the bonus. It was what he was that made it possible. His bloodline was a part of him. It would be like blaming himself for being good at archery because he had functional arms. Besides, it wasn't the first time he had been called a prodigy. As for the skill itself, Jake wouldn't dare to complain. Moment of the Primal Hunter, Legendary. Instincts ascended to touch upon the concept of time itself. Through your supernatural instinct for survival, you seize the moment of crisis and turn it into one of opportunity. Momentarily slows down time if a blow would otherwise deal substantial damage to the hunter. The hunter is unaffected by the slowdown and can move uninhibited for the duration. Has an internal cooldown between each activation. Effect and internal cooldown of the skill are based on perception. He honestly had no idea what to think about it. From the description, he couldn't imagine it being weak, but at the same time, he had no idea exactly how powerful it would be. He knew that the rarity of skill alone wouldn't instantly make it the best, but often also had a lot to do with the skill's complexity. And from the looks of it, this one was pretty complex, right? The skill said that it touched upon the concept of time itself. Did that mean it literally controlled time? That it wasn't just his instincts going into overdrive or something like that? He had felt the momentary slowdown when a blow approached. It was something familiar. The brain goes into overdrive when one is in danger. A usual concept, even before the system. An idea that he had apparently brought to an entirely new level. Separated by the endless void, two gods both looked on at this, one chuckling and the other sighing, a smile still on his lips despite his despondent mood, the first cheering as the strings of fate got jumbled up once more, the second shaking his head as yet another complication appeared. Chapter 80, Cleaning Up the Plains. Jake clenched his fists together, feeling the strength in his grasp. He felt invigorated, without a doubt, stemming from the massive influx of stats and the new skill. Funnily enough, this was the first skill he had ever unlocked that didn't come with a single iota of knowledge. Usually, he would know at least some basic things about it, like how to activate it, how many resources it generally consumed, potential cooldowns of the skill, and so on and so forth. But with his moment of the Primal Hunter, he only got what the description gave him. He understood why, though. It was a skill he had created, named after his bloodline itself. Perhaps the system didn't have the info, or it was just the normal thing to happen when one made their own skill, or maybe it kind of assumed he already knew since. Well, he was the creator. He opened his status menu for the first time in quite a while, and it was starting to get quite impressive if he had to say so himself. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. LVL 50. Class: Ambitious Hunter. LVL 50. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 50. Health points: HP 41 24 43 50 mana points, MP 32 54 50 50 stamina 1205 29 90 stats: Strength 308, Agility 414, Endurance 299, Vitality 435, Toughness 308, Wisdom 505, Intelligence 204, Perception 758, Willpower 291, Free points 0. Titles: Foreigner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer II, Dungeon Pioneer II, Legendary Prodigy. Class: Skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Advanced Stealth Common, Advanced Archery Common, Hunter's Sight Uncommon, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Infused Powershot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary. Profession: Skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Palate of the Malefic Viper Rare, Touch of the Malefic Viper Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Rare, Blood of the Malefic Viper Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blessing, True Blessing of the Malefic Viper Blessing True. Race skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races, Unique, Identify Common, Meditate Common, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Ability Unique. He had experienced tremendous growth across the line, the massive title being the main culprit behind it. Jake's still massively growing perception was even more insane. Every single free point had been dumped into perception. Everything added together meant he got 9 for every level in his class and 7 for every level in his race, a truly massive amount amplified further by a huge percentage increase, which ultimately meant Jake's perception was more than 250 points above his second highest stat, and so far, he hadn't regretted it. With every point in the stat, his bloodline ability grew stronger. The 2 last skills he had gotten in his class scaled with perception, and he felt like he could only get more skills scaling with it. A split of his free points between strength and agility would likely have made him stronger here and now, but Jake wasn't satisfied with just being strong here and now. He knew there was an entire world out there to explore and that this tutorial would only be a minor point in his life. If he survived, of course, and if he didn't, well, who cares? If he died, he wouldn't be able to feel regretful anyway. The fact that his new legendary skill scaled with perception did make it all a little bit better too. He would still have to test it in actual combat, but since it required him to be in potentially deadly danger, it wasn't something he could just practice. This dungeon wasn't ideal for it either. The deer constantly moved around, and the ever-looming danger of the great white stag appearing in the middle of a practice session, quite frankly, made it a terrible training ground. Not that the prospect was as scary as it was only a few minutes ago. Even before this power-up, Jake felt confident in facing the beast in one-on-one combat, now even more so. But first, he had to finish his meditation. Running out of stamina in the middle of a fight would make any power-ups irrelevant after all. Before he entered meditation, he chugged a stamina potion, restoring a good portion. Cutting off the outside world, he started meditating. He felt his regeneration speed up as more energy started condensing within. Where exactly all the energy was stored, he still didn't know. But if he had to guess, it had to be in some metaphysical way, just like how his bloodline didn't actually seem to have anything to do with actual blood. Taking advantage of the fact his sphere continued to function during meditation, Jake wasn't wholly paralyzed from doing anything productive as he practiced mana manipulation. Speaking of the sphere, he still had no idea exactly how fast it grew in area. It had stopped at a bit less than 30 meters in all directions, and been like that even before the massive stat gain he had just gotten. What did improve, however, was the detail of what he saw. Color was still out of the question, but mana had started getting more visible to his inner eye. It was still faint, but at least he now knew it was there and could even see it. His string of mana that was invisible to the eye was visible to his sphere at least, likely due to how condensed it was, which made it far easier to practice. Like he had done so many times before, he started making strings. The fact that mana constructs were possible was only made more evident by the spectral hand and spectral weaponry skills, and if a skill could weave it together, so could he. Even before today, he had tried to make more complicated things. Ropes were just strings woven together, but if he wove enough together and focused on keeping them straight, he suddenly made a staff, making the strings weave together in a sharp point, and he would have a spear. It was simple for him to do. To create the form itself took little effort, but the problem was maintaining it. No matter how much he focused, he couldn't make the things he made more robust. They always felt fleeting, like a strong wind could blow his constructs apart. Of course, that was ignoring the colossal problem of them instantly dissolving the moment he stopped being in physical contact with the mana. So far, he didn't see any solution to the problem, so he kept focusing on merely making his strings stronger. His approach was simple: push in more mana and try to condense it. If he just pushed in more mana, all he would get was to make it longer. Instead, he needed to put more mana into every individual string, squeezing it together. The progress for that was slow but steady. To use a rope of mana as climbing gear just a few weeks ago would be a pipe dream. Even lifting a dagger off the floor or use it to retrieve his bow from the ground in the badger's den was slightly challenging. Waking up, he drank yet another stamina potion, nearly filling the resource pool entirely. His mana consumption was far lower during his practice than what he regenerated during meditation, allowing that pool to stay full too, which meant that he was currently in top condition. He still had groups of deer left to slay before it was time to take on the white stag. He felt more confident now, but it was still unnecessary to engage the boss without proper preparation. Besides, who knows what tricks the beast would have up its hooves, so he continued his hunt, a process that was only easier than before as he took down stag after stag. They weren't even a real challenge before today, now even less so. It took him only half an hour or so in between every pond, where he quickly brought down any beast he encountered before he rushed on to the next. The great white stag had no way to keep up or pin him down. Every time the white stag came upon his kills, it called down the moonbeam, which in turn told Jake exactly where the big boss currently was, making it far too easy to avoid. Nearly an entire day later, he couldn't find any more enemies. There were 7 ponds in total spread around the plains, with an 8th in the middle, the largest one. After going to all 7 of them, even being slightly reckless in staying close to the natural paths between them, he still didn't find any. So he went towards the middle pond. There he found what he had hoped for: a single white stag and 3 white does standing around, not a single other beast anywhere. Still being a bit cautious, he decided to wait a bit to see if any more would come. He drank one final stamina potion, committing himself to wait an hour before he would engage the boss. While waiting, he entered meditation as he checked his notifications. Quite a few levels were gained after he had killed close to 100 enemies in less than a day, which was clearly reflected on his notification window. Ding. Class, Ambitious Hunter, has reached level 54 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points asterisk ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 52 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. He had gotten a bit less than he had expected. Though with how easy it had been, he nearly felt like he had gotten more than he should have. Jake didn't know how he measured up to equally leveled people, but he sure did well even against higher level beasts. Then again, he did have a class suited for it. His big game hunter skill gave a constant bonus to his agility and strength as he always fought higher-leveled enemies, helping him close some of the stat disparity. Besides that, he was clearly just stronger than whatever he met. It was pretty clear to Jake that beasts grew far less in strength per level than humans like him. Or maybe it was just a result of him having a variant class and profession, while the beasts he fought were generally just more ordinary types. Perhaps it would be more accurate to compare a human with something like the veteran archer class and an equivalent more common profession upgrade. In that same vein, it would be fairer to compare Jake to beasts like the alpha badgers or even the great white stag and the Denmother. If he went by game logic, then dungeon bosses should have hidden amplifiers or something to make them stronger beyond their level. But Jake was quite sure they were just powerful variants. Jake wasn't delusional enough to believe that he had the best available class and profession imaginable. Far from it, in fact, as he thought that his class was just good, but not great. However, he did have his bloodline, a power outside of classes, professions, and his race. It granted him advantages, tangible as well as intangible. His high proficiency in combat, for one thing, was made possible due to it. It likely even provided him a bunch of other benefits he hadn't even noticed yet. The recent skill upgrade and transformation just being one such example. The next time he met the Malefic Viper, he would have to ask about bloodlines more in depth. Opening his eyes, he noted that it had been an hour since he had entered meditation. Not due to some magical internal clock, but because he became aware that the cooldown for drinking another potion was over. Both his mana and stamina were above 90%, with his health being full. Jake wasn't sure what poison would work best for the great white stag, so he decided on his most potent kind, necrotic poison. It was the kind he had created the most of, and the type he was most confident in concocting by far. He was, however, not quite ready to go yet. He quickly created a few more potions and poisons before initiating his final hunt to finish the dungeon. He needed to make another batch of stamina potion as well as another batch of necrotic poison. Only the best was good enough for the final boss, after all. So far, he had just used his blood infused with blood of the Malefic Viper to coat his arrows. It was quite a bit weaker than the actual poisons, but it only consumed a bit of mana and health to use. The concocting and brewing both went well, and the created poison and potion were his best yet. They had also been his fastest creations so far, proving that his stats were not just for show when it came to his profession either. He coated all 60 arrows in his quiver, after which he flung the quiver with now poison-soaked arrows over his shoulder. The poison would last for a while, due to the often forgotten effect of Malefic Viper's poison. As he had gained ample levels, he attempted to identify the beasts one last time before engaging. White Doe LVL 75, White Doe LVL 74, White Doe LVL 72, Great White Stag LVL. This time it yielded results. The White Does were all at a higher level than any of the Alpha Badgers by quite a bit, but still below the Denmother. With his current level, his maximum identify went up to 78, meaning the Great White Stag was above that. Not surprising, as the Denmother had been 81. Before he started meditating, he had already picked out the spot he was currently at as the ideal vantage point to attack from. It was a small hill with tall grass growing on it, with clear sight to the middle pond. Nearly 150 meters separated him from the Great White Stag, giving him ample time to land decisive blows before they could make it to him. The Great White Stag would surely have ranged methods of attack, but Jake was confident in battling at range. The issue was the 3 Does that, if the other Does were any indication, would charge him in an attempt to engage him in melee. Contrary to what he perhaps should, he didn't feel any fear, but only excitement. Show me what you got. He summoned his bow and knocked an arrow. He felt his mana and stamina churn as he pulled back the string and activated Infused Power Shot. He let the power build up as the intensity increased by the moment. The veins on his arms bulged as a visible shimmer of energy emitted from his entire body. Now, the arrow was released in an explosion of might, pushing down all the human-sized grass surrounding him, with the closest strands being utterly annihilated. It was without a doubt his most powerful infused power shot to date, one that the doe in its trajectory didn't notice before it was too late.